my whole show is fighting against, is this breaking down of our borders and our identities, particularly in the West, because that is what's happening.
Amen.
We're becoming. Yeah, go ahead.
Amen. However, can I please just say something about this?
Mm-hmm.
The two major players in the destruction of borders and the false unity of peoples are the Europeans and the Americans. So hold on. Those movements in history, the Masonic, the secular movements of the Europeans and the Americans. By the way, the European Union is an attempt to destroy the distinction between German and French.
Mm-hmm.
So there is no such thing in history, bro, as European unity. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. There is no white unity. It's never been a thing. Go back and look at the wars in Europe that are constant and consistent from the beginning of time. There is no white unity. You know what there is? Dutch unity. I get that. There's a language, a culture. There's a habit of being. There's a common faith. There's a Dutch unity. I'm all about that. The Dutch should preserve what you call their homeland. There's no white homeland. It's not a thing. It's never been a thing.
I'm not saying that
it'll never be a thing because God does not respect this category. He never has. There's never been a white people.
But again,
I have to say this strongly. You're right. And Saint Velimirovich and I forgot, this is Amphilio. Who did you just
Elder
quote?
Athanasios.
Athanasios are correct about images and signs of the Antichrist. They're right. But whiteness is a canary, man. It's meant to distract you. It's meant to send you down a road that is filled with more strife because it's not real real enough to create true identity in a human soul. It's too weak. It's too weak of a category. That's all.
Yeah. So I just need to reiterate though that when we are using this term, because you just acknowledged the importance of Dutch identity, for example. Right.
Amen.
That is an ethnicity that is under the category of white. So once again, when I say white, I'm referring to ethnicities that fall under this category of white. Like everybody knows that the Dutch are white. That's so fine. So I think, I think it's good that I'm getting this chance to clarify, but I'm not even necessarily advocating for quote unquote white identity.
Yeah, I know.
Because what I'm advocating for is the ethnic heritage and identity in that. And I would say that American ethnicity primarily does fall under that category of white. That's
what
true.
Up, fam?
So now, are there other heritages here that have been here for a long time? Yes. And those, I would say, actually are their own ethnicity. And they actually should also have...
that's interesting.
Of course. Yeah,
so
they would have, of course,
there's like mini categories of Americanness.
Well, so for America specifically, I would say for America is a little bit of a unique case because we've had this African-American population here that are...
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what up?
All right, cool, man. What's up? I don't know if my audio is working. I think my audio is working now. Hello?
Yeah, you're fine. I can hear you.
Right.
Can you hear me?
All right, cool. Yeah. Let me see. Hello? Okay, it should be working now.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Cool. Yeah, not much. I was gonna review some stuff. Some pretty weird shit, but
what are you reviewing? What is this shit?
Well, this isn't what I was gonna review. I was just putting something random on. This is some ortho bros saying they're advocates for white people getting together.
Yeah.
And shit. The Anglos. It's kind of weird. It's like, it's just kind of like weird. It's just kind of weird. Wokeism shit. Like we was advocating it.
What'd you say?
We was advocates and shit.
Advocates?
Yeah, advocates.
Advocates. Okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, listen, I don't know, man. Like, cause you fake your fucking audio cut out, and I couldn't hear you at all. Like last 30 or 40 seconds.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still. I haven't ate today, so I was grabbing some food. I haven't ate till right now, so.
Gotcha.
But no, I was gonna review the Sam Hyde and Stefan Molyneux, and Richard Spencer called Andrew Wilson a F slur, I guess, yesterday, and so they didn't debate. So
Hilarious.
I thought that was pretty interesting. Pretty weird little chimp out there. Well, what's on your mind recently?
Ain't shit.
I've been
You know what I
trying to
mean?
catch up with the article stuff, but I don't know. You didn't put one out recent, like the past couple of days, right?
Yeah, nah, I've been busy as fuck, man. You know what I mean? I have my daughter full time at the moment. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. No,
and I've been motherfucking working and shit. You know,
I forgot to say I'm live on YouTube, so yeah.
Yeah, I know. I saw your notification that you're live on YouTube. So right. And I came over here by yourself. Like, man, this I am.
So what's the next article about? Maybe I can help inspire you if you don't got one yet.
I don't know, man. Listen, you know, I mean, that's something I gotta figure out. You know what I mean? I like to have, if I can get off of work at a decent hour, because like I've been having like an electrical gremlin like for 3 days out of this, well, 2 days out of the last week. Where like I've been stuck for like an hour and a half someplace, and so I end up, you know, what I mean, like having to wait for somebody to come rescue me and jump my fucking truck. So like by the time I get home, it's like 6 or 7 a.m. and I'm like, fuck, now I gotta go to sleep so I can wake up. You know what I mean? Deal with my daughter and shit. And, you know what I mean? Like fucking take care of her and feed her and stuff.
Okay.
So, you know what I mean? Whenever I have a chance to motherfucking write art, I just don't have the time at the moment to do it. But in the meantime, what is going on with these motherfuckers like calling whatchamacallit? They called Andrew Wilson. Who said this?
Richard Spencer.
The one who was calling everybody little octoroons. Like that dude has more sugar in his tank than a gallon of ghetto Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Wow, what right does he have to call anybody anything?
Yeah, it was very strange interaction. And that's one of the things I wanted to review because actually let's start with that because you might have something interesting to say about what he was trying to debate about because they didn't actually do the debate, unfortunately. I forgot the name of the stupid channel, but let's see, Richard Spencer Unloaded or something. I don't know, some retarded channel. I just don't understand where all these people come from that I've never heard of. Like they have all these giant channels that just pop up out of nowhere. Let's see, Richard Spencer.
Yeah, there's a shit ton of these like 300,000 or like a million subs.
Yeah,
you know, I mean,
it's a little ridiculous, honestly. Like I'm a little skeptical that it's all on the up and up. But yeah, this is pretty weird.
We literally started this.
Is happening.
I think this is worth watching a little bit.
So-called traditionalists want to return to an era that never existed. They actually don't want to return.
What he says after
5 minutes, and then we'll give it to Andrew, and then we'll go back and forth, crossfire. I just want to say thank you. I love talking to you guys. It's phenomenal watching you. So pumped about this debate. Richard, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew, for being here. And thank you, Josiah, for inviting me and setting this up. So I believe the topic or my affirmation is that the manosphere is a socialist movement for low status losers in order to get pussy. Is that what it is, more or less? You can read that.
Sure. Manosphere / men's rights movements are socialist, egalitarian crusades made up of men that need to be eliminated from the gene pool.
Well, that's even harsher than I remembered, but wow. And then the next one is that so-called traditionalists want to return to an era that never existed. They actually don't want to return to the past. They want to return to a magical utopia, basically.
Yep.
Okay. I think I can handle all of these, and I'll try to keep it at 5. But if I go into 10, maybe you'll give me that time, and I'll certainly give that time to Andrew if he needs that long to respond as well. I think it's best just.
Well, I think we have the structure down. It's like 5-5, and then what is it?
Yeah, but I'm
4-minute rebuttals. I think
these two things.
Yes,
so let's just have a discussion. I mean, we're not playing tennis here, so.
I'd like to keep it to the format. Otherwise,
and I'm the reason why this debate is happening. So I'm going to speak for around 10 minutes.
Then you can fuck off. I don't care. Fuck off.
Are you in charge, Andrew?
Yeah.
Are you in charge, buddy?
I am.
No,
Richard,
you're not. Josiah's in charge.
Richard, we
agreed
talk
to a platform, and if you don't want to do it, then don't do it.
No, I'm going to speak for 10 minutes. I'm
Go
going
speak
to
somewhere
give
else for 10 minutes then.
Listen, Andrew, fuck you, man. You are when I imagine like losers being attracted to the manosphere, it's you, buddy.
I know. You got me, Richard.
Yeah. I did get you, all right?
You got me.
Thanks for agreeing with me. Josiah, I'm going to speak for 5 to 10 minutes. I'm going to say some interesting things.
I disagree.
I'm going to allow Andrew.
Can we stick to the format?
We're not playing fucking tennis here. I'm going to give.
No, we're having a structured
statement.
debate. Yeah, and we're having a structured debate, and we agreed to a format, and I'd like to stick to it.
Oh, I'm not going to back down on this.
Then go away.
I'm going to speak for. Why don't you go away, you little fucking.
Oh no, Richard. Let's keep it 5 minutes. No slurs, nothing. You can seriously sabotage both of our livelihoods by doing this.
I'm going to speak for a reasonable amount of time.
Oh no.
I will allow Andrew to respond, and I'm not going to be timing him or something like this. Okay? That's what's going to happen. Do you agree with that, Josiah?
No, I do not agree with this. We have the 5 minutes. I think that structure makes sense.
Hey,
it's best
I actually can't anyway. He already broke the TOS. I already got to reboot the stream. So,
yeah.
Like that's the end of that. Appreciate the time, guys.
Damn it.
Yeah, he's running away. He's running away. They did the exact same thing to RFH.
No, Richard, we literally started this. We started this, and the first thing I said was literally no slurs.
Oh, I'm sorry, Josiah. Let's just do it again. But like that guy is so fucking annoying. I can't even put it into words.
Dude, no. Oh my gosh, bro. This has been 2 weeks of planning, Richard. 2 weeks.
Well, then why don't we have a conversation? I'll do it live. You don't need Andrew. He sucks.
No, okay. My audience loves Andrew. Andrew does a phenomenal job here. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, I'm going to have to apologize.
He did the exact same thing to RFH. They don't want to debate. He just said, I'm going to speak in a reasonable amount of time, and I will allow him to have his time as well. This is the most reasonable thing on earth.
Yeah, no, okay. I understand, but dude, the structure was 5 minutes, right? I know you said 10 to 15. I said, this is the structure I'm thinking. You agreed to that. And then Andrew, I sent that over to him.
I don't care. We're not playing tennis, Josiah. I'm going to speak. I want to finish my statements.
No, I understand that. I get it. But at the same time, it's just, this is like, when you say something, you have to stay by
He doesn't want to be blown out of the water. So they do this like technicality. Do you honestly think I fear debating Andrew Wilson like in the slightest bit? Do you honestly think that?
I think you were extremely bad faith when the guy.
How?
Because, dude, the first thing I said was, YouTube terms of service.
I'm sorry I called him a...
This is a channel, okay? I spent a ton of money on this channel, okay?
Okay.
And
let's start over. I will begin talking. If Andrew wants to re-enter, then he can do that. I'll give you my time since I'm here.
Yeah.
Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's just, this is how YouTube works, and you can say it's being
Josiah,
touched, whatever.
I'm correct. You've got I'm not doing this. All right.
What do you
They
mean
have been
correct?
extremely reasonable, and the Andrew Wilson runs away like the little weakling that he is. And I don't know what to say. I will give a opening statement to your YouTube audience if you would like, and we could have a discussion for an hour. But this is not this guy is just he's a POS. Look at him.
I like Andrew. He's been extremely charitable to me and my family.
Yeah,
and
he's not actually a good person. He's a fucking dork and doofus. Period. Okay, so let's not pretend like he's some cool guy.
Okay, where does all this tension come from? Does this come from the RFH beef?
Yeah. So, yeah, I just wanted to show a little bit of that because it's a really weird interaction that doesn't seem to make any sense. So, what do you think?
No, it makes perfect sense. It makes absolute perfect sense.
Well, I thought they were friends. That's why I was confused. I thought they knew each other for like a long time. So.
Oh, yo, listen. Okay. All right. So, were you around for the Charlottesville shit?
Oh yeah. Yep. I almost went to Charlottesville.
All right. So, you were around for when Richard Spencer was, a bigger deal than he is today, right?
Richard Spencer? Yeah.
Yeah. Because nobody knows who the fuck he is anymore, right? He has fallen the whole way the fuck off, right? As a YouTuber, right? Nobody really knows who he is in the movement. Nobody cares about him. You know what I mean? And he feels a way about that. And he's Andrew Wilson's a new up and coming guy, whatever it is. And Richard Spencer is, I'll be honest with you, he's if Sargon of Akkad and Nick Fuentes had a kid. Right? He is extremely no, you know what? He's like if Nick Fuentes and Miles who's that guy? Who was that guy? Milo Yiannopoulos had a fucking kid. Right? He is a drug addict, 100% homosexual, actual homosexual, right? Fucking diva. Look at him. Yo, he literally looks like a gay porn star.
Fan of his. I always found his elitism a little bit gay, frankly. Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
I kind of had a little connect to one of the people that is in his circles, and I didn't really realize it at the time, but who's a gay Afghani guy, by the way. And I was trying to get him to come on the YouTube, but I guess he blew up, and I guess he didn't like the kind of content that I was doing. But I had a few conversations with him around the time he started having Richard Spencer in his little, studio. And they were doing some weird stuff. They're kind of trying to expose a lot of homosexuality within the right wing and all this stuff. And so, but they're we're the real right wing, but but they're all gay leftist types, lawyer types that kind of try to expose right wingers for being gay, like Elijah Schaefer and all this. But it's I don't know, I get it, but on the other sense, it's kind of so are you guys all just Democrats? And I mean, yeah, some of the stuff that Richard Spencer is about to say, it's true in a sense, but it's also well, what's your goal here is to, like it seems like he hates men, but he's gay. So it's like I don't know. It's kind of this weird little uh social
He's
Darwinian.
very, very effeminate.
Yeah, what he says here
Right.
is pretty interesting because like I kind of agree with some of what he's saying, but like yeah, I let me just play a little bit because I actually want to see your take on it because I think it's very strange. Yeah, it's very strange. It's like pseudo social Darwinianism or something. So yeah, let me just play a little bit of this for you.
And with Rachel Wilson,
I'm going to teach you something. All right.
Yeah.
You have to learn to be reasonable with people. It's agreement. What I said, I suggested something 10 to 15 minutes. You came back and I'm like, okay, let's go. All right. It's not like we signed a contract in blood. I am asking for 5 to 10 minutes so that I can get my thesis out there. And then I will give him whatever time he needs to respond within reason. Right. This is how reasonable people work. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
right, we're not playing fucking tennis for the third time.
Yeah.
This is a debate and there's an ebb and flow.
I'm gonna attempt to once again do a little bit more of a moderate. Don't get upset with me, Richard. But when we have the rules, the 5 minutes, and Andrew,
okay, hold on. I'm out. I don't want to hear. I'm not going to be lectured. I'll give you an hour. I don't want to hear one more thing about how I'm not playing by the rules. I have been the most reasonable person.
Okay. All right. You want to give your 10-minute rant on the red pill here?
It's not a rant, but yes. You can jump in anytime you'd like, Josiah. So,
dude,
what?
Okay.
The so-called manosphere emerged in the 2000s, mostly online, as a reaction to material realities that were deconstructing and disempowering, you could say, the nuclear family as a man's fundamental claim to power and status. What do I mean by this? Leave It to Beaver is no longer on the air. There was a time, and it's sort of an imagined time, when every man could get a job, join a union, own a car, own a house, have a wife and 2.3 kids, and there you go. What I would suggest is that that is an aberrational situation that emerged in post-war America after the Second World War that is something totally unheard of in world history. And yet we have imagined this situation, the Leave It to Beaver situation, as something that men are entitled to, something that is historically relevant. This is how we always used to do things, something as bequeathed to us by God, et cetera, et cetera. So traditionalists are actually completely ahistorical in their worldview and their normative claims to the nuclear family being the basis of society. The nuclear family is not that. The nuclear family, as we knew it in the mid-20th century, is actually fairly rare. The manosphere offers some fascinating insights, particularly with the ubiquity of hypergamy among women. I think so many of its evo-psych insights are correct and useful. I guess my beef with it is not in that analysis. My beef with it is not even in its, game tactics and strategies, how to pick up women, etc. My beef with it is the way that it has emerged as a sort of universal monogamy, as some sort of traditionalist outlook, but B, something that we need to have for the future. I say that it's an egalitarian socialist movement. I mean that quite seriously. It's a sort of conservative middle-class Marxism in which we are not going to have a situation that resembles world history. We're going to have a kind of new situation where every man gets a woman, and that's that, etc. Material conditions be damned. We've moved beyond the material conditions that inform any sort of situation like this. We are simply going to assert the nuclear family as the status quo forever. This is ridiculous. Now, I mentioned hypergamy, that is women desiring to marry up, to find a better man, etc. that is a much more insightful notion, or it's much more insightful to say that about women than to say that they want to get married or they're all sweet or something. No, I think they want to marry up. I agree with that insight. On some very deep primal level, that is what women want. But what do men want? Who are we? What is an expression of true manliness and masculinity? For a loser like Andrew Wilson, he wants to be given a woman and he wants to be given some employment that he feels will give his empty life meaning, etc., and so on. That actually has nothing to do with manliness or masculinity. That is again, a rather mid-20th century middle-class fantasy from low-status males, Andrew Wilson being a prime example of this reality. What does it mean to be a man? It means to sail your ships into uncharted waters. It means to found the Roman Empire on the basis of a quest and a great rape, the rape of the Sabine women, to go out and do it, to grab them by the pussy, as it were. Women are the most essential resource, and real men go out there and get it. And only a select few of men are brave or bold or strong enough or fit enough in a Darwinian sense to actually achieve this. And the rest of the men, to be frank, don't reproduce and die. Again, the manosphere is a socialist egalitarian movement to the extent that it wants to change this fundamental aspect of human nature and this fundamental aspect of masculinity. I can remember a great documentary that is narrated by David Attenborough called Life. And it goes through all sorts of reproductive strategies. And one of them that stuck out to me was the Dawson bees, that are these sort of earthen bees that burrow into hives. And once a year, what happens? It's mating time. And the female bees present themselves above the earth. And all of the male Dawson bees engage in a ferocious orgy of violence in which they are attacking one another. Most all of them perish in this act. And one or two get through and actually inseminate the female Dawson bee and produce offspring. You don't even know which bees are able to do this, because even the bee that wins, so to speak, is undoubtedly going to.
So yeah, I mean, I know you'll have some agreement with them, but I was curious, like, what's your opinion on this?
So to speak, is undoubtedly going to.
So yeah, I mean, I know.
And what productive strategy? I can remember a great, to the extent, in a Darwinian sense, to actually achieve this. And the rest of the men, to be frank, don't reproduce and die. Again, the manosphere is a socialist egalitarian movement to the extent that it wants to change this fundamental aspect of human nature.
All right, well, I guess the gorilla is no longer with us at the moment, so I'll just play a little bit of this in the background while I do a little stuff, and when he comes back, we'll do the thing.
To have his head ripped off and die in the melee and chaos of it all. That is an extreme example that gives us a hint of the reality that you see across the animal kingdom and across mammals. In fact, rams, antelope, etc., they will go in stark competition between men for the woman. Not everyone breeds. They don't pair up into a nuclear ram family in order to have offspring or something like that. What human culture created in the mid-20th century is synthetic. It's extremely unnatural. Instead, it is a deadly competition between men. Antelopes, moose, deer, etc., they don't have antlers in order to hunt or to fight off predators. They have antlers in order to fight with other males of their species. That is the quest for status that will give you the female. So this mid 20th century notion,
Okay,
again,
give you the female. That
do you not
sounds-
understand?
Yeah, what do you mean give you the female?
Win the woman, because women are hypergamous and they want the best male.
But I thought you just said grab them by the pussy.
Right, the best males grab them by the pussy. The best males,
So the best
were
males
the ones
take it by
willing.
force. They're not giving the women, right?
Well, if you want to argue about semantics, then
Is that
you can.
semantics? So
Yes.
I think like hypergamy, honestly, Richard, it's interesting you take this approach to this debate because you're saying a lot of red pill coded things. I don't even know like how much I believe in hypergamy. It could just be my youth and my ignorance, but like I'm not the top 1%. I've never had any problems with my wife. I've been married for 4 years now. There's never been anything like that, So maybe this is like lowbrow, like women or something, but like, I don't know. This seems like what the red pill say to like black pill the American from not having sex and from not wanting to get married. And I kind of thought you were going to kind of take that approach, but it is surprising to me that you.
Women want to marry up. I mean, you could always find some exception to this rule or whatever. But yes, I mean, the crucial insight of F. Roger Devlin's article on sexual economy, et cetera, is basically men want to be Don Juan or James Bond. Women want to be Sleeping Beauty, and they're rescued by the great prince. So they go up in the world in status by possessing the prime resource that there is. Sperm is cheap, eggs are dear. We make millions of sperm on a daily basis. Men masturbate, they have sex with some chick with using a condom, they whatever. They're always going to have enough sperm. Eggs are a finite resource. Finite resources are valuable. So yes, I said, I think the basic insight of hypergamy coming from the manosphere is obviously correct.
What do you think masculinity is in its perfect form?
I wouldn't use the word perfect, but I would use the word primal or original form. And masculinity is not for all. We're not all going to, by definition, we're not all going to be alpha males.
I don't think that we need
what
to.
We don't need consistent across the animal kingdom and across mammals, less so than, say, insects. The salacious example that I used is that the stronger, fitter males.
I don't think that we need to.
We don't need
contract all of humanity so that you feel better about going to Africa and being scared by a lion, right? That seems.
We might need to
that's it. Not only does that seem silly, but I also don't think that contracting the amount of minds which we can create down to the perfect 1 billion or 500 million. That's what the Georgia Guidestones say, right? Yeah. Get it down to 500 million.
Right.
Get the class down to 500 million. Keep it in perpetuity with nature. The exact same thing you are currently now
I love
advocating.
the Georgia Guidestones.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
I'm sure you do.
Watch Andrew Wilson go nuclear on Richard Spencer, roast him, tear him apart to pieces in this debate.
Ooh. Yeah. But that's some mass globalist, anti-natalist Satanism. Yeah. That's what it is.
I mean, I'm not so sure about the Satanism.
Well,
part,
I'm pretty sure that an anti-natalist policy in and of itself requires abortion. It requires prophylactic, contraception. It requires all of this. It's a pretty satanic agenda, I must admit. An anti-natalist agenda, to me, is satanic. No two ways about it.
There is a carrying capacity of the planet. I mean, would you not admit this? I mean,
I don't think that
even
we're
if we
near
haven't
the
reached
threshold
it,
of what that is, and we're not we're not facing the problem right now of what happens if we go to wherever this arbitrary capacity that you have no idea what it is. We're facing the opposite problem. And we know what that looks like.
Right, but that is a huge problem. I mean, think about Gen Z as a sort of kind of like terminal generation. So I am used to hearing stories.
Whoa, Andrew, relax.
Is about what's wrong with the kids these days. The 60s kids, the boomers, shocked their parents in terms of their free love and all sorts of other things. They were having more sex. I remember when I was growing up, it was all about teen pregnancy. What's going on with teenagers? They're doing drugs, they're having sex, they're pregnant, et cetera, et cetera. Now the issue is fundamentally different. It is these Zoomers are
almost pushing towards the end. There wasn't even a baby boom during COVID. We were literally, like you talk about propaganda, people were literally trapped in a confined space and they didn't have sex.
You have to be trapped in a confined space with a woman to have sex with her, though.
Obviously. Yeah. I mean, like, the Zoomers on the older end were in college, and perhaps they were, but I mean, with pornography and contraceptives, you're not going to see the incline in birth. And on top of that, Zoomers on the later side are 29. Most people are having kids in their 30s now. Not your boy. I had my first kid at 20 after being married for a year. But yeah, there is a problem here, and it does really come down to the fact that you have contraceptives all over the place, and that you have guilt-free sex.
And that's the disconnect, right? The nihilism, which is leading to everything from incels to not wanting to have a relationship until you're in your 30s, until you feel like you're set, right? So people in their 20s, that's the fertility years. They're not even bothering.
Let me. Right? I pulled up Google Maps, and this really fascinated me a long time ago when I was looking at it. And you can see all this beautiful lush green and the mountains and all that stuff. Yeah. The fascinating thing about this is this strip right here, Appalachia. Yeah, it's dark green. Those are trees. When you zoom in, what do you find? You find mountains. It's not really great farming territory. The reason West Virginia is an East Coast state but is sparsely populated is because the mountains were too difficult for people to move through. Yeah. Now, if you move over here, here's a fascinating thing. All of the light green, all of it is farms.
Right.
Yep.
That is, to me, insane. I didn't realize just how much. And look, we zoom in. All farms.
Yes.
Absolutely ridiculous. It's all farming.
Yeah, we're a mass exporter of food.
And that is absolutely crazy to me.
Dude, what? You didn't know this? Listen, okay, maybe I know this because I am a Moody, and having the last name Moody means that you've been in the States since before they were the States. You were here before the Mayflower. But, like, you literally came Kentucky, Connecticut, New York. You came in on this side, hit those 13 colonies, and then you moved through Appalachia. And then that's where you get Kentucky. That's where you get Indiana. That's where all of the farmers basically went. Moody's were heavy into farming. Farming or being a church leader was basically what we did. I can't believe he didn't know this. This was a huge part of what we did. And why we have states like Indiana, why we have states like Kentucky, why we have states like Tennessee, because of things like this.
I believe that based on, for the United States at the very least, we are high up on how much land we're using for farming. That being said, we have fat homeless people. So I don't know that I'm not suggesting this means we're close to the upper limit. I think it means more so we have a cultural imbalance in that we produce tremendous resources, and then we have people who don't utilize them properly. So the waste of the energy produced is massive.
Well, I think that the homeless people are getting fat on chocolate bars and, Cheez-Its, not on ears of corn and tomatoes grown.
They are getting fat on ears of corn, actually. That corn syrup is
you get my point.
I get your point.
Right? And corn syrup, heavy in sugar, all this type of thing. But what I'm saying is they're not getting fat on tomatoes grown in the Midwest. They're not getting fat on the crops in the Midwest.
Tomatoes don't grow in the Midwest.
Uninhabited. Most of it. And that's going to remain the case for the foreseeable future.
But that's not uninhabited has nothing to do with whether or not we're at population.
Tomatoes don't grow in the Midwest. Tomatoes grow in like fucking California and Florida, and like people's backyards are like local fucking Amish joints. Right? You know what I mean? Like you're either getting them locally. Right, which means that fucking you're paying extra for them. For B, you're growing them in places like California, right? Because that's where like tomato farms, because that's where it's conducive to grow the most amount of tomatoes.
Right. What do you make of Richard Spencer's argument about like some men just shouldn't reproduce and.
Well, listen, I agree with them on like a lot of that type of shit, right? You know what I mean? Like I think that like there's some men, who like throughout history, right? Most men did not reproduce.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But
You know,
don't you see it as like a kind of a noble lie to say like, well, we got to get women in control. We need more people to like run this empire. So like, let's just do it anyways. You know.
I mean, the question is the empire serving you at the moment? That's the question. And I would say for like most humans or most men in this society, the answer is no. Right? So, I mean, why would you continue to like press for more people?
Well, it would stop immigration.
It wouldn't stop immigration.
If people had enough kids for the last 50 years, you don't think it would have stopped immigration?
No. Because like the baby boomers were literally like entering the workforce and they opened up the doors. Remember, like fucking the immigration thing got changed in 65, right? 67? It was 67, right? When did the baby boomers get born? You know what I'm saying? Like 45, right? So like all the baby boomers were 22. Like the youngest baby boomers were 22. You know what I mean? And then you had a mass influx of like women into the thing, or into the joint, right? So let's not stand here and pretend that would have changed anything. We would have had more kids. Because the baby boomers was a massive boom in population and a massive boom in the workforce.
So do you think that the manosphere and the trad stuff is bad because it's telling men to like go get married and stuff like this and get a job and join a union and stuff like that, or?
No. I mean, like joining the union, all that type of shit's great. You know what I mean? Like I'm pro union. I'm pro telling men. You know what I mean? Fucking handle your business and grind it the fuck out. You know what I mean? Da da da. I'm pro all that shit, right? As a thing. But you know what I mean? Like I don't think that. You know what I mean? I don't think that we should sit here and think that every man should have a fucking wife and a child, right? Because like it just doesn't work that way. Until we get back to like, you know what I mean, the community sense where our communities are like fucking like where they're supposed to be, you know, we're not going to have, you know what I mean, like every man having a fucking child because women have access to too many men and men have access to too many women, right? And like the state has too much resource, like the state is way more stable than any man. Like if you want what you're talking about there, like and Richard Spencer's right, it but like the truth is you do need like the reason why the 50s happened was because of you know what I mean those like fucking social welfare states that were put in under FDR. Right? It was the you know what I mean GI Bill. It was the motherfucking I forget the name of the housing thing to be honest with you. Do you remember the name of the housing thing? Do you remember it, Neuro Jack?
Which housing thing?
There was like a mass like program for housing for like regular men. Right? Fucking there's a name of it.
I forgot.
Yeah. But Bill O'Reilly talks about it, right? He said, yeah, like this is where I was at. My parents grew up in this and da da da. Right? And you know what I mean, like they're right. You know what I mean? Fucking you you have to have the ability to make men stable, right? All men stable if you want to have, you know what I mean, like mass formations of relationships and families and that type of structure. You know what I mean? Like you have to have a preference for men. And in particular, you have to have like a preference for the men of your society, which means your ethos, your people, your ethnos. And you know what I mean? Like if you're not willing to do that, and if your idea is, you know, we should stand here and keep everybody unstable to drive forward the human race, you know what I mean, so that we have innovation and like, you know, the instability drives motherfuckers to create, you know what I mean, crazy shit. And have massive amounts of like invention and technology happen. You know what I mean? Like, you know, that's a different conversation altogether. Like it's either A, you make everybody stable and technology stops, or B, you make everybody unstable and technology gets driven forward.
Right. Right. Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at too, in a sense, where trying to think how to put it. You know, like Richard Spencer's number one enemy seems to be, frankly, white people saying like, because I mean he's saying it in English in America to Americans, and he's saying, you guys don't deserve a wife, you don't deserve children or a job or anything. Like just go and die, and maybe go see a prostitute a few times before you die. I mean, how is that? He's not going to Africa and saying this. He's not going to China and saying that. He's not going to India and saying that, right? He's saying it to Americans, right? And so I'm just saying, like, regardless, it's like the priorities don't seem to be straight, right? Like, why do you need to kill off Whitey first if, or Europeans first, or Italians first, or Irish first? Why wouldn't you, dominate the rest of the world first and then, sort it out later? See what I'm saying? Like, if we can't get rid of the empire, I'm saying, like, and we can't get rid of the technology, right? Those are kind of, embedded in what he's saying, right? Like he's saying, we're not going to slow down stuff. We're not going to slow down the empire. We're not going to do any of that, right? So,
yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, if your first enemy is like your own people, your own supposed ethnos, that's like his number one enemy, basically.
No, I mean that's not what he's saying.
I believe the gorilla has lost connection. Oh, there he is.
Sorry, man. Listen, fucking, my girl's tripping. Fucking, she found like messages of other bitches.
Hell no.
Like, yeah, listen, I feel you. I shouldn't have left some shit up on the goddamn screen. But like, fucking, yeah, man. And I don't think that like he's like his main enemy is his own people, right? But I mean, on the same level, I don't think that I mean, like the mentality of the manosphere or like the idea of taking care of each other sits well with a lot of Anglos. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like anti-Protestant shit. And on top of that, remember Richard Spencer is a federale. You know what I mean? Like that motherfucker is as fed as feds come. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And
like there's no one who's more federal than him.
Well, that's
no one.
That's kind of the worst part about it, though. It's like if the feds are basically saying, like, fuck white people, fuck your people, fuck your kids, fuck your wife.
No, that's not, yo. It's not that. It's not that at all. Right? It's that we want to continue the system. Right? And we don't give a fuck what that means. Right? It's like have you ever ran into like a guy like me who's like a single issue voter, right? Where it's like I care about my pockets and my family and my ability to feed myself over everything else, right? And if that means like we fucking genocide the immigrants, I'm 100%. I'm like I will trade off killing every motherfucking middle. I will nuke the middle. Like let Trump nuke the Middle East. Right? I don't care as long as my wages go.
Right.
Right. But that's the mentality.
But what I'm saying is like, if you look at yourself like a, like you're the center of the universe, right? And then there's concentric rings of things around you that protect you, right? Even from a selfish point of view, turning America browner and less capable in certain things, especially regarding ethics or whatever. Like that seems like a bad play to me, right? Like just from a rational point of view, like uh, maybe in the short term more gains, but in the long term, far more instability. I would think, right? Like it would be far easier to just like keep all the resources in the West and not send food and
No.
water to Africa, right? Like that'd be a lot easier to do, right?
Okay. All right. Listen. So, like, how this works is this, right? They will fucking come up with ways to make the brown people behave. That's their mentality. You know what I'm saying? Like, you seem like the flock cameras and shit. Like, have you heard about this?
Oh yeah, they're all over the place here. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're actually catching people who do crime now in California because they'll just sit there and let them do it and get away with it, and then they'll just like wait till like the next Tuesday and just pop up and raid everybody that they hung out with in the last week. So yeah.
Yeah, but that's them going. Yeah, listen. You know, we will use our technology to make everybody behave. You know what I mean? They will stand here and like crack down on everybody. And by the way, that grows their power when they're able to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like they get higher budgets when they have to crack down on people. You know what I'm saying? Like you hear where I'm at? Like this is positive for them. It's not a negative thing for like the government to have like motherfuckers committing crime, right? Because they get more ability to like crack down and they will deal with it. Right? Like recently they've been like clapping motherfuckers who have been like lifting trucks and shit and like truckloads of shit. I've been getting like notifications from it in my fucking news stories like every day. Like they don't care.
Right. I see what you're saying. So what you're saying is like the problems that it brings gives them more money and more power because it gives them more problems, quote unquote, to solve, aka more rackets to run on more people essentially.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And more jobs for their people.
Right. Well, that's kind of what's funny.
You know
Right?
what I'm
saying? That's kind of the problem in China, for example, right? Like in China, it's an ethno state, but the problem is like all the people at the top, they just kind of perk up there and like start saying, well, we know our people are immoral and they don't believe in ethics, but that's fine. We'll let them think that they're going to get away with shit, and we'll just find ways to catch them and extract more resources from them, right? Well, the problem is now these people are not wanting to like produce anymore, and so China's getting mad because their own people are like, well, fuck work. There's no point because the more work we do, the more you suck off of us. So what's the point anymore?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a left, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, so there's all these problems with like tensions between, you know what I mean, like immigrants and homosexuals and trannies and whatever the case is, all these different people. Right. So what ends up happening? They end up, you know what I mean, like creating jobs for their college graduate friends to be able to deal with all this shit. And not only that, to justify all this shit as well. That's the big one too, as well. Like, listen, I am becoming the more I fucking think about this and the more I look into this shit, the more I'm becoming convinced that like all of philosophy and all of like the fucking nonsense of like the like fucking Marxist shit that motherfuckers write about is just justifications post hoc, right? None of this shit is shit that's like justifying it beforehand.
Now you're starting to get the picture. I totally agree with you. That is
right.
That is exactly right. Yeah, in my opinion, it's always post post hoc to justify the actions that have already taken place and the plans that are already set in place, in my opinion. Like
I don't think it's plans that are set. No. I think the plans are made after the shit happens. I don't think there's a fucking plan, right? That's another big one, right? It's literally all just reactionary. You know what I mean?
Right.
Right. You know how, like, fucking you have guys like Machine standing here, like, covering all that, like, philosophical shit or whatever, right? You know what I mean? I think all of that is rationalization post hoc of what's already happening.
I actually agree with you for the most part. And what's interesting about that is the thing I was going to cover after this, and I think Machine will be here in a little while. So I wanted him to see this.
Right.
Stefan Molyneux and Sam Hyde, two people that I want to respect, but I think they're both doing what you're saying, which is that they're kind of justifying things that the honestly our enemies are doing, but they're doing it in a way where it seems like they're trying to be against the thing, but they're not.
Hang on a minute. Man, listen, some motherfucker like stop me and go, hey, listen, fucking, you got to stop at the stop sign or some shit. Anyway, yeah, fucking, like, so what's up with Sam Hyde and Molyneux?
Yeah, everybody wants a piece of the gorilla today. No, I think, well, I don't know. They're doing this kind of weird dialectic thing where, like, Sam Hyde's like the pseudo-Christian ortho bro adjacent guy, and Stefan's like the atheist, like, materialist, and he's like, we only know what our senses tell us, and I don't know. And again, I'm pretty steeped in Stefan Molyneux stuff, but they're definitely trying to sell a particular thing to people in our generation, I would say, libertarianism, clearly, obviously, but it's under the guise of white nationalism. So it's kind of like Anglo-Anon adjacent, in my opinion, because it's all like white people coded,
right?
The stuff they're saying. So I don't know. It's pretty weird because I think ultimately they're just, like you said, like basically whatever the plan is, or I mean, whatever's happening right now, right? They're there to kind of like smooth it out and say, like, look, Whitey, like, I know everything sucks, but we're still working on figuring out a way to help you out. But there will be more Indians, there will be more whatever, like nothing's gonna get better. I mean, at the current rate of things, right? Like, there's not gonna be some magic thing that's gonna happen. The trades are gonna continue to get worse. The price of housing is going to continue to go up, even though there's tons of empty houses sitting around. So it's like I think they're just putting window dressing on the Titanic, honestly. But again, it's interesting because, like, I look at propaganda across the board, right? So I look at a lot of Instagram propaganda, and I have a bunch of like cool examples, honestly. But yeah, it's just like tons of propaganda everywhere. For like young brown people. So like, okay. See, sounds like I like hate people of color and stuff. I really don't. But what's interesting is like this new phenomenon now of like, educated brown person explains, basically how white people suck and how America sucks and all these things. And a lot of what they say is true, right? But it's just kind of like this demoralization thing to say, like, look, I have an education and I have a job, and my job is to tell you how evil and stupid and crazy white people are, and you know, that's the economy, and not, you know, now I've made $100,000 this year doing that, and you know, it's like it's just a bizarre like economic situation where you have these people mostly out of New York City that are literally paid to come and like just do propaganda, like straight up insane propaganda. I'll show you some of it actually, because I don't know if you don't really look at Instagram, I take it, right? You don't really look.
No. I've never been on Instagram like that.
Yeah, it's something I don't recommend to most people because it is pretty evil stuff, but it is worth it because you kind of get the sense of like where, you know, people's fucking brain is at that are younger than us. And I can't even really be mad at younger people for a lot because like if they're growing up on this level of like bullshit, I think it's not really reasonable to expect them to overcome this very easily, you know?
Yeah.
It's pretty bad, dude. It's like and it's worldwide. Let me show you this one. This one's an interesting one. You want to see some weird shit? I'll show you some weird shit. Okay, check this out. I was actually gonna name this stream something else, and I'll probably end up naming my my next video this, but I'm not gonna say it right now because it's pretty offensive. But okay, can you see this? Okay.
No, not a second. Hang on. Let me get into fucking Discord again. All right.
And if
so
you're driving,
hang
I'll narrate. But okay. So this is the stuff I send Pill Eater all the time. So
okay.
Really, my show's mostly about propaganda. Like that's why I just like watch other people a lot because like I'm trying to understand like what are they really selling? Because I think that the primary product of the United States is propaganda. Okay, so let's see here. So this
the primary product. Yo, I agree. I agree, bro. Like, listen, like 100%, the number one motherfucking like
domestic like export.
Domestic product. Domestic export is fucking sheer raw, unadulterated fucking propaganda, right? You know what I mean? Like, yo, you know, I watched that guy Shahid Bolson.
Who is it?
Shahid Bolson.
I don't think I know that one.
All right, Shahid Bolson's this like Muslim, right? But he's from like Denver. You know what I mean? And fucking, he's like an Irish guy, but he talks like Malcolm X, which I love. You know what I mean? Like, I fucking listen, fucking, you know what I mean? I could like, I love fucking listening to Malcolm X. It's fucking fascinating, right? But fucking this dude, he's standing here preaching, and one of the things that he brings up on a regular basis, he says, Americans are the most propagandized people in the history of humanity. Right? There has never been anyone who is more propagandized than the American fucking people.
Right.
And they have no idea.
Yeah,
like, they have no clue.
Yeah, Americans don't know how much of everything. And I've tried to explain this to people that are very, very, very smart. In fact, some of them much smarter than me. And most of them, they just cannot process like how deep it really runs. And so what I'm trying to do is look at more international propaganda that is coming out of America. So let me show you this, and this is a great example. So like, and this shows you that China is the next target of this whole bullshit. So let me just show you here. So this is a black guy who lives in China and speaks like extremely fluent Chinese. And he's walking around with a Chinese woman who he calls his wife, which I don't think it is, but it's some sort of like LARP or something. So let me show you. Okay, I'll let the sound play, but if you can't see it, I'll just read it to you.
I can see it. I can see it. Go ahead.
All right, yeah, just listen. Check out this conversation here.
我操，他会说中国话，美女。是的，是的。变老母。
I can't. I have to read the words. I can't see those. Those are too little.
Yeah, so basically he's saying like, okay, why is your skin so black? And he's like, why is your skin so yellow? I'm a black person, bro. haha, I'm very curious. I always wanted to ask you, what color is your blood? And oh, my blood's red. And he's like, what about you? He's like, my blood's red. He's like, so Chinese people really don't. It's not really racism, but like they really don't like other people other than Chinese people.
No. They just don't know them, right? They don't understand them at all, right? So, like, okay, have you ever met somebody who had never met a black person up until like the 2000s or 2006, 2007, something?
Yeah, mostly
like one of these motherfuckers who lived in America.
Mostly in Asia, but yeah, no, I've met a lot of people.
No, I met white people, right, throughout my life who had never met black people in their entire lives, right? Like I had met motherfucking white people in America who had never seen black people, right? And like fucking they lived in like Iowa or Wisconsin or whatever. Like they had never met a black person, right? I mean, now that's like super duper rare because they've spread these motherfuckers everywhere, right?
So here's what's interesting. So they send one guy to China. He's doing this whole like, oh, you're disrespecting me. You're racist because you said these things. Like a lot of black people, a lot of Chinese people do this to him because, like you said, they've literally never seen a black person. And so they're talking shit about him because they've never seen one before, right? And so like, oh, look at this black weirdo, blah, blah, blah. And or they'll say something like, this dude's black as fuck or something like that in Chinese, right? And he goes up to them and he starts talking shit to them like, oh, you shouldn't say that. You need to stop being racist, blah, blah, blah. But again, I've been to China. I'm telling you, like, you going up and criticizing them is like the only reason they don't like basically bury you in the backyard somewhere is because it'll be too expensive for them to pay off their way out of prison. Otherwise, you start disrespecting people over there, like they'll fucking chop you up. You know what I mean? Like they don't like that shit, So it's only out of fear that the government's gonna, get involved and they have to pay a bunch of money that they let this guy do this, right? So it's kind of weird. It's kind of like like in my opinion, this is kind of like a Stasi operation. This guy is like obviously from some other country. He's been sent over here to go learn the language, and then the first thing he does is become a quote unquote social media influencer. To like liberalize Chinese people, in my opinion. Okay, like other people may disagree or say, well,
all right. Well, here's the thing. I don't think it's a plot, right? I mean, it might be like government funded from like some country. Like, I wouldn't put it past, like one of those small African countries or even for real Great Britain, right? You know what I mean? To fucking stand here and like, run this as an, right? I would not put it past them, right? As a thing, or America or France, right? France is another one. Motherfuckers lunch on France. But, it's a very good possibility that this is just a dude out here doing what dudes do. Because this ain't the first time. Right? You remember, who was that fucking weirdo dude who ended up getting, like, arrested? Fucking, like, fucking around and getting ages. There's, like, a big-ass streamer that had that happen to him.
Vitaly, I think, is one of them. Vitaly was
one.
Johnny Somali.
Johnny Somali.
Yeah, he got fucked up. It's funny because Pilliter knew one of the guys who was like out there with him, and that dude almost got fucking like killed because he's a Korean guy, and the Korean mafia was getting involved. The reason why Johnny Somali got messed up is he started fucking with the Korean mafia, and the Korean mafia were like, I think they made some calls like, no, this guy's gonna disrespect us, like get this guy wrapped up. So yeah, it's pretty weird. Like they were like pretty much the Korean mafia like almost killed Johnny Somali, and he still kept doing it. You know what I mean? I think that's the problem. That's just how it runs over there. Like the mafias run the streets in Asia. Like people think they like it's the mafia still run shit. You know what I mean? You can't just run around saying whatever you want to people.
Well, I mean, like. Literally, like the fucking mafia over there, it's like mafia here, right? You know what I mean? Like they're part, street gang, part motherfucking drug cartel, You know what I mean? Part goddamn fucking like fucking food charity. You know what I mean? Part housing charity. Part job fucking, you know what I mean, coordinators and shit. Right? Like they handle like a lot of the social aspects, but that's how it's supposed to work. Right? You're supposed to have like local institutions that do shit for like your people. You know what I mean? In like local areas. So the government doesn't have to fucking be involved the whole way into your family structure. You know what I mean?
But what I'm saying is like the fact that this guy can get away doing this in China is like like I'm extremely skeptical of like how he's able to do this. You know what I mean? Like I don't care how famous you are. Like if you just go around talking shit to Chinese people, I just have a really tough time believing that this dude is not like getting into trouble. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I don't know what the deal is, but yeah, something.
I mean,
something
like
doesn't add up to me.
it's one of those like who knows types of deals. You know what I mean? Hell, this sponsored by the Chinese government.
Well,
By the Chinese government. You know what I mean?
Maybe though. I mean, but that's the thing is like, well, does that mean that the Chinese government wants to get liberalized and start bringing Africans from Senegal over there because they're whatever? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like it means that the Chinese know that they're running out of people, like in a bad way.
Let's see here. Sorry, I'm trying to find the next clip I have. Let me see. I'm looking through some stuff. And I'm inviting Pillator. He might be showing up in a little bit, so we'll see. Let's see. Okay, this one might be one. Oh, you're not there. All right, let's see.
Sustainable levels, right?
It does because of water. It's a water thing. So most major cities, metropolitans are built around water.
Hello. Yo, what's up?
Oh boy.
Your audio is pretty good.
I don't know if I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Oh shit.
Testing. I don't know if I can hear you.
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now.
All right, cool. Yeah.
Sorry, this is like my other Discord account where I check in on people and what they're doing, and it's just kind of.
Yeah,
because it's just like I have a bunch of like there's gang stalker hubs, and that's why I use this like secret account to just go in and just be like, they don't know who I am, and then it's like, oh, here's what they're planning. They're planning on some criminal activity, something like that.
No, I'm glad. No, it's good. It's good to. Yeah, I try to keep low key on Discord too, because it's just a lot of weird ass shit. But
no, it is. I still have like servers from like people who are like stalking me, add them often, and that's why I tread carefully on here, because these are literally like Telegram. I trust Telegram because like people know what they're doing and they hate America. It's anti-liberal, but Discord works in the confines of the American system, so it's like that's also. I think Discord's much worse. And it's just the technology. It's just data heavy. It's supposed to be for gaming. It's the worst people who create a virtual EverQuest reality, use it. So it's like, it's just everything's bad about it.
Yeah, and
I always like Discord, bro. Like, Discord's fucking like you can like there's some shitty ass places, but like there used to be some really great places.
Who's Diogenes? So it's like somebody friended me, and I'm like, "Who's Diogenes?" I'm like, "Hi."
Diogenes? I think that's a type.
Diogenes, Little Wumbo from Craig Cord.
I used to know a motherfucker named Diogenes.
Okay, going back here, but yeah, it's just I hardly go into Discord, so it's like going in, it's like I tread carefully all the time.
Yeah, I don't know. I always heard like Telegram was for feds.
Well, it's like, that's funny you're saying that, because it's like I'm on Telegram all the time and I say Discord's for feds. Then you could be on Discord and say, no, Telegram's for feds. And it's like, this is the whole G7 versus BRICS. It's like, I believe G7 is Discord related, its own American operated. Well, Telegram is the BRICS opposition. So both of them are creating echo chambers saying, don't trust the other. It's like a Cold War scenario.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, because I've been on Discord since like its inception. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, fucking, I've been around Discord.
Yeah, when Discord came out, yeah, it was like that's how Unite the Right was formed.
Yeah, like Discord, like they've had whole like overthrows of governments and shit. You know what I mean? And like fucking Asia on fucking Discord. They elected a president one time.
Right. I mean, that's where I joined in too back in 2016 because it was new. It was being used ironically because it was supposed to be for gaming. And then when there was this space where we're talking right now, there was no Twitter Spaces. Google Hangouts wasn't that good because it was public. So it's like there was a lot of things that excelled in Discord, such as like the virtual village, which helped make things like Unite the Right and other things. But then it just became honeypotting, and it's all the time that happens.
I think he keeps getting kicked out because he's getting phone calls or something. So he'll be back. Yeah, let me show you. You want to watch some clips and stuff because I want to kill some time because soon Machine will be in here and I want to cover something specifically. Did you see the
Yeah, he just called him a faggot, and that was that.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think Wilson was being way too aggressive at the start. Like he was being tardy. Like, this is my boxing match. I'm the winner before it even began. It's like, well, if you go into an argument knowing that he hates you, it's like, well, fuck you. It doesn't matter what we're saying because you're not going to learn anything. That's just like the gangster mentality.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. And again, it's very striking to me that like Giorgiani's doing this whole thing.
And then Giorgiani's setting himself up by saying, well, all monotheism are pedophiles. Yeah, it's exactly. Like the psyops are saying, like, don't be a Christian, but I don't like Jews either. So what are you? A liberal atheist. Like, okay, that's what we were up against in the assumption.
A liberal Satanist, hello.
And it's like, the funny part is how much of these figures that were on countercurrents, I use that all the time, are subverting. Oh, and by the way, Jared Taylor got arrested in France. Yeah, he got arrested. So it's like he was at the countercurrents meeting in Rome, Italy, talking about the woes and worries of whites in America. Well, you're not existing there. It says, here's our pitch to a benevolent billionaire that will save the white race. Attends a far-right French, and they arrest him. That's what the billionaires think about you. So what are you going to do? It's just not that it's doom and gloom and black-pilled. It's just that they don't believe their own shit.
Sorry, I was across the room. I mean, I didn't know he was arrested, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's like Jared Taylor gets arrested in France for talking about French survival, but only just a week ago talking in Italy about a benevolent English-speaking billionaire that will help the white race. Do you really think it works like that when the billionaire has sent the cops on you for freedom of speech in a country that doesn't believe in it? It just doesn't make sense. The countercurrents method of like Malthusian elitism does not make any sense whatsoever. It's a bad uphill battle, and they know it. They're all just stabbing their back now.
Right, Machine, welcome. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are both here because I wanted to show you guys some stuff. But and I think Gorilla will be here probably once he gets situated. But But yeah, yeah, the whole thing with watching Uncle Jared Taylor, I mean, just really become a shell of whatever I thought he might have been. It's so
Well,
fake. So fake
I
and gay,
think,
honestly.
I think he's behind a lot of it. I think he was a teacher to Nick Fuentes' and Patrick Casey and all these other figures' success. And he showcases them at American Renaissance. And he knows in 10-year investment, that's what they will do for him. It easily works like that. So again, if Jared Taylor was to ever pass away, it's hard to say there would even be a white nationalist institution, what quote and brand name, unless there's going to be a gay Satanist that will take it over, which we're seeing now. And what does that mean? It just means honeypotting.
It'll probably be Johnny or fucking Richard Spencer.
Or Greg Johnson being, that's what I'm saying. Greg Johnson's like the puppeteer behind it all. And then you're going to have a Bronze Age pervert say his Malthusian takes of supporting clavicular. And it's just, it's a part of the whole big tent egalitarian de-radicalization program. That's all it is. It's just like, you're angry at the system, let me be your friend and let me take intel on you. That's all it is. And it's like, people ask, are there solutions? Are there alternatives? I think people are mad, but they have to work with a system that hates them. And this is like why I brought up on, NPC's show about, I'm pretty sure people watching NPC know that this is the strategy too. And, that's why talk of science fiction and transhumanism is the same as transgenderism. And I do not see that in the dialogue. And if it is in the dialogue, they are downplaying it really hard because they think it's too absurd, or they just can't fathom the belief because they don't want to understand it.
Yeah, and Machine, if you want to invite Fatima or anybody like that, you can, because I would like to explore the esoteric Maoism thing, but I wanted to ask Pilliter this, which is, I know, like a big distraction, and welcome back, Gorilla. Really quick, because I appreciate all you guys' time, because some of the stuff we're going to talk about is pretty heavy. And with this question I'm going to ask Pilliter, I think you'll realize how fucking heavy it is. Pilliter, can you tell us the connection between antinatalism, white nationalism, and bestiality and stuff like that?
Okay, so it's like three different things. Okay, before we talk about bestiality, I think it's important. I think maybe white nationalism should be more important, because one, it seems like when we said white nationalism 30 years ago, it referred to nationalists who were white adjacent, meaning any forms of nationalism, which was not French or German. It just meant mutt nationalism. So if you're in America, my parents are French, Irish, German, Hungarian, and I see another white, it's like black nationalism, but you put the Black Panthers and you put it to white people, and that's white nationalism. And that's more associated, I believe, with National Socialism or Hitlerian ideals that came from George Lincoln Rockwell, which then evolved into William Pierce's mystical, like you talk, Satanist thing, the Church of Cosmotheism and things like that, and against the cosmopolitan world and all these like esoteric terms, which then get translated from Julius Evola and Savitri Devi and the esoteric parts, which then, goth subculture in the 80s and 90s were really into the esoterica. Things on 4AD records were like that. And that was kind of their target audience. In other words, the George Lincoln Rockwell types, they were fighting an uphill battle. And yet when he was assassinated, everyone turned into a Hell's Angel biker, which, Hunter Thompson, would interview and find out a majority of Hell's Angels, flew the swastika or the SS bolts because it meant white pride and integrity. So white nationalism is a way to rekindle that interest of, let's not be socialist, let's be nationalist, right? So whenever you say the word National Socialist, it's kind of a denial of the American capitalist liberal system. One, you're saying a nationalist. You're not cosmopolitan like William Pierce is. And two, you're a socialist. You must be for Stalin and Mao. So how can a National Socialist, a Nazi, coexist in a liberal system? They can't. So Nazism becomes the most offensive political ideology ever. And so they translated it a very Susan Sontag way, where Sontag would say, communism is fascism with a happy smile. In other words, communism and fascism should be demoralized because they're authoritarian, totalitarian. And then all of a sudden, the Holocaust, starting around the 60s and 70s, becomes this kind of cudgel of 6 million Jews. And that is why I guess Nazism is bad, even though we could talk about, Robert Conquest talks about communism and the 10 million, 6 million, the Holodomor and things like that. But that just leaves a bigger wound open for the Holocaust industry, as Norman Finkelstein would say. Now, of course, I'm going through a linear narrative of what happened, but you talk about bestiality and Satanist part. Well, again, I think in the 90s that white nationalism was this punk rock thing, and then just got nicey nice because, again, if the integrity of being a liberal means you have to be the operator of a European, admixture European person, well, who can be white is kind of a class thing, rather. And so for a very long time, writers like Neuro Jack would say things like a treason to whiteness is loyalty to humanity. In other words, they changed the definitions that whiteness now means class, or the peculiar interest of a Malays, deracinated people, like Emil Durkheim would say, to mean that we're not French, we're not German, we're this thing of nothing. So they're finally criticizing egalitarianism, but in a democratic lens, or left central lens. But this is just I think a psyop to further push, the white privilege narrative that began in the late 90s. I think a lot of that has jaded Gen X to a point where it just made the alternative right possible in the late 2000s. As for the bestiality part, the only thing I can reference is that Nick Land said in a joke tweet that he found a website called, I think it was a magazine for zoophiles. Those are people who have sex with or are sexually interested in animals. And he found an article that said, a Super Mario 64 speedrunning guide for a zoophile. And Nick Land retweeted it and said, fascinating. Like, that's the joke. But I think Nick Land, with his theories on accelerationism and criticizing David Harvey's time and space and compression through that communist lens, I think what he's really saying is that people eventually eat each other up. In other words, they treat others like animals, or something like that. Maybe I'm just pondering here what Nick Land is trying to say in the actual mind of someone who, like Douglas Spinks, who went to Ivy League education, and his whole crusade was animal sexual relationships with animals, which even Peter Singer would argue. And so here's the note to antinatalism. Peter Singer, the godfather of applied ethics, and the trolley question: would you kill 100 people to save one important person, or kill the one important person to save 100 people? The elite care about killing more people to save the chosen few. And that sounds very Jewish in design. And I think that is definitely on purpose. And so what's happening is that most of what we call the right wing, or people who self-identify the right wing, isn't so much libertarian logic of statism or tradition or anything about Julius Evola or race. This seems to be just a big tent umbrella term that describes anything which is anti-liberal. But often their conclusions are very faulty. And some of their faulty conclusions is we should be prude about who we have sex with. We should not let other people who have children survive. And this is like an E.O. Wilson arcade strategy. And by the way, people say I'm name dropping here. I'm not name dropping. I'm using fellow citations that are used.
That's what's funny is Richard Spencer just made this argument that he was going to make to Andrew Wilson. He's like, well, only the strongest should reproduce.
Yeah, that's social Darwinian. And that is the enemy that we're facing. And that is all what the right wing believes. And so here's the funny part. If you liked the right wing because it was about tradition, family, natalism, and then the head honchos like Greg Johnson write a book about Batman and the right wing, and they say Batman is a good guy because he's a rich oligarch who deserves the rule, or that Bronze Age pervert is writing a book about how selective breeding created philosophy and eugenics, they're also assuming there was a dysgenics program, as Richard Lynn would say, that they're trying to eliminate unwanted things. And this is kind of gets into queer culture and what the left has argued against the right. And the concept is that you cannot exist in a perfect white nationalist world if you're not whiter than thou. And so that's an even more funnier part of this. And ultimately, why I kind of disassociate now with a lot of right-wing things is because their intentions are good, for racial survival, but the conclusion is liberal. Countercurrent says we're not left, we want right, we just want white genocide off the menu. Well, it doesn't matter if the population of whites are 2 million in the future. They still exist. The 14 words say that they must secure the future existence of white children, but nowhere does it say it will grow them. And this is the antinatalist part. The 14 words does not support natalism. It just says existence. So if whites were to die by another white Holocaust tomorrow and there's only 2 million whites left, that's okay. So they're really treating white people as second-class Jews. And who is white is just someone who else lives in Ohio. And if you were with the beautiful Japanese woman, they would say that's wrong because that's not white. And so there's some counter argument saying, no, she is white. Well, then what is white? And again, this is kind of like what E. Michael Jones argues as well, about how Catholics, Protestants, and Jews were naming things based on religion rather than identity. A German person's not going to say they're white. A Russian person is not going to take the side of Ukraine. They want to take Ukraine back. And I think in 2022, that was the problem, is that when Russia went to war with Ukraine, it fell short of the so-called ethno-nationalist message that whites are just going to be no more brother wars and all that. And as I just said, if Countercurrents has a meeting in Rome, Italy, and not America, talking about how to save white people in America, and their only solution is to pitch to a benevolent billionaire who's like George Soros to save the white race, and that's their only happen, and then Jared Taylor a week later speaks in France and gets arrested, that is what billionaires think of you. That they do not care. And so I'm just going to see more Sorelian violent actions in the future, more of this white jihadist thing. And or otherwise, we have to recorrect a lot of the faulty arguments Richard Spencer, Greg Johnson, and Andrew Wilson are making for a part of this Thiel-funded ex-PragerU edgy American Republicans that have an eclectic mix of things which are anti-liberal but exist in the liberal paradigm. And this is kind of like what Gabriel Rockhill is also saying about the culture industry as well. So again, I've been trying to write about it. I'm not the best at writing, but it's amazing what people will do to shut you up if it includes CIA agents, gangbots, and Indians on X, X and you. And one more thing to conclude. You ever noticed on YouTube and X that it's all negative? Go on YouTube feeds right now. It's all about this product is dying. Everyone hates it. This fake kind of populism to get you going. And if you go on Reddit, everything is happy. It's a hug box because I want to consume, I want to buy things, and it makes things much better. So Reddit is all happy and YouTube and X is all negative. And I think it's designed that purpose for you to control you. So we have to throw out that ideal that there is this culture war or Gramscian permanent revolution politics. And yet here they are. This is what PhDs do. They all are a part of this fake Trotskyist program to control the narrative that they think is Gramscian, and it just doesn't work. We have the ability to talk and to write, but you will easily see who gets platformed by profit incentives and think tanks.
I don't think that like fucking the term white is like the proper term. I think white is a very I hate to use leftist term, but it's colonial. Right? It's literally like it's a new world term. Right? And the reason is because like white it meant Spanish, it meant French, it meant British, it meant Dutch. Right? And then later on, like late 20th century started being like Italians and Turks and fucking Slavs and whatever the case is. Right? And later on immigrants who were kind of white. I think white, and I don't think white is the right term. I think that's half our fucking problem when we're talking about this shit, is that we're using the wrong goddamn term. Like we have to have something actual to latch onto that isn't like Western civilization or European or fucking white. I think that's fucking bad and dumb, and I think it's just wrong as an in general structure.
Right. I mean, I was talking to this with Neuro Jack the other day of being with the guy Nine Tails on the NPC stream, but when people when I'm throwing these terms like David Harvey or E. Michael Jones or Gabriel Rockhill, that's not name dropping. That's citation with information that has already been said in the past and basically problems that have been solved. And if people do not understand these terms, well, the whole point is to read it in a book, understand what's going on, because certainly they have a deck of cards where they know names like Caleb Maupin and Peter Maupin, and they certainly don't want you to hear those names in conversation. It becomes verboten. And then there's other idols that is esoteric in their group, like Timothy Morton, that they know what they're talking about. And so to answer back to Neuro Jack about antinatalism, the underlying philosophy right now of the West is that capital is privatized. It is not an Anthropocene of humanity. It's an anti-Anthropocene to put capital up front to make sure that if you want more wealth, you have to depopulate that G7 arena. And the BRICS world doesn't believe that. It grows, and colonizes states and transhumanism, but only in America. The Lake Tahoe resort with the selected white male, Asian female eugenics program can happen, but is only rewarded if you say certain manners, political correctness. And I think that's fumbling apart where the late millennial and early Z kid is understanding that it's not even worth it because you live a lying life to get breadcrumbs for this old, outdated operating system.
Can I push back on you real quick, man? What BRICS country has a positive fucking?
Well, I'm just referring to China and other associates.
Yeah, I mean, none of them, like, they're all way worse than the West. Like, way worse than the West. Like, than any country in the West. Like Brazil's birth rate's like 1. China's birth rate, oh my God, it might be 0.6. Who knows? Right? Because, like, their fucking numbers are fucking bad. Right? South Africa, you know what I mean? Like, their white population's fleeing. Russia, like, is like 1.2. Right? Like, they're like, none of these countries have a positive birth rate, and I get that they're trying, you know what I mean? But, like, they've cosmopolitanized themselves. They urbanize themselves so hard that, you know what I mean? Like, they can't have kids. None of them have kids.
I guess then the only solution would be enter the G7 rings and work under, I think that's what's happening. Many Indians and Chinese and Brazilians are moving to America under the plan of the American spirit dream, quote unquote, and then breaking the rules by going to San Francisco and New York and then having kids initiative with a busted welfare program that allows non-whites to be more natalists while the whites, the second class Jews and the others depopulate. So I guess, like I said before, we are in a system that you can only work within the belly of the beast and then change the whim of the belly beast of what you're doing. So in order to get values across, exactly work in those, say, China, India, Russia, you abuse G7 from within to destroy it.
Right. I mean, I kind of agree. Right. But I think the structure is I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of pro, you know what I mean, the population fucking shrinking, because that means the government has to fucking fall apart, right? Because if you don't have more people to pay in for these social welfare programs that are the baseline of their reason why they hold power, you know what I mean, other than the food thing. I mean, they're always gonna be able to provide food. I don't know why anybody. I always hear people scream, "Oh, we're gonna run out of food." No, we're not. That's dumb. But you know, I mean, their social welfare programs of Social Security and Medicare and that type of shit. That shit stops working when you have less people. You know, I mean, when you don't have the tax base to be able to continue to fuck the system, right? And so the structure of the nation state as a whole falls apart. And you get back to local structures and community structures, and family structures, and smaller institutions that are more positive for everybody around you. You know what I mean? And for the white race as a whole. You know what I mean? Because all of a sudden, family becomes important, ethnos becomes important, your people become important only because you have to interact with them every day. You know what I mean? You have to deal with them in order to survive. You need multi-generational living comes back to being a fucking thing. You know what I mean? And I think that's really where the big structural problem is in the idea of the industrial idea of this is where I agree with Richard Spencer, the whole nuclear family thing. It's fucking stupid. It's an aberration. Right? It's only because early industry. I mean, there was massive population growth and there massive amounts of income wealth being generated that allowed for it.
I do agree that I take the David Brooks stance that the nuclear family was clearly built, but I take the Marxist stance on capitalist incentive that only the man works, the woman stays at home, she's given socialism. And yes, that works on paper, but you have to have a particular zeitgeist and Christian upbringing for that. And if that falls apart, well, it just shows you how much the economy is a demand economy and everything is just this fake zeitgeist and everything isn't a credit. I mean, what is credit? It's clearly an imaginary number. It's nothing. It's just a crossfire on your head. And I think there's been extended families and clans and types of, I wouldn't say polygamy, but types of like sisterhoods, brotherhoods that, the whole nuclear family was only brought up post World War II to basically create a egalitarian desire for all the men that were used for war, and they had to create war brides out of it so they would say good things about capitalism, as Lenin would call the aristocracy of labor. And once that went away, well, then now people are upset because it was clearly a wealth boom in a time where America entered the European stage, and that fell apart really fast. The suburbs were supposed to be cities, but it was aborted halfway through with car culture.
I don't think the suburbs were supposed to be cities, right? I think the suburbs were supposed to be housing for the management class and housing for deracinated whites escaping, like the cities, right? It was created like that. Like, this is where the term white came out in the modern sense, right? Where it's like, it's no longer, just like an Anglo-Saxon, in the U.S. in the United States. It's no longer like the Anglo-Saxon, Germanic, like original heritage. It's, everybody who escaped the cities, running away from the blacks who were imported to break the fucking unions in places like Detroit or fucking Chicago, Pittsburgh, whatever the case is.
At the same time, I take an E. Michael Jones stance and say that the creation of the suburbs was kind of a psychological warfare to feed into the creation of liberalism. That liberalism is based upon property, that you have to own a house in order to really control your destiny. And honestly, the only smart ones sold their houses, became like Donald Trump. And it's just the new ghetto, basically the white suburbs. That's actually what's happening right now. And the funny part is, but it wasn't like that, of course, 70 years ago. But that was a part of the psychological warfare. It was to get the whites.
Because it just got built 70 years ago. You know what I mean? They're just falling apart now. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just think instead of, if wealth really made sense, you would kind of urbanize and then get more housing for your own children and keep building and building and getting higher. But it just stops because, just like you said, managerialism is a type of private property. Private property stagnates because the individual gets to decide if it grows or not. If they had a choice, they would sit on their ass and watch TV all day.
I think we got to discuss petroleum too. Like, you have to discuss oil with all this. Right? It's energy that allows all those to exist.
Yeah, I get for the oil part. I would just think gas has to do with cars, honestly. The refusal for public transportation and building metros and trolleys and things like that. The whole point is the car represents the individual. You get in a car, you can go to New York, go to Manhattan a day from Harrisburg on your own free will. But then if you do that to everyone, then it creates, traffic jams, car accidents, gas, whatever green politics you want to get into, but it's just unnecessary and it just further isolates you being free because I can do whatever I want, and the First Amendment and the Second Amendment protects me.
I mean, all right, man, listen. So let's talk about this, right? Because I think it's energy that allowed for all this to exist. I think like all this philosophy and like ideas and shit are all just post hoc. I think that what ended up happening was we ran into like a fucking energy source that is so goddamn like dense calorically that it allowed us to become like these atomized individuals, and everybody could survive at home without anybody else, right? Especially with the advent of oil. Like, you can see like the advent of oil, like, and the consumption of energy in North America, in the world as a whole, completely combined, and like the line goes directly corollary with fucking population, right? So like, it's the ability to like transport food, it's the ability to stand here and transport goods, it's the ability to fucking move human beings from one place to another for like work. Right? It's all this shit when it comes down to it. Refrigeration, electricity, just keep going down the fucking line, right? And this is like the growth of cities. Like, before the advent of electricity, or before the advent of fucking oil, the vast majority of the population was ruralized. You had like fucking 70-80% of the population was rural, right? And then after oil, became ubiquitous, the population of the cities, was like 80%. Just completely like flipped over because of the ability to produce food and move goods and transport human beings and all that type of shit. I think that's something that we really don't look at as a structure. And when it comes down to it, and the ROI, the ROIE, return on energy investment, fucking the return on energy invested, right? Fucking like it has dropped in recent years because like no matter how much money you throw at the problem, you can't like continue to have it like have the same returns. Like it's not it doesn't happen, and it's not corollary. It's like exponential, right? And then like the downside's also the same way. The same with human beings as far as production is concerned, right? So I think that's something that we have to like really look at as a thing.
Well, part of my argument is that if Whitey's running the world and Whitey wants resources for itself, why is it giving resources to the rest of the world and hurting itself? Like, wouldn't it be easier to just keep all the resources for the Western nations and keep everybody away from it? Or is there some other purpose of bringing everybody into the fold? And
Americans are expensive. Whites are expensive. That's why. White populations are expensive to hire. Unions, expectation of, bathroom breaks, hourly salaries, productions, labor laws, all this, like EPA regulations, all this shit. Why not offshore your shit someplace where you could pay somebody 50 cents a fucking day to do labor of somebody who costs $47 an hour? You know what I mean? That's the mentality.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of this is just really goes back to the ideology of sameness, the Western world projecting upon every single non-white for the transhumanist crusade to make them white like us, which then creates an entire culture of gayness and antinatalism. And now that everyone's gay, and what I mean by gay is that we treat each other like individuals. There's no difference between men and women, and honestly, we're just denied until we're these things judged on fake meritocracy of how interesting our personalities are. And that's why we have transgendered men who are cutting their dicks off and thinking liking breakcore is somehow a sexuality. This is something that is pretentious among G7 because it believes that it has the technology to escape the body and to be more than with the natural world. And this is why I support BRICS, is because BRICS is the natural world. It believes in race, believes men and women are different. It believes in violence. It believes the concept that work and the space you inhabit. And unfortunately, it's not that I'm a green political eco-fascist, but I know that for a human to self-discover in the meaning of philosophy, to find wisdom, is to come back to your existence, your authenticity as who you are as a human being and what your desires are as a desire producing. And I think the American system really just wants to destroy you if you are having some level of power conflict to assert yourself, even though it takes pride in it.
Yeah, I'm anti-nation state as an in general structure, right? I agree with like the global South on a lot of issues, in particular like the Muslims and how they things, right? But I don't think that like they're going to win, and I don't think that they're going like the powers that be here are going to let that shit happen easily. I think that like they're gonna fucking throw bodies into the meat grinder to defend their fucking position, right? Because they feel like they're entitled to the shit. It's that whole like Voltaire. You know what I mean? Like I don't let the earthquake have fucking power over me. You know what I mean? I don't let the earth have power over me, so I'm not going to say the earthquake exists, right? You know, like these motherfuckers have been delusional for way too fucking long, and they've been able to hold on to that delusion because of the fact that, like, you know, they've had massive amounts of energy and massive amounts of resources, and they could stand here and like use capital however the fuck they saw fit, like, cause they own it. You know what I mean? Rather than like having like fucking communal ownership or like fucking any type of commons, any type of generation shit. And this is the other big thing too, right? So when you talk about places like the Netherlands, which has like massive oil, and it might not be the Netherlands, it might be fucking like Denmark. I think it's Denmark. Either way, fucking like they have all this oil and they don't pump it all out at once, right? Because they understand that this is a long-term resource. Right? And it's the same thing. Like it's completely opposite with America, where it's like, oh, you found oil? Well, you own that oil. You can pump all of it out tomorrow, right? You know what I mean? And it's priced in fucking quarterly, fucking like your quarterly prices. It's not priced in like what will my son need it for? Well, my grandson, my great grandson, my great great grandson, and that's something that we've lost as a structure is generational thinking. And I don't think the BRICS has that either. I don't think they have like the idea of like understanding that like fucking things are generational. You know what I mean? Like they still have like that short term fucking thing because they have to compete with the West. I think that's something that, you know, I mean, we as a society have to come to terms with, is that we're not individuals, we're part of a lineage, and there's more of us coming after this. But and that's the structure of, you know, I mean, where the whiteness like gets in the fucking way. And I mean, we're like, oh well, you know, fucking if we're a people, if we're an ethnos, then like we have an issue of where we owe something to the next generation of our people. We owe like fucking, you know what I mean, like a respect and a fucking what's the word I'm looking for here? We have to be like stewards of things that they're gonna own, and they don't have that. Right? That would wreck the entire fucking structure and system. And so that's why I push on that shit on my Substack. You know what I mean? That's what I've been really getting into is like, you know what I mean, the stewardship aspect and the understanding that like if we should have generational ideologies. You know, and until we have that, we're going to continue to remain broken as people.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. Yes. But I mean, I don't have the solutions right now, but I always thought that we have the ability to speak and say what's on our minds. And I think there's a lot of people who have the same anti-liberal sentiments we do. But the point is, it's all scrambled. And I think this scrambling is on purpose to basically make us exist and enjoy the existence of whatever beast we're under. But at the same time, once we assert our influence, that's when they come down on us. And I think it's almost a Jesus Christ struggle to do that. And I think the whole point of philosophy and application is to, you know, criticize and change what's going on and to re-educate and reinterpret against rivals and oppositions that just don't want us to exist. And we exist. And if we exist, we must use our might to fight again. And again, it sounds very Darwinian to make a long story short, but I wouldn't go that way because we can construct new worlds and we construct and we know our desires are correct. It's just how we create the best arguments for it in order to, you know, convince through rhetoric that we have, right? And again, I don't believe this whole we're all agree, we're all on the same page. No, there's definitely an agenda going about, and they're trying to sniff out oppositions which are anti-liberal, and I believe, you know, that's bad, and it should be doing what you have. You know, if you're doing communitarianism, and I'm doing my own esoteric XA thing, it's an art project essentially, but it's an important art project because new people are going to discover it, just like they did years ago with, you know, Church of Euthanasia or the Anti-Sexual Threshold or some white nationalist or a NAMBLA page, right? And this makes a sense to what we can conceive of these thoughts. We can conceive of possible worlds. The problem is people are not ready to see those possible worlds. And so with today, it's exciting to live in because we have all the technology and interesting to convince the rhetoric of the possible world and the faulty arguments that could change people's minds. It's not like we're all blank slates, but there are better arguments to go against faulty arguments that people jump off a cliff unnecessarily for.
Well, like, you know, like as long as like here's my big problem that I've had, right? Like over my time period of creating content is that like that shadow ban shit where like I'm not allowed to fucking grow, right? Has really been a detriment because if they would have just let me be, you know what I mean, and let my arguments reach, you know what I mean, like the masses as a whole, you know what I mean, I'd have like fucking 6, 7, 8 million fucking subs on YouTube right now. Right, you know what I mean? And we wouldn't be having this fucking conversation this way. Everybody would already be on this fucking level. Right? But, you know what I mean? On Substack, listen, I'm growing, dude. I'm growing. Like, I'm growing fucking fast, too. Right? Like, I'm up to like 1,300 fucking subs at this point on fucking Substack. Right? And it moves quick. Right? And I think one of the big things is yeah, the arguments are great, but also it's the works. Like one of my recent articles was an article that like blew up. It was called The Trade Scam, right? Where I sat here and I broke down, you know, I mean, the different trades and like, or the problem with the trade schools that everybody's pushing for the younger people and shit. And then, you know, I mean, showed people how to get around them and showed the kids how to get around them. You know what I mean? And I told everybody, I was like, you want fucking answers, you know, you want help, let me know, hit me up in the DMs. And they have been, and I've been answering. Right? And just gaining crazy amounts of subs because it's the works, right? Like we have to like live our motherfucking philosophies and shit, right? We have to stand like if you want to have stewardship, you want to have this like this idea of, you know, what I mean, like, oh, you know, fucking white people and all this stuff. You have to help other whites, right? You have to fucking stand here and look out for the future. You have to like go, hey, listen, I know you're part of the next generation, but like you're not my competition. Right? You're, you know what I mean, like, you know what I mean, the next generation. And I want you to understand that like the old heads give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like we care. Right? We understand this shit's hard. And nobody helped us. Right? So we're gonna give you the fucking path that we found. Right? And I think that is the biggest part of this, and that's the part that like is the biggest issue, is the fact that, and this is where like a lot of the hatred comes from too, from like left, is they hate their parents. Right? And their parents deserve to be hated because they fucking suck. You know what I mean? Right. They weren't. Right. Yeah, you know, me and you got to be like on that level where it's like, yeah, listen, nah, I'm going to treat you good. You know what I mean? I'm going to treat, you know what I mean, like my kids good. I'm going to treat my people good. Right? Because we want them to be tied to us later. Go ahead, man.
Right. And it's so true because we live in sorry to say this, but it's this very Christian society that says never hate your parents. You are free when you know that you hate your parents. And when you say you hate your parents, you can only then to do better. It's like this. If you want to be a better white nationalist, you have to hate white people. It's hard to even fathom that. It's not like a Catholic thing, but it goes to show you that your freedom rests on you discovering the truth. And if you're in denial about it, saying, oh, my dad was abusive and beat me up, but he's still a good father, then you've lost because you're under the control again of you don't even have a life. And I think there's an entire messed up generation that's repressed by that. And it turns out the most normal people hate their parents.
Yeah. Like we have to reinstall the contract, right? Between like parents and kids and grandparents, all that type of shit. Like the contract has to be reinstated. Right. And that might mean, and this is a big thing too, right? So like I tell people, like, I'm taking care of my dad right? Not because he was a good dad, because he was a piece of shit as an in general thing, right? He was more worried with like getting drunk, getting high, going to the fucking bar than ever being a dad to me. You know what I mean? Like when I was locked up, that motherfucker told me, I asked him, I need a place to go when I get out. And he told me, nah, man, I can't because I'll end up fucking getting divorced. Right? These are the fucking type of parents that like I had. But right. I have to take care of him because my kids have to fucking see that shit. You know what I mean? So they understand when they get older that they're going to have to take care of me. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, it's basically bad behavior, honestly, because I always think that bad behavior not comes from trauma releasing, but actually comes from a post-scarcity mindset. The reason why somebody does drugs and does all these bad things, not to be a tough guy, because it's this kind of bleak nihilism where they feel that they have a certain amount of power over everyone else. It is a form of low IQ, but it's also a form of selfishness, knowing what they're doing is wrong and they're doing it anyway. So it shows you a better reason to hate them.
Yeah, and I mean, like they're like, no, what it really is it's the fact that like they as a people, right? The baby boomers in particular, right? They as a people were taught that they were all that fucking exists. Yep. And every time somebody stood here and tried to make them exist as part of a structure, right, they ended up like fucking just straight rebelling, you know what I mean? And just going and getting high to deal with their bullshit. And they started getting drunk at a very young fucking age because they thought it was fucking cool, right? They thought that made them fucking like the hip guy, you know what I mean? Just go and fucking stand here and get fucking drunk and get high and hang out, whatever it was, because that was the fashion. And they never got past that point of understanding, you know what I mean, that like, you know, that's not, you know what I mean, like cool. You know what I mean, that's not like the awesome thing to do is to go get fucking high as shit all the fucking time. That's not something you're entitled to. Right?
Right. I mean, yeah, you know, I just think it's a form of stupidity.
You gotta break obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's stupidity. I honestly, I don't think it's stupidity. I think it's arrested development.
I mean, I do think, yeah, it's a generational for sure. I think we can all agree boomers had this pampered ideal that the country's 98% white. It's not going to go anywhere. It'll always be here tomorrow. And it's kind of this slacking mentality even Gen X has, that's pretty much nothing's going to change. And then when it does change, they're in their 70s and being like, how did it change? And then it's like, by that time, you have to create this like socialist bailout society that makes the 70-year-olds believe it's still like 1970 or 60 or something. And it just, that's what we're in right now. So it just tells me how fake the economy is. One little criticism is, I'm not saying that, you know, we make the stupid into smart, because if you have a smart, stupid person, they're going to cause more evil. And so some people are just evil. And that's the issue. That's why we have prison and things like that. And, you know, I think the problem with liberals is that their answer is, if everybody was smart and educated and politically correct, then we all be gay people. And it's just, that doesn't work either, because there's always someone going to be a wolf in sheep's clothing and abuse the poker game like that. And I think that's kind of the transhumanist colonialism that's trying to happen in the world, but I don't think it's working.
Town case in South Carolina. Verdict has come out not guilty. We see here how we get situated. Good person of color versus bad person of color. Mr. Chow, as a helpless, passive Chinese man, this 14-year-old got adultified, while also centering anti-blackness. Anti-blackness is foundational to this country. I am very sympathetic to the way Chinese people experience vitriol of a whole bunch of teen child slurs and things like that. Asians, young black boys and girls, America does not let them be children, forces them to justify that they're human beings. What happens when you're a 14-year-old child and your whole life you've been told that you pose a threat? We got to have that empathy. I know it's hard. This tragedy.
That the Chinese are oppressed.
Saying that, so there was this guy in South Carolina, a 14-year-old kid came in and tried to rob him, and he pointed a gun at them or something. And the Chinese guy who owns the shop like shot him and killed him, and he just got acquitted. And then now this a black guy and a Chinese guy is sitting together saying like, well, we need to understand that like black people are more abused than anybody else, and that they're we need to have more empathy with black people, because you know it's not his fault.
Well, I mean, it's just like the, you know, here's the funny part is the changes, the race. They're changed now. It's like Chinese man shoots. It's an Asian Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Second Amendment, Castle Doctrine. It all works. Play. Black kid thinks it's Africa, tries to rob a store, South Africa, doesn't work, gets shot. And then you can't blame Whitey and 1,000 years of oppression for that. It's a Chinese person. Now, how are you going to rewrite the narrative to say that Mao's China hates black people? If black people think Mao's China, America's against them.
Well, basically what they're saying is like, he's basically saying like black and yellow people, we have a common enemy. It's whitey, essentially, is what he's
Exactly. That's the reparation. That's the reparation thing, because reparations is the second class Jewry aspect. That means whites are going to act like Jews to pay off everyone else, and really, you can live your 1950s America if you're black and Asian, but whites are going to pay for it because it doesn't matter. They're living in Lake Tahoe and they get to be in their gated communities again with the Privatization Act, and Jews are probably engineering it.
But again, like, are the managerial whites really going to be paying this bill, or is it going to be the common guy who has like a $40,000?
The common guy, because it's Malthusian. It's the common guy. See, the rich people in Tahoe already have like a trust fund of $3 million, so they can pay for it. But to keep their profits intact, they have to extort the lower whites that are not wanted. They want to kill those white people. So then it creates this kind of, again, reparations gives me that. And another thing too, the one other thing is that there is this talk that if you say that we're all the same, you must include every single aspect. So if one aspect is being black, all sameness is blackness. Therefore, sameness is blackness. Does anybody want that?
It's funny too, because like these guys are wearing at least $1,000 wardrobe just between the two of them. They're wearing like designer clothes.
Oh yeah, so they don't even believe it. They don't even believe it. That's the funny part. Well, I mean, the Chinese guy's daughters already has a white boyfriend, so they're not bringing that part up, and it wins every time. So that's what's going to drive people crazy. So that's why I believe the Asian girl should be radicalized against this liberal mass of people.
That's the thing is like now they're very clearly pushing that like white girls need to date black guys or Chinese or whatever, just because it's got to be equal. It's got to be equal. Whatever.
Reparations. Reparations. Equity. The equity state. Equity. It's saying that even though there's a high demand for Asian girls, we're going to give you the fat black woman because we don't have at the welfare department. You stand in line. That's what's happening right now. And I think that was the Japan explosion in the 2010s where everybody wanted their elusive Japanese girlfriend and they didn't get it. So they had to best do it with Chinese or Korean. And that entire millennial Persian cat generation was, they had to double down and get another American Asian of sorts, and not what G7 promised. But now they're going to try to say a part of their psyops, it's Latinas just as good, Africans just as good, Indians just as good, and it's just not there. They're going to have to fabricate this evidence further. Manufacturing consent.
Illustration of the model minority man. We're seeing how it does a disservice to both the Chinese community and the black community. To the black community, a lot of things that we know about the Chinese people, we project onto their bodies. It comes from the way that white people have taught us to think about them.
I know that we can look at folks around us like they're our neighbors, not like they're threats. That narrative only
never understood why the Chinese guy sounds like a white person, but the black guy go day and dat and Buddha, Bada, Jav talk. You think it would be like Thomas Sowell at this point, but the jive is so powerful. It's almost mandatory. And I can do it and beat you with a stick. But the Chinese guy has to act like a soft white liberal. I mean, they're speaking us this in English. So it's almost like care.
That's why I'm playing this, is because it's a very sophisticated piece of propaganda. It looks like it's just two guys, grifting, but I'm telling you, like, they're definitely paid by some major players.
Yeah, some Jewish think tank of sorts that just doesn't. But again, it's like the one article you showed me about the Asian uprising, and things now when we say whiteness is bad, blackness is good. I've said this on the Luke Ford show. I said, listen, if whiteness means you're like stiff, nerdy, fascist, a bumpkin, what does blackness mean? Cool, sexy, cosmopolitan, wild, adventurous, right? So if sameness means accepting everyone, we're all the same, then black is a part of that math equation. So in order to be all the same, we all must be black, which would defeat the purpose of an ethno-plurality of difference, the right of dissociation, the right of difference. They want egalitarianism, that we have same abilities, but they also want to include the same character. So they got really upset over Eurasian children and white guys dating Asian girls because they weren't being black. They were being decent and looking for a healthy, wealth-building society. And so the only right now it's in this perpetual gunpoint, don't tease the black kid or he'll kill you, subtle civil war that's almost akin to South Africa. It is literally an equity reparation state that we're seeing.
What this video is saying, it's like, look, you might get killed by some random black kid, but it's worth the cost because look, other things are going on that you're not aware of, and like just trust the plan. Like,
well, then it's just reaffirming blacks are bioweapons. That's another part, that blacks, they cannot control blacks and their bioweapons to destroy neighborhoods.
Is like, see, the problem with this shit, this is what fucking makes me angry. Is like, this is literally some of the most racist stuff ever. Like, look, you just need to chill out. Like, look, yeah, like.
Well, this is why I call myself an Asian Aryan, is because it contradicts the text. Is it mad because of the word I used Aryan, or is it Asian Aryan because what do they say? You can't be an Asian Aryan. Aryan means like Indo-Aryan or blue high. How could you be well, that's what's happening. We're seeing a type of Asian Aryanism, and people are getting mad over a word. I mean, Chud the Builder, over a word than the outcome of what's happening. People can't even be proud to say, it's like this. The real word liberals don't like is no. The real word, the literal N word they don't like is no. When you say no and you have standards, I prefer this. Show me the evidence of a nice black girl that tries to look Asian and prefer white men. I'm pretty sure she'll be shot before she'll do it. And that shows you why dysgenics and social Darwinianism is so powerful, because they need stupid people to create capital and profit incentives for the smart people higher on the bell curve to do what they want. And they can be safe, sleazy, and Bushwick, and the poor people stay in Pennsylvania. And they're going to keep it like that way. And that's why there can't be any proletariat revolution. There's the labor of aristocracy. And these levels of meta-narratives that are happening, it's just so to a point where they want to eliminate everything and just say, all right, if you're out of a social Darwinian game to get a woman, just cut off your dick and now you're a trans person to break war.
Well, that's what's funny is like that's almost exactly what Richard Spencer was saying to Andrew Wilson. Like, look, this is a socialist communist plot to like get white people to stand up and take things over. Like, this is not trad. This is bullshit. You guys are all like a bunch of losers, and like you're gonna get ruled over by us, the white Anglo smart people, and it's pretty weird. Like.
Well, it's like this. I mean, this sounds a little cliche here, but you cannot be normal in this society. In American society, you have to be radical. If you have a high intelligence, you have to be radicalized. If you're not radicalized, you're going to die. And so in the American situation, you have to be radicalized. The point is, how do you articulate thoughts, praxis, and defend yourself in the public when you are yourself and not fall down to liberal, I'll kill you, because we all want to be the same.
Well, it's not us, it's not them.
My only challenge to us, do you see Chinese people through your eyes, through the eyes of white people? How do you understand
your eyes?
How it dictated the relationship between black Americans
you can't,
and Chinese
you cannot be motherfucking intelligent and still be fucking liberal. That dog don't on.
It's the point was liberalism is a game. You're the referee. But the problem is you're a referee to a game nobody wants to play anymore. So the referee's getting upset. That's the problem. Liberalism is a game, and it's like Plato and Socrates and whatever, of wearing robes around an agora and having a fair share. You go, then I go. But you saw what happened with Richard Spencer and Wilson. If the court is already in favor of that, and it's just a high school prep rally to sell products, liberalism is just like a fantasy that the Lake Tahoe marshmallow fire camp people pretend to have. And that's the pretentiousness of the liberal arts school.
I mean, I don't say here's my problem is that liberalism as a structure is just a merchant fucking religion, right? When it comes down to it, the whole Andrew Wilson, Richard Spencer thing was a dick waving contest between Tuck and deeply closeted homosexual, right? Because Richard Spencer 100%, is gayer than, like 8 guys blowing 9 guys. And Andrew Wilson, married a chick who already had like 3 kids, right? To somebody the fuck else, right? And he then goes and screams about living a trad life to his fucking buddies while like going, I'm Catholic. And he's not.
It's pseudo gay.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. It's they're right.
not,
Spencer's
you know what I mean?
gay, Wilson's gay, but they're two different types of gayness. That's like what I say when liberalism turned everyone gay. So it's just two different forms of expression of individual gayness we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, like with Andrew Wilson, I could have understood if he came into the relationship with like 4 or 5 kids, you know what I mean, and then married a female who already had kids. Got you. By all means, dog, do your thing. You know what I mean? Right? Like, I understand. Like, this is modern America, you know what I mean? And like females, you know what I mean, are products to rent. You don't own them. You know what I mean? Like, you have no way of actually having ownership over a woman. And you know what I mean? The moment you fucking get injured, or you fall down, whatever the case is, there's a really good chance that like a Western woman's gonna leave you. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna knock you. But on the same level, don't stand here and preach motherfucking like trad life nonsense to me while your fucking female has 3 kids with somebody to fuck else. And I mean, like, no, don't stand here and like be on that nonsense.
Well, I mean, intimacy, dependency. It's important that we have intimacy, but we're at a point of, well, you should put into practice again. You should have a child with the woman and build a family. Even if the woman divorces you and you have those kids as genetic legacy insurance program, then like you said, yeah, then you can go with another woman who has kids because you already had kids and then create a bigger family. And then the intimacy will come later. It's just weird there. Somebody doesn't have kids and then I just want the intimacy, even though you have the intimacy with someone else. It feels very like, again, the coded gay culture enters in the program.
Yeah, it's very egalitarian leftist, very woman simping, worshiping nonsense. You know what I mean?
It's genocracy. In other words, if supply and demand, the woman is the supply, the man is the man, but the woman, the supply, is controlling the demands, and that's will create a dysfunctional society. It should be demand asking the supply. But now in genocracy, supply asks the man, and guess what? Most of the time, supply makes very bad decisions of what they want in a demand, and that's creating a dysfunctional, depopulating society where they're killing off unnecessary demand or all of demand that's required. And if only the supply understood, no, that's the demand, feed into it. They don't get it. So,
listen, I don't even think that's philosophy. I think that's economics, right? I think that's corporatism, right? At the end of the day, right. So they just want more women in the workforce, and women are more. How do I put this? Because this is a really like fucking fascinating concept. Basically, women are more apt and able and like fucking compliant to the system than men are, and they're also more reliant upon it just naturally as a structure. Because women cannot exist in the economy without the government like fucking enforcing the rules, right? So the whole system is set up to like fucking, you know what I mean, take care of females. And once you make women more stable than men, because like the system is set up for it, and on top of that, like the women become more reliant upon the system, like the men are going to end up being displaced. You know, that's just how the fuck that works.
And then women
so then you create instability in men, and women don't want to fuck the men when they're unstable, right? It's like there's this big thing in like one of the servers I'm in where they're arguing about, you know what I mean, like red pill versus, you know what I mean, MRA shit. And the MRAs is like women want status. I'm like, no, women want stability. I mean, they want provision, security, and motherfucking like, you know, looks. Like that's how women operate, like as a structure. You know, and unless you provide like either looks and security, right, you're gonna have to provide provision or motherfucking, you know what I mean, like status as a whole, right? Because women aren't really concerned with status. I mean, they're concerned with status in the way that, like, you know, if they have a really handsome man, they'll walk them to the mall the same way they do with the new purse. Hey, that's kind of where it's at and shit.
Right. But here's the funny part. Their handsome man they think is handsome is not handsome to other men. And then when we see it through, it's like sometimes the supply's choices is not that. But I know what you're saying. Sometimes they do have actual handsome men, like their coach bag, but most of the time they're making faulty decisions.
Oh, no. They're not, because they don't give a fuck about what we think, right? It's like us. We do the same shit with cars, right? We're like, we go buy a fucking really nice car, right? And women don't give a fuck about cars, right? Just as a whole, right? They don't, unless it's a Lamborghini, you know what I mean? Or like a Ferrari or some shit. Even then, you're iffy on the Ferrari. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. There's some of them models that kind of just like are getting like a scagliettes or whatever, right? But we go buy cars, try to impress women with, right? And women do not give a shit about your built Honda Civic, right? They don't care about your GNX, right? They don't care about your sleeper fucking Camino, right? They don't care about your motherfucking your diesel pickup truck, right? They give a shit about whether or not you can provide provision. But the reason why they get that handsome man isn't for men, it's for women. Just like the coach bag. They're not doing it for men, they're doing it for women. They're impressing other women with it, and they are well aware of this. Unlike dudes who don't know that they're impressing other men. Like bodybuilding, same shit. Right? When you're out here getting to a certain level, you know what I mean? Women don't care about how big you are.
It's
you know
about
what I mean?
Right. It's women. I noticed that too. So a woman may like you, but she'll change her mind if another woman convinces her not to like you. That's how much the biological dependency of women are. And the mother hen always destroys that. But if there's no other women around, she will definitely go with you. Because she wants to know how other women think of you. The very weird, self-destructive supply, gynocratic.
No, it's because women are tied to other women naturally. Right? Like they seek out the guidance and approval of other females. Right? And this is the thing about status that like a lot of these dudes don't really understand and know, is that women are looking for other women. You know what I mean? Women's approval and shit. Right? They don't give a shit what dudes think. They don't care because they've been rebuffing the advances of men since they were 10. You know what I mean? They literally don't care what men think.
Right. And then many men, you know, you have the unfortunate safe sleazy in a relationship with a woman, and the guy thinks he's in control when really it's just quite the opposite of what's going on. And that's the issue, is that many men think, oh, she's with me because she cares. It's like, those are very superficial things, but if genocracy is still, you know, in power, she's choosing you for a brief time for some other thing that's beyond this guy's, you know, there's a meta level going on. And many of these boys who then get, you know, their girlfriend gets thrown away, or it's just like a 3-year-old relationship, then it's like, well, they were never in control in the first place, were they?
Yeah. Right. Like, I'm well aware of like why females get with me. I'm 100% aware, right? I'm fucking 6'1", you know what I mean? 220 fucking pounds. I got fucking, you know what I mean, 16-inch fucking biceps. You know what I mean? I'm properly built, big fucking broad fucking shoulders and shit. Right? And I fuck properly. That's why they're there. They are not there because like they like me as a human being. They don't care about my mind. They don't give a fuck about my intellect. They don't give a shit about like any of my stuff.
Yeah.
Right? They give a fuck about how I look. I know what it is.
Yeah, and it's funny because you tell guys about this and they don't believe you. Like, how many girls ask me, are you an Asian Aryan? That sounds really controversial. And then they have sex with me anyway. Or some girl goes, oh, I have a boyfriend. And then we have sex anyway. What is that?
Yep.
So I'm telling you, there's something they're putting up fake fronts and you're decoding them and seeing what's really going on. And that's why a lot of the Reddit audience doesn't understand, oh, this guy's a woman abuser, this is that. I'm like, no, ask the nature of women, of the American woman mind is doing this to her gynocratic brain, you know.
And women, by the way, and this is the thing, motherfuckers forget about security, right? Like, women, to every woman I've ever been with in my entire life, the fucking one thing she always fucking says is, I always feel so safe with you, right? They give a fuck about security, right? And this is why like a lot of guys can't pull bitches. Like, and women don't want a man who's 5'6", you know what I mean, with skinny little shoulders and no chin, because it looks like he'd get knocked out by a fucking like a stiff breeze. They don't want that guy because they don't feel safe with him. They'd rather be single and rely on the police. It's shit that like motherfuckers really don't understand the structure of how all of this works in our society.
I just think it's funny is because what you're saying is all true, and then you tell this truth to a woman and she doesn't change her ways. And that's the funniest part of it all. It's like, we all know the problem, we have the diagnosis, we tell the woman this as a remedy and it doesn't work still. So after all that explaining female sexuality and gynocracy, she doesn't change anyway. So don't you think there's a fault with women not knowing
not at all.
that this
Not
that's
at
the
all.
funny thing, right?
Not at all. No way. Okay, why do you like women other than vagina?
Right. It's a sexual urge. It's a confirmation of beauty.
No. Why do you like being around women? Because I'll be honest with you, right? Like, it ain't to have good conversations. Why do you like being around women?
More like they care and they validate you as a man and they want to be there with you. And both of them
go deeper, bro.
Mutual. It is, you're going to have a kid with her. She's a sisterhood.
No.
She will protect you.
No,
if she
go deeper. Go deeper. Go deeper into your psychology, right? Think about why it is you like, have like the presence of a woman, right? Do you like having a presence of a woman because she acts like a man? Do you like it when a woman acts like a man?
No, I don't like
what
that.
Do you like? You like it when she bounces off the walls and gets all excited when you buy her some slushie at 7-Eleven or whatever fucking shit. You know what I mean?
That's women thing, yeah.
Yeah.
We
why?
love women.
Listen,
women,
because
not gay.
she's not a man, right? She bounces around and gets all excited about little nonsense, and like fucking loses her mind and gets all frazzled. These are beautiful little things that we enjoy. But like, if she was fully actualized as a human being, she would stop doing most of the things that we like.
Right, and then we'd find her just not attractive, pretty much.
There you go. There you go.
What was that quote you said to me the other day, Appalachian Gorilla? You said that somebody said that like they're like children or something.
TFM. Turd flinging monkey said, "Women are giant fuckable children with titties."
Right. So he forces you to think you're like a pedophile or something. It's like a funny joke. It's like what Kira wrote on Twitter saying that, imagine if men were legal to breastfeed, but imagine them using their cocks.
well, here's what's weird about it is like the argument that they're using against white people and with Asians, saying that it's like pedophilia. The whole point of that whole argument is to say that all people being straight is pedophilia.
No,
that's what they're doing.
No, not at all. Not at all. Listen, because I say the same thing, right? Because I think fucking Asian women look like fucking children, right? That's where I get to. That's what I'm not attracted to.
But I wouldn't say sexuality is pedophilia.
No, but for example, like there's this whole thing pushing like all religion is pedophilia, but atheists never did anything wrong and Satanists never did anything wrong, and so like my point is that it's all pointed at white people ultimately. Like it's trying to tell us stop having children, stop having wives, stop having girlfriends. You're not worthy. But again, they're not going to Africa and saying this thing. And again, maybe they've already accomplished their mission, but.
Yeah, the problem is that like there's too many reasons that like kids. It's a bit of an issue. That's something that like we all have to come to terms with, and we don't know how to do it. And like I'm not happy about it. Like I'm a Catholic, right? You know what I'm saying? And like that's part of the reason why like I don't really want my kids near the church, right? As a whole, right? Because you never fucking know, right? Like I know it probably wouldn't happen to my kids because of me. Right, but I still don't want that risk. Like it is a fucking risk, and it is a problem. And that's a structure of the church not being tied into the community. Because if that would have happened 100 years ago, motherfuckers would have killed the guy.
Yeah, I was looking forward to like sitting down with daddies with a shotgun and stuff, but that never happened, unfortunately. People let their daughters
sitting down with what?
You know what I mean? Like they used to say that like you sit down with a dad and he'd be cleaning his shotgun as he's talking to you about taking his daughter out or whatever.
I've had that happen, right? I was sitting there talking with a dude, right? And like I'm a big boy, right? And so like ain't nobody gonna approach me on that level, right? Not a gun in the hand. But I'm talking to this fucking dude, this girl's dad. She's like, "So what are your intentions with my daughter?" And I was like, "I don't know, man. I'm just kind of enjoying myself right now." And he goes, "That's the most honest answer I've ever had to that type of question." Right? Like he didn't fucking care. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't fucking care.
The whole thing about I don't know. It's a lot to get into, like, you know, why they had a dowry and why they don't have a dowry now, and I don't know. It goes into a whole thing,
like this chick, like this chick in particular, bro. Like my dick is gonna end up going to the Smithsonian after I die because she was a great 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 granddaughter of Pocahontas, right? And fucking this bitch, she ended up like I'm part of American history, motherfucker, right? But she ended up fucking like she had like some heart condition and like she was never gonna work. She was on disability, and I mean all this crazy shit, right? And fucking she wanted to go to school and get like $80,000 in debt because like it was her goal in life to have a degree. And I said, that's dumb. You shouldn't get into debt. You know what I mean? To have a degree you're never gonna fucking use. And then she broke up. And then she died. You know what I mean? Like two weeks later. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had that conversation with women before too, and they get really fucking mad. Like I've literally had women walk out of dates because I'm like, "Nah, you really shouldn't go for that master's degree," and they're like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, I don't think that's.
I told her, I'll be honest with you, I had a date with this girl in Manhattan some time ago. Her name was Stephanie, and she was doing photography at Pratt, and she just told me I'm in debt with $80,000. I'm like, oh, well, I said, well, maybe I don't have that. I was like, well, if I land this job and internship at PepsiCo, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to buy you everything. I'm like what? Like, I don't know. I guess you earrings and all that. And she's like, really? And then she started getting horny over it. So I'm telling you the security part. And like, even though you don't have that, you could do like game stuff like that. And it would just drive them crazy, even if they're in debt, because you could just wipe them off their feet. But again, not my fault they're in debt. But for just now, use that as a cudgel to do something else in return. Think about it later.
Yeah.
Dated this woman who was really hot. She was actually Korean, and she was in like a shitload of debt though, and because she went to like some fancy school, and she wanted to go back for like her master's, and she was like and she's like an interior designer. I was like, let me get this straight. You're like $80,000 to $90,000 in debt. You're in your 30s, and you want to go back in
an MA in interior. Listen, my background is an MA in design research, which is basically I took a class in interior design. I'm debt free from some other functions, not just like trust fund and whatever and things like that. But it's like you got to know what you're doing with your money at first. But these girls just go in because I think it has to do with the cock carousel, honestly. Because when you're in New York City with that kind of money, and guys know she's just hoping, the suave. Some guy's going to pick her up, then just pay it all off or something like that. And but it's like, it's totally not worth it if like she's.
What rich guy is going to pick up some girl in $80,000 in debt, even if she's super hot, unless she's famous or something? Like, there's no guy with $1 million is going to pay off your debt. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's no way, that's like a tenth of his, like a millionaire. That would be like almost a tenth of his money, like 10% of his money. That's like tithing, like I just that's what I think is weird about these women is like they think some dude's gonna just come and like them or something. It's like
Stephanie was like that too. I mean, she's pretty, pretty Chinese girl with like purple hair and all that. I liked her style, but it's like, and it's cute, but then it's like, even when she's in debt, she's still like, ew, are you trying to kiss me? I'm like, yeah. So it's like, if she's not even going through like that demand, it's like, you could take your 80,000 and be in debt. I don't care, because it's like, doesn't matter at that point. She's not giving in. So it's like, it's a bullshit. But here's funny. Her quote unquote red flags is that you're too in demand. You're too controlling, and they will literally make up stuff the entire time.
Women, that's the point. Yeah. I mean,
that's right.
Yeah. It's all women.
Nah, bro. It ain't even that, bro. Like, so the problem is, right, is when you're like all right, as a dude, right, what you have to do is be on your square and on your game. And, like, yeah, listen, here's my plan. This is what I'm doing right now. And if she wants to ride, she can ride. And that's it, right? You don't stand here and motherfucking tell her, like, what the fuck she's going to goddamn do. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, like, yeah, listen, you're 80 grand in fucking debt. Like, yo, listen, you take care of that. That's yours. Take care of that yourself. In modern day, that's how that works.
Well, yeah. I mean, 10 years ago, it was getting there, but now definitely, like, I mean, it's funny, like, women want you to say that to them, but they want you to actually pay for it.
Yeah, but it's not worth it. It's totally not worth it if you're still going to be a bitch about it. That's the funny part, because you could be a bitch without, debt, and then she's just miserable, So it doesn't even. It's just like you don't want too much on you.
This is one of the reasons why a lot of white guys go to Asia. It's very simple. Women are upfront that they're for rent in Asia. Here in America, they do everything they can to pretend that that's not the case, because they actually know that's the case. But American propaganda has gaslit men for 100 years that it's not the case, right?
Right. It's a liberal individualism that women are men. We're all the same. It's Christian ethos. And it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And then here's the funny part. The white women are getting more uglier. They're getting more fatter. They're getting more arrogant. They're getting more, I hate you because your hair's brown. Over frivolous shit that's not about family. And the women think they're men. And it's like, that's not why. It's like everything's becoming gay. That's it. The water, the Burger King, the water has estrogen to make the frogs gay. And it's happening. This is how you explain trans people.
Oh no, I can explain to trans people. The trans people is really easy, right? That's a corporate thing, right? So like, who would be the best motherfucking cubicle worker in the history of mankind, right? It would be an autistic man pretending to be a fucking woman while he's stuck on fucking drugs he can never get the fuck off of, right? So he has to keep his fucking health insurance at his job, right? That is literally the motherfucking ideal fucking cubicle dweller, right? And men are literally cutting off their dicks to try to fit into that fucking box, right? And like, the management class motherfucking are standing here raising their fucking kids to like join that fucking thing because they've bought in like hook, line, and sinker into this fucking ideology. It's the same as all these boomers who told their kids to go to fucking college. Same exact shit. No fucking difference. Gender fluidity is just a corporate structure. It's a corporate motherfucking strategy to survive in a motherfucking office environment that you weren't meant to live in. That's what it is. It's the end result of art imitating life.
Videos. I'll just show this to Pilliter really quick because Pilliter may have seen this one. Pilliter, did you see this one here?
问我啥呀？我操，他会说中国话，美女。是的，是的。
Watch.
不好意思，不好意思，不好意思。哎，美女。哎。他这么黑，他是哪国人呢？
他肯定外国人呢，你。
外国人呢？哎，你皮肤咋这么黑呀？你咋皮肤长得这么黄呢？我黄种人呐，兄弟。那我黑种人呢，兄弟。那我有个很好奇的问题一直想问你们。那你问，你们血是什么颜色的？那时候你的血是什么颜色的？我的血当然是红色的。那我当然也是红色的。你是 O 还是 A？ 我是 O 型血。哎，万能血啊，兄弟。人黑红黄白都跟你的血都没关系，你知道吗？这个问的有点是啊。你太远。
So the main point of me showing this is that he's like kind of just like being a dickhead. He's like going to China saying like, oh, you shouldn't be racist to me, whatever. I think it's part of like a liberal Stasi thing. Appalachian Guerrilla kind of disagreed, but it doesn't matter either way. I just think it's kind of weird, like, the whole woke black guy goes and tells people stop saying mean things to me because I'm black or something. I don't know.
Well, when you say something in Chinese, it's nega, so it sounds like nigga.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know. I just think it's kind of weird, like the whole dynamic. It's like go to China, pull out a camera, start filming everybody, and say that they're racist when you're like probably the first black person they ever met in their life,
Which, by the way, listen, have you heard about the dead China theory? Neuro Jack?
What does that mean?
All right, so basically, there was a bunch of these motherfuckers like over the last fucking Chinese New Year, whatever the fuck it was, where like people are supposed to gather to do shit, right? And like they're just walking around filming in like broad daylight, and there's nobody in the goddamn street, right? Like, you notice how like they're standing here having this conversation, you're not seeing a bunch of people walking around them in a city that supposedly has, in a fucking country that supposedly has 1.4 billion people.
Yeah, I think the numbers are probably fudged personally. Like, I think they may have a little bit more than America, but I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. That if like Chongqing alone probably supposedly has 40 million people, it's like some mega city. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not, but you know, either way, like I don't know. I think that their numbers are probably a lot lower than what like and me and you agree on that. I think that's one of the major points of like this whole thing of like being scared that China is going to take over the world. Like I just don't think that's realistic in any way, shape, or form. And that's kind of one of the things I hate about America right now is like they keep saying like, oh, look out, China's going to do this and China's going to do that. It's like I don't think that's reality whatsoever, you know, like and you know, if they were to take over, like, you know, I don't think they would try to like wipe out everybody or make everybody gay and trans. So like it's not really my biggest concern personally. Like, you know, if anything, probably be easier to have kids and shit because they probably do communitarianism or something. I don't know. Like I don't really see them as like this threat that wants to like wipe out everybody. But the liberals certainly look like they want to. But yeah, I agree. I think their shit is like, I think their population is probably like 600 million or less personally.
It's really hard to say the word liberal. It's really hard to say the word liberal because when you see it in the American context, they think it just means like the Democratic Party or Joe Biden voters. And so it's so funny is that our opposition will say liberal like I'm some redneck out in Kentucky saying it. I'm like, no, I mean liberalism as like the Tocqueville democracy in America or the liberal superstar. It's like Daniel Bell and pretty much the crux of why we have them. Exactly.
The Enlightenment ideas. The Enlightenment ideals.
So if I was to go and say enlightenment, then they'll think I'm autistic. But if I say liberal, it gets to the point. And that's where a lot of people just break down because they don't want to think that.
For months, infiltrating this Facebook group called Married to a Filipina Help Group. Peep the group description and rules real quick. This is more of a help group to moan and advise. Basically a group of bros who got the same kink and created a Facebook group to moan with each other about it. Male loneliness epidemic where? Off the bat, I love the old forum vibes where the dudes check in and introduce themselves. On the Filipina Help Group though, the flavor is more like, let me flex this Asian lady on y'all real quick. It's pretty funny. Low-key, they do look happy. All right, I don't know why he's in the group. I don't know why I'm in the group though, so let's save the questions for later. But you know what? Let's look at one of those advise and moan sessions, shall we? This anonymous user asks the council whether or not his wife's behavior is normal, all right? She's spending his money, changing her passcode, buying Chanel bags. He even got a second job to support Shorty, but then she says he's not around enough. For the most part, pretty sensible advice. Bro talking about get a private investigator. Terry said man up, okay. Some other dude's gaining self-awareness talking about she's using you, bro. Yeah, get a mirror, guys. This guy even says it happens to all of us. And as you would expect from a group like this, there are some characters in here, okay? I like how Paul here is flexing his fucking wife like a workhorse, bro. My Filipino works 2 jobs and does 15-hour shifts. What the fuck? Hayes over here talking about rent, don't buy, like motherfucker is the Warren Buffett of paying for sex. Then let's check in with Daniel, who's posting for his friend, even tags him, that's deadly. Talking about yet another Pinay running up the pockets of one of these horned up dudes. There's IRC Jacob again, the South African from Laguna. Look at him hefting his experience, all right? Brother's tenured in the mail order bride game. Okay, well, to wrap this up, recently the group has changed names to something a little bit more PC. My guess is that someone's wife saw a notification and followed the fuck out of
idea like basically men are bad, especially white men, and you're race mixing, and don't try to give advice.
I mean,
you're gonna get spied on by some weird gay Filipino guy who's upset because his mommy might be watching him or something.
No. I mean, like the guy's legit. Like, all right, first off, like that dude is doing a public service announcement to everybody, right? You know what I mean? Like, listen, okay, game recognized game, right? And anybody who's running the Asia to get bitches, the motherfuckers is looking highly unfamiliar. Yeah, I mean, like, if you can't get pussy here, right, you're gonna bring a broad back here, and she's just gonna run roughshod over you any fucking way because you're weak. right? That's half the that's the whole Richard Spencer thing where like he's right. And I mean, like, listen, you want to be in a relationship, you want to be a fucking trad dude, you need to have that trad ability, right? Like, don't get a dog if you can't take care of a dog. Like, real shit. Like, do not stand here and go and get you a motherfucking female and not be able to motherfucking take care of her. Not be able to stand here and maintain like the structure around her where like you're gonna be able to have motherfuckers like, you know, who she can hang out with, right? Where you don't have like a family structure to be able to have her interact with and a community and shit for her to do. Like motherfuckers just think you can just get a wife and leave her at home like she's some goddamn gerbil in a fucking cage. That's not how that shit works. Right? When you get a wife, like she's supposed to do shit. She's supposed to provide calories for you. You're supposed to stand here and like help cook. She's supposed to fucking stand here in my fucking garden. She's supposed to go and get fucking water, like do like all this shit she's supposed to do. But she's not doing it.
But why do you think it's bad to go and find yourself a better quality woman? Like, I don't understand. Why is that bad?
Yeah, it's not about that, right? It's about the fact that like if you're getting a female and you don't have the social structure for her, right, she's gonna go fuck around.
I agree with you on that, you know, but what I'm saying is that like who in this country has a support structure, whether they go over there or they don't? I mean, like, seems like you're still starting off at square one regardless, right? I mean, unless you're
I agree.
The bitches here, family is going to be involved, but you know, maybe yes, maybe no. I mean, it is something that I definitely overlooked because I raised myself, to be honest with you. So like I didn't really think I never thought I would have any support, but I definitely underestimated how fucking helpful that shit would be and took it for granted, you know, to be honest with you. So yeah, I definitely can see your point. I'm not really disagreeing. I'm just saying it's like it's interesting that this dude is like, you know, oh, here's
yeah, listen, the problem. No, what I'm saying is that the problem isn't the women, right? It's what I've been saying this whole conversation. My man was over here like, well, shouldn't we blame women for not being actualized?
Sure.
No, if they were actualized, we wouldn't want them.
Yeah.
No, you know, sure. I mean, like, listen, the problem isn't the women. The problem's structure. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like, look, I almost married Filipinos, one from here and one from there, and I did not go over there and grab them and bring them here. But, you know, the experience taught me something, which is that one, you're not going to overcome female biology. Two, you're not going to overcome cultural things with women ever. And and three, yeah, you have to have a infrastructure to like hold shit accountable outside of yourself because you're not always going to be around to do that. So yeah, definitely, you know, I mean, for me, like I tell men like I would not. I think Filipina is like one of those things like it's a very, very high risk, low reward situation in my opinion. Like, you know, I think you're much better off like going Korean or Chinese or something or Japanese maybe, but yeah, Filipino.
I mean, like my mental is yeah. A woman is a woman everywhere, right? Is the problem. Like a woman is a woman everywhere. It doesn't matter where the fuck they're from. Right? It's just whether or not, you know what I'm saying, like, they have like the ability to speak English and use social services.
Well, sure, but like here's the thing is like, okay, like if I go to Colombia to find a woman, right? Like the women here in America are pretty bad, but they're not probably going to cut my kidneys out and sell it on the black market. In Colombia, you know, 50-50 chance that might happen, right? So
I mean, but if you get you a Colombian bitch, you know what I'm saying? Like she's gonna cook and clean and have that social structure. Right? You know what I mean? Like it's gonna be no different than like a fucking Asian comes out or Middle Eastern woman, like fucking any of these other broads, like
yeah,
these countries that have really good standards.
Yeah, if your kidneys are left intact, then yeah, you got some good benefits for sure. Right. I agree. So I want to show you guys this propaganda piece here. This says nervous system imprints from abandonment trauma. So it's just showing that they have like everything written in. This is like all this like psychology female shit written in Chinese and English. It felt consistent. If love felt consistent and unpredictable during childhood, the nervous system can confuse. I don't know. It's just kind of this weird, like, whatever the fuck. Self-healing.
You want to read the rest of it? Like, it's like I don't understand what you're saying.
Say what now?
What did like I don't know. Like, what was the rest of that? I don't know what they say.
No, it's just a bunch of like psychology shit. And machines here. We're gonna do the Stefan thing in a second. But I just want to show you guys a few of these little like clips or whatever. Hold on one second.
Asian theory that the CIA is running a reverse Oxford study campaign in an attempt to dilute the Asian population because they are too smart. I think the Asian meetup was just them laughing in our face. Have you noticed the amount of white girls that have been coming out online saying they like Asian men? It's a bit odd. What I'm saying is, the lizard overlords had a clandestine meeting discussing about how to stop Asians from taking over the country. Think about affirmative action. Still didn't work. At Harvard's graduation, you probably heard 30 Chens, Chans, Lees, and Wens. Okay? But their plan is preying on Asian people's affinity and love for white people. They are pumping the streets with mediocre 6-foot white men who have a special interest in Japan for the culture and white girls who buy BTS tickets on resale. Wake up, America.
Can I say something for that? Does this guy not know that children will be Eurasian? It seems like they're only thinking the very limited, like, we'll have sex with them, but we won't have any ability to have children with. It seems like the sexual desire is the offense, but they don't want to take repercussions to having children. And even if they did have children, he wants to make sure it's just an Asian patriarchy, not a white patriarchy, taking care of the Eurasian children. Asian male, white male, Asian female. It still produces the Eurasian child. It's just the kookiness that they will go to say, well, technically speaking, Asian male, white female, Eurasianism is allowed because their children are better, unlike white male, Asian female that produces school shooters. I'll be right back.
Clip here of it's a run club in San Francisco with 0 white guys, 0 straight white guys. So it must be like well, this is actually Venice, California, I guess. But yeah, this is interesting because it's like a bunch of San Francisco creators that went down there to like support this like, Rainbow Coalition run club. Which I don't know if anybody's ever seen a run club, but it's almost always like white or Asian guys and maybe like a few Hispanic guys. I've never seen black guys in a run club. So
what's a run club?
It's just like a jogging club where basically everybody like pretends that they're just running, but really it's basically like a hookup. It's basically like a dating thing where people just like go and hook up essentially, but
for like gay guys.
It's a long time thing. It's been going on in Asia and California for like at least 15 years.
Yeah, I've never seen this here, like ever.
Thing. It's better. Like if I were single 10 years ago, like, well, actually I did do it a few times. I went to go do a run club a few times. Like you meet much better quality women than like dating apps. So. But I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
I just kind of did it by accident. I was like, I don't have anything to do. I'll just go. And then like you show up and like all these hot women are like mostly talking to guys they're not interested in who are there. And then like if you're a normal dude, like a lot of women give you attention. I was like, oh, that's pretty weird. So I found out by accident. But yeah, it's a real thing. But this, well, yeah, I'll save these for when Pillager comes back. But I'll say on the Wasian thing, like, I think the whole thing with the Wasian is like they're rolling that out to basically go against white male Asian female because white male Asian females are like some of the most right wing people you'll ever meet. Like they're basically neo-Nazis, and so this is why people don't like it. And so they're doing this thing where they're rolling out the kids and then trying to get them to become liberal by giving them a space and then having everyone bully them to be like super liberal to like fit in with everybody else. And so they're doing like a progressive like, let's talk about the mixed children and bring them into like liberalism one by one, but we have to make an example of the Wasian kids first because they're typically like the most neo-Nazi type people in the country. So that's my opinion. So
I mean, let me keep this 100 with you. I have seen none of this anywhere at all.
Oh well, if you come to California, you'll see it. The way, like,
yeah, like we don't have Asians here. right? You know what I mean? Like, there's not a
Well,
lot.
New York.
I've
Well,
seen
I'll
them.
say this: in New York City and L.A. and San Francisco, like the Asian people are like the most conservative people you're gonna meet for sure. Like they're more conservative than most conservatives in the South that I've known personally. So, like,
I mean, the conservatives in the South are conservative, right? I mean, like
yeah,
fucking.
I agree. I agree.
I mean, they're like women worshiping fucking simp. I mean,
Yeah, unfortunately, I agree with you. All right, so
mm.
let's Machine, welcome back. Let's cover the Stefan thing because that's really what I wanted to cover the most. And I'm gonna try to like not just sit here for the whole time, but I just want to give you guys like I think this is an important thing because I think Sam Hyde is a very important propagandist, and Stefan Molyneux is also highly underrated. And I think this is a good example of like what his whole project was. So this maybe seem like stupid, but I truly think like they tell you a
Why do you
lot.
think Sam Hyde's a propagandist?
Why do I think Sam Hyde's a propagandist?
Yeah.
He went to art school, number one. Number two, he's probably Jewish. Number three, he gives fucking horrible advice. Number four, he has no kids that I'm aware of. Number five, like things that I probably can't divulge that I've heard about him. But yeah, I think well, comedians in general are propagandists, but I think he's an especially nefarious one that
I
guides
think
men
I think
in the wrong direction.
I think he's a provocateur. Right? I don't know about. I think he's a provocateur. Right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he's a propagandist.
Why do you say that?
Because Sam Hyde, right, as a dude, is just like an internet meme artist, right? Like, he's the guy who, I mean, comes out and, I mean, says, you know, I mean, either really prophetic shit or just points out, I mean, like, really shitty structures in society, right? You know, I mean, like, he went to like the fucking TED Talk and sat there and just, you know, I mean, like, fucking said complete like corporate gibberish nonsense.
Yeah,
like fucking 20 minutes.
I mean, I'm a
You know
fan
what
of
I
his
mean? That
style.
Roman gladiator suit or whatever.
Yeah, I'm a fan of his style. I just think that like the like by the fruits I know him, and the fruits have been pretty bad. He's just telling everybody like, let's just go do crypto and like pump and dumps on stocks and like, you know, just be a fucking landlord and real estate, you know, scam artist guy. I mean, I don't think that's. I mean,
yeah, I mean, like,
I don't think
that's
that's really good.
I mean, that's what he does, though. You know what I mean? Right? That's what like most of these internet guys do. He made money on Bitcoin. He made money on crypto. Right?
Yeah, so he didn't actually do
So he
anything.
rings that bell as much as possible.
Yeah, of course, because he's scamming young men out of their money for his profit. So that's why I hate him, you know. So.
Hey.
The Trotskyist, it's probably a smart move. I'm just saying, like, pretending that he's some like guy who cares about Americans or something is, you know, or other men or something. I think is a joke. Like, some of what he says is true. Like sometimes he does.
I mean, you know where
good
like,
analysis, but
he's from like Connecticut, like, or like fucking New Hampshire, one of the two, right?
yeah.
And I mean, like, he's an old world. You know what I'm saying? Like, hang on, down this fucking hill. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, there we go. Yeah, he's an old world American.
Exactly.
Like he is a heritage American. Like 1,000,000%, he's a heritage American. Right?
Yeah.
Like he's not a Jew. He's just a really old world American.
Well, he's an Anglo, quote unquote, in 3 parentheses, but yeah. Triple.
Like he is a fucking old school American, right? And they're like, that's a different breed of human, right? Have you ever like dealt with any of these fucking guys? Like they're just a different breed of people.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He's
Right.
a baby. He's a baby eater, probably.
It's not even that, right? Like, do you know Adam Conover is the guy? Adam Ruins Everything.
Sadly.
Yeah, like his family got the 6th farm in all of America, and they still own it.
I believe it.
You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, these are different type of people. Like, they have a whole different mentality in their. Like, it's not that they're propagandists. Like, you know, but like fucking, they're a different breed of human being altogether, right? They have a different way of looking at shit than everybody else does.
Yeah. Well, I think that Stefan represents, you know, the French and English aristocracy, because that's his heritage, and now Canadian because he's in Canada. But you know,
he's always been Canadian, buddy. He's always been Canadian.
No, I know, but I mean his lineage is like German and English and French, you know, and his dad was like
Canadian, Canadian, right?
Yeah, yeah, but
his
Canadian. Dad was.
He's been Canadian the whole way back.
Yeah, but his dad is like some sort of was some sort of like, you know, I don't know what you call it, but you know, some sort of merchant or some shit. I don't know the right term, but some sort of weird guy. But anyways, and his dad and his mom was like, you know, psychotic bitch according to him. So, but anyways, the point is that I think that Machine's postulation that libertarianism was a huge psyop that led into the alt-right, which now leads us into this whole like Christian nationalism, like crypto liberal, techno liberal thing is important. And I think Stefan Molyneux is extremely important because I think this this talk that he does with Sam Hyde is very telling. So about why that might be the case. So we'll see how it goes.
Is Machine still here, or did he leave?
Yeah, he's here now. He's came back. If well,
I heard somebody leave.
He hasn't spoken yet.
Pill Eater?
He's here. Yeah, Pill Eater's still here too. He's just doing something. But I Stefan Molyneux is someone I think is extremely important, and Machine's convinced me that he's far more important than I even realized, honestly. So, oh, Machine left again, so maybe he has to come back in, or she.
Yeah, see, this was like I was wondering, like I heard somebody fucking leave early. I'm here.
Oh, his volume was really low. Okay, let me check his volume. Hold up. I'll turn up his volume. Machine, try it again. Your volume might have been really low or something. I don't think we could hear you if you were talking.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but it's super low on my end. I'll turn you up.
Super low.
I turned you up to like 150%, 150%. So it might be your microphone or some shit. So if you were talking, I couldn't hear you before because I have you on my loudspeaker. I still can't hear you. So. Try it again.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to turn it up. So.
What's better now? It's way better now than before. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to turn it up.
Oh, you're good now. You're good. But I turned you up like I turned you up you're like 171%. So hopefully, just let me know if you plug something in. It might blow out the speakers. But all right. So all right, let's do a little review on this shit.
You know, I talked to Molyneux before.
Yeah. Well, I think you mentioned that. How did that go?
You know, I don't know. We argued. You know what I mean? I've talked about like some red pill shit. You know what I mean? And fucking, you know, like I told him the NAP is retarded. You know what I mean? Fucking like the NAP is stupid.
Yeah, I don't think it's retarded, but I think how insidious it actually is hard to calculate because it's kind of like I think he's trying to take Catholicism and secularize it, basically. Something like that. I don't know. He's trying to do some sort of weird, like, because I honestly can agree with his premise from an economic standpoint, but I think when you try to make it like a moral or religious thing, it has very dire consequences, and I'll try to explain some of that. But
I think you got to conduct violence sometimes. I mean, you need the ability to conduct violence.
Right, exactly. Well, yeah, and he kind of puts it in this category where he's trying to say might doesn't make right, but I think that ultimately he knows, or at least he should know, that it will always go back to that. But then he's like, well, basically he turns it from might makes right to like whoever has the most money or influence makes right. So he's kind of justifying, as you said, the status quo of what we have now ultimately, right? And I think that's kind of what your argument about what philosophy is kind of interesting. So you'll see here where it goes, but yeah, it's pretty weird shit.
Yeah,
That's kind of heavy to start off with, but I want people to get right into it here.
I appreciate the boil down challenge. That's always exciting. So philosophically speaking, come out of the Aristotelian tradition.
What's that mean?
Objective reality exists independently of our consciousness. That reason is our tool to understand the world, to understand the nature of the universe. There are two general schools of thought in philosophy. One is that we start with kind of nothing and we get our knowledge from our senses, right? So I know that I'm here talking to you because I took a plane, I took a cab, and we're sitting in the chair opposite from each other talking, right? So that's how I know that this is occurring. How do I know it's not a dream? Well, we can sort of get into that. So we start with very little, and we build our knowledge based upon sense data. Because, you know, we're actually in a skull prison. Like our brains don't contact the real world. Like our brains don't listen, our brains don't see. They just get a bunch of electrical impulses. In a matrix style, like we could be a brain in a tank, sort of as an old Cartesian argument.
Have an aneurysm yet? He said he's Aristotelian. He's invoking Descartes.
Yeah, like I mean, he like so far he's just kind of like just said nothing, you know, like essentially.
No, I know, but it's just weird that he like immediately kind of admits like, okay, Aristotelianism.
It's weird.
Yeah, and
yeah, it's weird that they're
Descartes.
doing like philosophy like 101 like stuff on this show.
Yeah, well, his master's degree is in like the history of philosophy or something like that. He's like, that's like his main thing, which I'm sure you knew that. I'm just saying like it's interesting because,
yeah, but since he's saying like Aristotle is just empiricism, like that's a very, like that's kind of like not true.
You're watching the Hyde and Molyneux.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just with my wife. I was a little absent for a bit.
Very good.
But
yeah, but he just said Aristotelianism, Descartes, and what'd you say, Machine? You said what? You said it's weird. He said what?
Well, he's trying to say that and Aristotle's an empiricist or something like that.
And what do you think he's wrong about that? Because I know that you were going into Aristotle just yesterday about this kind of stuff. Because I think what you said is very related to this. That's why I think the timing is actually good that we review this, because talking about how Aristotle was used for a particular purpose yesterday.
Yeah, I was saying like his whole idea of the telos is used to like supply the idea in Christianity, or the idea that you know, like we're moving towards a better state, and then that was basically hijacked. The whole notion of the hierarchy of being and the telos of Aristotle is used when it's submerged within the Christian ideal, right? Then it like goes to then.
So the Aristotelian side of things could be called the objectivist side of things, is that we start with very little, we build our knowledge up based upon what comes in through the evidence of the senses.
Okay, and this is what you believe.
This is
right. So that's not
and
true.
The alternative is
so the alternative.
That's not true, right? Right. You know, because Aristotle starts from first principles, right? So he doesn't start with very little and then build up to something bigger, right? Those first principles are basically the main thing, right? You build upon general principles that are already firmly established, right?
Alternative view is sort of a mystical view. We start with kind of this perfect knowledge before we're born. So for Plato, we were sort of souls floating in an ideal world. He called it the forms with a capital F. It's like philosophy with a capital F. And the forms, so we saw this perfect microphone, we saw this perfect chair, we saw this perfect table, we saw this perfect Sam Hyde, if you could be improved upon. We saw these perfect things, and then we were born. And how do we know what things are? Because we have this memory of all this perfect stuff we saw before we were born, that we start with perfect knowledge, and then we have to kind of regain that. I know this sounds very abstract. There are really profound impacts on how we view the world.
What would Catholicism be?
So Catholicism and all religion says that there's a perfect world of ideal forms far beyond our consciousness and far beyond our senses. And that the reality of the universe, and guys, correct me if I'm wrong in my theology, I'm not exactly a theologian, but the ideal of the universe is the immaterial. God, the soul, the commandments, the morals, heaven, hell.
Oh, he just merged Catholicism and Plato. That's pretty much a totally illegitimate move, right? Because they're skipping a bunch of steps, right?
Right, yeah. So that's why I'm saying it's like they're doing some little. I've never seen him so blatantly just dive right into all these claims before. So like that's why I wanted your expertise on this one, because I'm like,
because Plato posits immaterial world of the forms. That doesn't mean that there's a perfectibility of each thing. That's first and foremost. But the second thing is that it definitely doesn't mean that the Catholics believe in this immaterial world of the forms. No, they're using Plato's idea for something totally different. Right? These things exist in the mind of God or something like that. It's something totally different, right? They don't exist as separate entities in some sort of extra.
Well, I think he's saying that like perfection is heaven, right, and God. You know what I mean? As a thing.
Well, that'd be one thing if he said like that the immaterial world that Plato was talking about is represented in Catholicism as heaven, and maybe he'll get to that. But like, yeah, that's what he would need to say then, you know. But like, without that,
no. Like he's saying that religion, because he said, what does like Catholicism believe? I think that's what Sam Hyde asked, right? And then Molyneux said, well, you know, religion, like Catholicism and all religions believe, right, that the immaterial, right, or the perfection exists in the immaterial, right, far from our consciousness, right, in a separate plane of existence, which would be heaven. You know what I mean? For the Christian.
Right. But here's the thing, right? Yeah, but here's the thing, right? They moved from Plato, the discussion of the immaterial world of the forms, and then he asked him, what does that have to do with Catholicism? And he says, well, Catholicism believes in the immaterial world. He didn't mention heaven, though. So that's what I'm saying is that, he made all those moves.
That's what he's referring to when he says the immaterial world.
Maybe.
It's heaven. No, like I'm 99% sure that's what he's saying.
Well, when you're doing like philosophy stuff, like you kind of have to say the word, like you kind of have to like say like we were talking about the heaven is a specific place. You can't just say immaterial world. That's a totally different concept.
Yeah, he's saying like the soul, motherfucking God, and the immaterial plane.
I mean, you're adding all that.
The plane, is where like.
But I think his point is kind of what I say a lot, which is that you have to fill in the blanks of what he's saying, and that's kind of the propagandistic side.
That's the problem. Yeah, exactly. It's not what he doesn't say. It's what he's saying and not saying. You mean?
Let's keep going. See what he says.
It says heaven for sure. It says it right there on the screen. It says soul, the commandments, the morals, heaven, hell. That's it.
The ideal of the universe is the immaterial. God, the soul, the commandments, the morals, heaven, hell, things which we can't
I disagree with that,
through the
right?
evidence of our senses. We can't touch, taste, smell.
I disagree with that, right? Why would any of those things be things that you can't experience with your senses? Right? Why wouldn't you be able to experience God with your senses if he's Jesus? Why wouldn't you be able to experience heaven with your senses? Right? Why would any of that shit not be why would any of those things be immaterial? Why would God be immaterial if he's Jesus? God would be a physical person in Catholicism. So none of that is true for Catholicism. So again, this is what I'm saying. Like maybe heaven might be immaterial because it might be like, oh, you think something, or it's like a good place, or it's closeness to God, so it's technically immaterial. Right? But no, it can be like, for me, that's false, right? Because heaven, that means heaven is like better than whatever's going on here. So it's physical. You get to experience things. There's better food, there's better sex, there's better everything. Right? I don't know.
smell. We can't interrogate them. We can't ask them directly. We can pray and see what we get back. But the essence of life is the immaterial. And in particular in Catholicism, there's an old quote from Shakespeare, but to the girdle do the gods inherit, below is all the fiends, like the waist down, the sexual impulse, the body is the devil's. And this is the realm of devilish, physical, fleshly temptations, lust, greed, gluttony, overeating, and so on, to escape, in a sense, the prison of the flesh, to escape the prison of the material, and rejoin the perfect abstractions is one of the goals of religion as a whole, and Catholicism in particular, that the purpose of life is not the material.
So in that part, he's right. That Aristotle's hierarchy of being talks about how, in Catholicism, you have to transcend the physical, limited form of existence, right, to attain to the spiritual closeness to God and so on and so forth. So, but of course, he didn't mention that this is going up the ladder of the hierarchy of being, right?
Material. The purpose of life is the immaterial and the ideal, which we can't directly experience. Now,
I felt a pang of guilt when he said overeating.
We've all been there. It's just past Christmas. We've all been there.
Yeah. I feel personally attacked by that. Rivera, the first part of what he said, does that hold true, or is this?
No, I was surprised because from my knowledge, and I'm not a theologian either, but one of the misunderstandings is that we're just a husk, and that like the material world is like evil and bad. That could be a evangelical or Protestant sort of thing. I'm not familiar with, but I think that is like a heresy even to think that everything physical is evil and wrong and to escape it, because we are meant to.
Well, no, because the body is the creation of God for sure. So it's not that everything the material is evil, but the flesh tends to pull us down towards the baser lusts. Like all the 7 deadly sins are all based upon the body.
They caught him mostly
based upon the body.
The Asian guy caught him right away. He's like, bro, he's like, wait, are you saying that the physical world, that all the pleasures are immaterial, that everything that God created is evil? Right? Then that's basically Gnosticism or some extrapolations of that is pretty weird, right? So he's saying, well, that's a sort of heretical form of Catholicism. And so he caught him right away, right? He's saying, no, that's actually, you're applying Plato to Catholicism too freely. Right, and yeah, that's exactly what he was caught doing. Right, so that's pretty funny. Right, and maybe they did that on purpose. Maybe this guy was meant to, maybe this was a bit where he was supposed to take an extreme position, and then this guy was supposed to take a more moderate position and come back with it. And then he can offer a little addendum to that.
So it's the idea that our soul yearns for heaven, but in a sense, our body pulls us down to the more base and the less divine, the less perfect, the less immaterially wonderful.
I heard something recently that was interesting, and it was that we don't actually yearn for anything evil, truly. Like, we do bad things because we see a lesser good in them that's attractive. We're under the impression that it's good, but it's just like a lesser good and something more fleeting and temporal. But
it's a transient physical good, usually, right? So the devil would generally tempt you with, the lust, the gluttony, and so on, the physical temptations, the temptations of physical pleasure. And it's not that Catholicism is against all physical pleasures, but in excess, and Aristotle would agree with that too, but in excess, they tend to, like lust, will take you away from marriage, pair bonding, and procreation, have you do.
Yeah, that's like weasel shit. That sounds like weasel tactics. Right? If you do like bad shit because some good will come out of it, like instead of, because the highest form of evil is basically somebody that's thinking that they're doing the good thing when they're actually doing an evil thing. Right? So it's pretty weird. Like, it's like, how could the inverse of hypocrisy be virtuous? I don't understand. But it's like not even the inverse of. Yeah, that's weird. Is that the inverse of hypocrisy? Is doing something bad because you think some side good thing is going to come out of it? I don't know.
Empty sex to wreck your pair bonding, to be promiscuous. And of course, as we know, the more sex, the fewer babies. It's one of these weird paradoxes of the modern world. So an excess of physical lust. Of course, you need to eat in order to survive. If you eat too little, you die. If you eat too much, you die. And Aristotle's got this lovely Aristotelian mean where a lot of things you kind of need to be in the middle. Like courage is good. Too little courage and you're a coward, but too much courage, you're just running into gunfire and dying, right? And so I've sort of tried to live my life with a balance of courage, which means you get called foolhardy by the cowardly and a coward by the foolhardy. It is that our flesh, the physical, there's no such thing as too much piety, but there's such a thing as too much pursuit of physical pleasures, and that tends to obscure and obstruct, like an eclipse, like me putting my hand in front of the light here. It's a way of dragging us away from the divine, which is really the purpose of our life, is to live in a holy manner so that we can rejoin God after death.
Sure. Are you saying you agree with that?
No.
Okay.
Well, yeah. And I know that our idea of heaven is that we'll be.
Let's not get too deep into that. First, the main distinction is between only having the data that comes from your sense organs and having to build up from there versus there's a world, there is stuff outside of us or that's imperceptible, that is, it doesn't exist in this physical reality in a measurable or observable
and it's more
way.
Important.
And is what?
More important.
Yes.
It's more important.
And you agree with, you're the first camp, you do not agree with the second thing. You don't believe in any kind of higher power, anything outside of observable physical reality.
Hey, I mean, as a philosopher, I'm down with abstractions and concepts and universals. Logic doesn't exist, right? It's not like something like this chair. Logic doesn't exist. The truth is not a tangible thing. It's a relationship between the ideas in our mind and what we're describing in reality. So I'm very keen on abstractions. It's just that abstractions cannot go against the evidence of the senses, and they can't go against empirical reason. So,
like, this is what happens when you put things in a category called immaterial. Then you say that logic and math don't exist when they're clearly just things that were created by the mind, right? So, yeah, they don't exist in the world, right? But like, yeah, we created them, to order things, and it's evident that there's, math and logic in the way the world works, in the way we discover that it exists, right? So it may not be something that we totally made up, like no knowledge is totally made up by us, but like, like, I don't know, it just goes to say, like, why would you say, like, logic and math don't exist? And then how do we use them then? Right? Like, what do you mean they don't exist? Right? Yes. This is the problem with saying that things are immaterial, right? The mind is part of existence, right? And things that are generated by the mind, they do exist, right? So I don't understand.
So the way that I formulate it is that all concepts are imperfectly derived from sense data. I know that sounds a little technical, so what I mean by that is if we have an idea about the world and it contradicts what actually comes through the evidence.
Like, just think about that, guys. Like, all knowledge is imperfectly derived from sense data. That's just not true. That can't possibly be true.
Evidence of the senses and reason, it's wrong. And that's basic science, right? So if you have a conjecture or a hypothesis in science, what happens in the world contradicts that, then your conjecture is just wrong. And so our ideas have to follow the evidence of the senses and reason. Reason is derived from the evidence of the senses.
Reason is derived from the evidence of the senses?
Sure.
Can you break that down for us?
The evidence of the senses is absolute and non-contradictory. If you have a ball, it is a ball and not a ball and an elephant. It is not a ball and the opposite of a ball. If you drop something from your hand, it doesn't go down, sideways, up at the same time. What we get through the evidence of the senses is perfectly consistent, unless something is wrong with our senses or we're crazy.
Well, I would say, what about, is it possible to have reason in the absence of sense data, for example?
That's so funny, because like Aristotle literally said you can't rely on your senses. You have to rely on reason instead of your senses, and logic instead of your senses. So he's saying on the one end he's an Aristotelian, and on the other end, as I said, he's trying to put that onto Aristotle that he's an empiricist, relying on only cold hard sense data. When he's not, right? He's relying on general principles, right? He's relying on reason above the senses, right? And all that type of stuff, right? So I don't understand, right? It's like the worst philosophy, like course. It's like weird.
And retarded, but has some inner workings in their mind. And also, second of all, people who have, something like synesthesia or these things where the disorders where their sense data that they're getting is, we know it is f***ed up.
Two things that floated into my head to respond to that. The first is we do have some evidence of what the mind is like prior, like when sense data is completely limited. We think of people like Helen Keller or other people, deaf, blind, and dumb, although not dumb being like mute, not dumb as an unintelligent.
Should
and
beat her
her
ass
description,
more.
yeah, her description of her mind before she got evidence of the senses given to her by her teacher was just as a completely blind chaos of nothingness, and everything was just
Whoa, this
transient
is
and
so
nothing made.
crazy. Like senses and our understanding of the senses, that relates to the cognitive apparatus in the brain. That's not talking about the mind. I don't know why he keeps plugging in the word mind in there, and he's talking about philosophy. We don't have evidence of the mind. What is he talking about?
He does like a whole, I think he does this whole roundabout thing of like, well, we have to assume mind, so therefore it must be real because we treat it as if it's real. I think that's what he does, but I'm not sure if he explains that or not. So, because I know that's what his argument for language is. He's like, well, like the is-ought gap. He says is-ought is easy because when you speak, it means that there's an ought because people ought to.
Yeah, but if it's something, if there's things that you start using that you don't have to prove, right, then all knowledge is not derived from sense data. Then, right?
Exactly. Well, see, there you go. See, now
No,
that's
like,
where
you already threw that one out the window, but Jack.
But this is what's interesting is like, so what is he selling? That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. Like, he's selling something, and Sam Hyde, in my opinion, is helping him sell it. So I'm trying to see like, what are they trying to like merge together here? Like libertarian pseudo Christianity or something? I don't know, but
Any sense. So you can't get reason without the evidence of the senses. For the people who have, 10% of the male population is colorblind. I remember when I was a user interface designer in the software world, I had to remember that 10%. So that doesn't mean that the universe is only black and white to them, but color to us. It just means that there are colors that they can't perceive in the same way that we can't hear certain frequencies or we can't see infrared and so on. So that doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with our senses. They're limited for sure, but everything that they do provide to us is still perfectly consistent. And if, when you were a kid, you probably saw this thing like you have a cup of water, right? And you put a pencil in it, right? And the pencil looks like it's doing a little dog leg, like it's doing an L-shaped thing, right? Mm-hmm. And you say, well, that's weird. But if you run your finger down the pencil, it's straight. So it's the eye, like the eye is just, the image of the pencil is changing because of the refraction of the water. The water's acting as a kind of lens. So we have more than one sense so that we can validate and verify the senses. So if you and I were doing the opposite of, in this piss cold warehouse, if we were doing the opposite of that and we were in the desert, right? Mm-hmm. And I say, Sam, look at that beautiful lake on the horizon. And you'd say, Steph, well, first you'd cough off your lung up, and then you'd say, Steph, that could be a mirage. And I'm like, no, come on, it's hot. Let's go.
I'd say, let's go to that lake.
Let's go swim, man. There's going to be
gotta go see that lake,
right?
bro.
And so if we get there and we dive and we drink and we bathe or whatever, then we're going to say, first of all, that's all in slow motion with lots of Grecian oil. Yeah. But we'd also say, okay, this is it's a real lake, because all of our senses are saying the same thing. If, however, we walk there and there's nothing but sand, and then there's just another pretend lake, we know it's just a mirage, right? So we can validate faulty senses or senses that are giving us some data with the evidence of other senses. But if all of our senses are saying the same thing and it conforms with reason, there's no higher standard of truth that we can get a hold of.
Psst. Hey, Goyam, come here. I'm about to give you some secret insider info. It's the Diary of Sam Frank. Uh-oh, let's read it together. Freecash.com. Freecash is an online rewards platform. Small dudes, speed this up to 5x. I tried out this platform and already cashed out.
Even though I was skeptical at first, I am enjoying
Freecash.com.
It's really easy and really fun.
Guys, you sign up for Freecash, and you're going to be getting paid to play games. There's a variety of offers, games, surveys, and apps you can take. It's easy to use, and you get fast payouts.
This website is awesome.
Anybody who uses this should be
extremely excited.
Because they are going to be rich. Is he earning more than me? Is he? Oh, man, Ryan's earning more than me? Now it's a contest, so you can earn more. Come on. 2 limes, 2 J's. We got 0.2, 2 J's. Ah! Okay, $10. Yo, everybody should try this. Now let's just go through the cashing out process. It's that easy. Got the cash. Okay. If you guys don't go to freecash.com, I'm going to be very disappointed. You were a
Friend who I love.
You exist to be
earning money by playing video games, YOLOing, and getting quick payouts.
Do you understand? You're a gamer. Go to freecash.com.
It's really fun.
Are you tired of being broke, Goyim? Freecash.com.
The good of society. So this would be an example of the difference between Aristotelianism and Platonism. So in Aristotelianism, the individual
voice swamp.
The placement. So first he did chalk.com, which is also like Jay Dyer's thing, and then he does this freecash.com, and then he
tries to look like a South Park character and shit.
Right, and then he immediately segues into the social good, and here we're going to talk about Plato and Aristotle's social good. So I think occultism has officially entered the chat, perhaps. I don't know.
Exists.
Social
Only
good.
the individual exists. If you have a crowd, it's a description of a group of people. The individual people, they all exist. The crowd does not exist. The collective name for it does not exist. So you look at a forest, you say, oh, that's a beautiful forest. You know, some German hillscape of pine trees or whatever. That's a beautiful forest, right? Each individual tree exists. The forest is a concept.
What?
The concept exists in our mind as a
No, there's no tree anywhere that's not from a motherfucking forest. That's bullshit. There's no people that aren't from other two people. There's always two more motherfucking people. Every time you see one motherfucker, they didn't just pop out of nowhere. So no.
descriptor of a group of trees, but it doesn't exist. And the reason why this is important, Sam, is that when they say the social good that you have to sacrifice yourself for, there's no such thing as the social good. There's the good of individuals, but there's no such thing as the social good. Collectives are used to crush you because you're told, well, there's a larger good, a greater good, a social good, a country good. You have to sacrifice yourself for the nation or the tribe. And so if the concepts are more important than the individuals, the individuals get crushed and ground under.
Dude, the collective was formed because they formed the individual. What part of that doesn't he get? There would be no such thing as a collective without individuals. He just said it. And then he didn't understand that he just formed a collective by saying that. Like, what? This is the dumbest thing possible. Like how, if everybody's an individual, how are they not a collective of individuals now? Like, you literally formed a collective when you started calling them individuals, bro. Does he not understand the dialectic between
that don't exist.
Individualism and collectivism? That's formed by universalism. Good Lord, these guys are like 5 years behind.
Is it not possible to have a collective descriptor, like a nation or a race, that functions positively to protect the people that descriptor contains?
Yes, but like all powers, it gets corrupted. So you could say, oh, well, we have this tribe and we've got to do things for the good of the tribe. But because there is no good of the tribe, and this sort of comes back to the religious question, right? If you could talk to the good of the tribe, let's just say one guy, his name is Good, and he's the good of the tribe, and you could say, okay, is this good for the tribe? You could cross-examine him and so on. But the good of the tribe, because it doesn't exist, you need an elite class of people to tell you what the good of the tribe is, and then they can make you do stuff for the good of the tribe. Think of the First World War. Well, to save civilization, it's the war to end all war. You've got to go and march off into gunfire or get shot by your sergeant if you don't.
The World War wasn't fought by tribes. What is he smoking? It's literally because we don't have any more tribes that you can have a such thing as a world war. What are you talking about, dude?
Right.
Like,
so you see how they're like slipping all this shit under the door as they're like, I don't know. It's pretty weird.
He is promoting like a very base level of liberalism on this show by saying like individualism is good, tribalism is bad. Like, dude, like what?
Right.
This is like low level shit. Like, I'm pretty sure like Pinoid and Pilliter would 100% agree with me right now.
Right.
Like,
Well,
you know,
I'm kind of sad they're not here because like I do want to see what they think of this because like it reminds me of Giorgiani 100%. Like this is basically Giorgiani shit.
yeah, like I'm pretty sure like while I was gone, they just talked for 2 fucking hours about how like tribalism is fucking good thing and how individualism is a bad thing. Like I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's pretty, but again, why is Sam Hyde hosting this discussion? And again, because Stefan is not to be underestimated. Like if you really get deep into his philosophy, like I did, I mean, it's pretty Luciferian, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is a base level. That is a base level Luciferianism. Like if you just say like we have to fight tribalism, the goal is to be an individual. Like that is literally Luciferianism. Step one. All right, like that's literally
Well,
that's literally the first step.
and it gets really deep, and I think that like honestly, I didn't really give it the due respect because I didn't see the wider occult angle, but that's why I'm trying to break down like where his ideology is coming from because I suspect that it is probably some sort of a strange occult belief structure that he's smuggling in under the guise of science and reason and all this shit, right? So
you don't put your head over the side of the trench. So because the good of the tribe, the good of the nation, the good of the group does not exist, you need people who say, oh, I know what that is. Like, oh, I know what the good of the group is. And of course, what does it always turn out to be? That the good of the group said by some guy is always, always, always the good of the ruling class, is the good of the people in charge, what's best. If people are going to say, this is the good, I need to be able to interrogate it. I need to be able to cross-examine it. I need to pull that Socratic reasoning out of my armpit and lay it on that person. But the collective good, it has to have someone to speak for it, and that person is always corrupted by that power.
I understand that if power exists, you would want to corrupt it. You would want to infiltrate it, sort of surreptitiously take the reins, and that there's always going to be people who are parasites and have kind of beta male strategies for ascending the hierarchy. I don't know if that negates the idea that that there are like nations and peoples who have this kind of interest in protecting themselves, though.
Well, sure. Listen, there is the groups of people who absolutely need to band together to protect themselves, and they should do that, but not according to mysticism, not according to a wisdom that nobody can interrogate or cross-examine that is held by one or a small group of elites that then just have to tell you what to do, and they have this big, giant, ghostly club called the common good, the social good, the good of the nation or the state or whatever it is. If there's somebody claiming that there's a good, then I want to be able to interrogate that person. They can't claim some abstract social good.
But see,
They've got to
this
make a rational
problem.
case in an objective sense.
Let me know if this is true. What you would want to see is a world where people are kind of atomized individuals and they don't have any kind of collective identity.
Like, yeah, like how would you get shit done if somebody gets to question? Anybody can question. And he just said, well, there's nations and states and there's leaders and stuff, and they have to do stuff on behalf of their people. And and his response was like, yeah, but as long as it's not like a small group that's controlling. What do you mean?
But then, but that's the thing as well, is like, so he's against civilization and technology and all these things. See, that's kind of the other side of it. Is like that would be the logical conclusion of what he's saying, but then he turns it around and says, "Oh no, we need more civilization, more technology," and it's like, but everything that you're suggesting is antithetical to that, right? So, like, how would you have this giant technological system with like individualism? It doesn't work like that, right?
Yeah, where like nobody can do anything without like somebody interrogating them or being able to interrogate them and ask them, why are you doing this? And then put an end to it if they don't agree with it. Like, what?
Right. And again, he seems to be saying this for all mankind, right? So it's like, okay, so we're going to let the guy from the Congo and the guy from India and the guy from Uzbekistan and the guy from Antarctica, they're all going to get together and like hash out their differences in English and make sure that they 100% agree before they start doing a job of building a house or something. I don't know. Like,
Identity?
I don't think that's possible. I mean, we're tribal species, right? So I don't think it's possible for there to be atomized individuals. What I don't like, though, is when people say, let's say race, right? So race is a big topic in the world, of course, at the moment. There are certain, haplogroups and there are certain genetic commonalities to the various different races, as I've sort of talked about for many years. So race describes objective genetic differences between different groups. That is an objective scientific metric, and those people will have something genetically in common. And they may want to work together, whether black, white, or Hispanic, or whatever. They may want to work together for their collective goals. But I don't want somebody to say, well, I represent the race. Or what are in La Raza, there's an entire group of Hispanic advocacy called La Raza. I don't want somebody saying, well, I speak for the race, and you have to do what I say because of this magical concept called the race. If somebody says, well, I want to organize for blacks or Hispanics or whites or whatever, I want them to make a rational case and not have a big giant ghostly club that makes them right no matter what because they speak for the race. They just have to make a rational case for their goals or plans. It would be like if there was a court case and I said, well, I have an invisible judge who's going to tell me whether you're innocent or guilty. Like, nobody would want to design a legal system like that, right? My invisible judge friend will tell me whether you're innocent or guilty. That would be lynching or something like that, right? So you'd want to say, if there's going to be a court case, you need to have witnesses, you need to have evidence, you need to be able to confront your accusers and ask them the tough questions and cross-examine witnesses and so on. And so with Platonism, you end up with this invisible judge friend who's going to tell you what's right and wrong, and everyone else just has to kind of go along with it or fight you like crazy, which is obviously quite dangerous. So what I want is that people can make the reasoned case, but they don't get a giant invisible friend that tells them that they're right, that I just have to believe or take them on in some sort of armed combat or something.
I think if I were black, I would just look for the leader, and I would be like, yeah, that's my dude. And then I would just be
Yeah,
good
this
to go.
is weird. Like, how does, like, so Plato has an imaginary invisible friend, but Aristotle doesn't? And Catholicism doesn't? I don't understand, right? And then, like, is he saying, like, Catholicism is just mythological? You know, like, and what proof does he have for that? And it's pretty weird. He's making all these, like, statements.
Friend who basically wrote most of, well, I don't know about most, but wrote a significant portion of his show is now like an ortho bro who's like close to Jade Iyer and stuff. So I don't know if that means anything to you, but you know, it might be part of what's going on here.
You know what I mean? If I were black, I would just find whatever the strongest, richest, whoever had the most watches on.
With glasses.
I'd be like, yeah, that's my boy right there. Yeah, let's do this. All right, we taking over. We good. And then I wouldn't think about it.
That's very dangerous, right? That guy, if he has the giant invisible friend called the race or the country or...
You got to rep your race.
But if somebody says, I'm right because of some giant concept that you can't question...
Is that giant concept race?
They could claim to do it in the name of race or in the name of the nation or in the name of a class or in the name of the Democrats or the Republicans or the liberals or whatever it is. So if they say, you can't cross-examine me in a rational context because I have the good of the nation on my side, that's just a big giant club to
Well, what if they say you can cross-examine me?
Great.
Because I'm repping this race and I'm on top and I'm leading my race.
Then you can cross-examine them, but they can't claim to be right because of a concept, because of some abstraction that you can't question.
Well, the rightness is just like, we got to get ours and be up there. And it doesn't, I don't know if it even matters if we're right.
As long as we eatin'.
Honestly, what I would say, and it's not a joke, I would say it don't matter if we're right as long as we eatin'.
Well, of course. I mean, that's how the animal kingdom works. That's how most of humanity works at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he just broke down what science would actually say about the situation.
Right.
Right. Like, what's the common good or what's the social good? But no, like, what are we having for dinner? Like, that's all that really matters. Like,
Well,
and who are we?
And it's funny because this is kind of what Pinoid and Pill Eater were kind of bouncing back and forth, right? Because it's like they're selling us, you know, social Darwinianism and might makes right, but then they're taking away our ability to actually exercise that for ourselves and our tribe and saying like, well, religion's too dangerous, tribes are too dangerous, you know, so we'll give you this fake thing called race and let you argue over that. And again, I think that's what Sam Hyde is directly selling. He's saying, look, white people, time to be like black guys, be like, what you eating today, right? But again, that's a facade, because in this situation we're in, do we really have the ability to go and advocate, quote unquote, for ourselves and grab what we need and stuff like that? No, not really.
However, I would say that if you take away the invisible friend that makes me right, it's a lot tougher for people to dominate others. If you take away, well, I speak for the nation, and you have to sacrifice yourself for the national good, and I know the will of the people, and nobody knows the will of the people. Nobody knows what's good for the collective, because the collective is a bunch of people who quite often disagree with each other and need to kind of reason things out. So if you take away that I speak for the nation, I speak for the group, I speak for the tribe, then it's a lot tougher to get people to do what you want, which is good.
Has anyone ever escaped that, though? I feel like the animal kingdom kind of reigns supreme, and any example that I can think of where there's been public discourse or logic, whatever the surface of the verbal surface layer of reason is, the underpinnings are always racial, group-based, animal kingdom. Has there ever been some community or upright, the type of civilization that is more in line with your ideas?
Has there been moral progress over the course of humanity, or are we just apes with spaceships? Right?
It's like all of history's been based on the animal kingdom. This guy's dumb as a rock. Like, the fuck? What the fuck just came out of his mouth? What is he talking about?
That's if we can say that there has been moral progress, then we can keep going. If there hasn't been any moral progress, then it's just circle jerk, right? We don't really. I'm just making sounds.
And his response is, "But hasn't there been moral progress?" Like, what? This has to be staged. Like, that is the dumbest, both like combination of like statement and then response to the statement. You know, like, no, there hasn't been any moral progress, but no, it's not been based on a fucking animal kingdom, dude. What are you smoking? Like, human beings are way different than the animal kingdom because we've been able to utilize books and things. I don't know, like, this fucking this is grotesquely fucking. And then he's like, "There's been moral progress." Like, what? And then would he add Christianity to that?
Well, that's why I'm saying is like, are they? It seemed like they're selling this mechanical animal philosophy or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's not exactly sure. Like, I mean, personally, I think it's like processed church shit. But I mean, it could be, paranoid.
Yeah, how are you a Catholic? This guy said he's like some kind of a Catholic earlier, or he's talking about Catholicism, and then like, or why did he ask about Catholicism?
Sam Hyde is supposedly leaning towards Orthodoxy or Catholicism because of Jay Dyer's buddies. Stefan hates religion and thinks it's just a way to like get people to do shit because Sky Daddy told him.
So he's leaning into Catholicism, and he's saying that we're all just animals. What?
Well, no, Stefan is like a raging atheist, but Stefan.
No, but I mean the Sam Hyde guy said that.
What did he say? He said, what did he say?
He said, "Isn't all of history just based on the fact that we're all just part of the fucking animal kingdom?" Like, what?
Well, yeah. Well, he's kind of what you said before. He's like, well, are we supposed to be like animals or something? I don't know. Again, it's like they're selling this kind of like thing that humans are supposed to be like animals. Like, again, it's like the social Darwinian, which is what Richard Spencer is basically saying too, or like Marx or something. I don't know. Dialectical materialism.
For no particular purpose.
You mean you right now?
Yeah, me for my entire career would be a complete fraud, right? Because it's like if I'm selling progress, like if I said, Sam, give me your left kidney and you'll live forever, I'd be a con man selling something that I couldn't provide, right?
Okay.
So if there hasn't been moral progress in the species, then philosophy is a con, right? It's offering you something it'd be like me being a witch doctor saying I can do a particular dance, I can twerk and you'll get a monsoon. Like, I can't do that.
That's funny.
I've tried. Obviously, most people have. So if there has been moral progress, then we can keep going. And I would make the case that there has been moral progress. A couple of things that pop to mind: the end of formal slavery, actually owning other human beings like livestock, that has largely gone away. In most of the world, there are still like 50 million slaves around the world, but 80% of the world's population was enslaved in the past, and it's down now to 50 million out of how many billion? So that's some kind of progress. If you look at human history, it was like brute, close to the bone subsistence living for almost all of our history. 100,000, 200,000 years, we got by on about $1 a day, if we were lucky.
How much of ending slavery can be attributed to Christianity?
I would say virtually all of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was the Quakers and the Catholics as well, and some Protestants who really made it a worldwide crusade to bring people into the dignity of free will in the image of God. And Christianity, plus the technology that came out of the scientific revolution, because there was a lot of force involved in the ending of slavery. I mean, they literally had to go and take slaves from the ships and free, and there was a huge amount of debt. And a lot of people.
Slavery's pretty crazy.
So there it is.
It's insane.
I haven't thought about that probably since high school, but like keeping somebody in chains, that's crazy.
So there it is. So Christianity is a stepping stone to scientific revolution and progress. So everything that Andrew Wilson was saying against the guy the other day, that Protestantism caused the scientific revolution, could be applied to Christianity in general. And that's just I don't know. It's just kind of like a weird, like sort of Hegelian concept where you're talking about the myth of progress. So Christianity is a stepping stone. I mean, to this progress of freedom or whatever. So, I mean, I think this is a really weird concept. I don't know why a pro-Christian would espouse this ideal, right? This seems like a deeply atheistic concept, right?
Well, and like you said, they're smuggling in the term progress without defining it. So it's like, what kind of progress exactly? And it's like, well, moral progress. And it's like, so how do we do that? It's like, well, slavery ended because of like weapons and money schemes that like indebted people. Why? And he's about to say, literally, white people can't be blamed for slavery because we paid off the debt of slavery for 150 years, and so he's literally saying like white people are the like sacrificial lamb of the Jews to get rid of slavery. It's really weird. Like I know that, like, just listen to what he says right here.
The fact is that I think it was 2010 that the British public finally stopped paying for slavery.
Via what?
They bought the slaves from a lot of slavers. And they took on a huge amount of debt, the British government, to end slavery in the 19th century.
Oh, they've been paying that debt?
They've been paying that down. I think they finally finished around 2010.
They bought them to end slavery?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
They bought them out.
Well,
and so that massive sacrifice, which went on for 150 plus years for the British taxpayers, is why when people blame whites for slavery, it's the
now they're
absolute reversal of the truth.
Making London fun to live in. Yes, it's progress. And what's the interest on that, by the way?
Oh, let's not go into those who are charging all the interest. But anyway, so
in this little like,
I think that the end of slavery is a big progress. If you look again at the sort of economic brutality.
Like, I just want to back that up because, like, I don't know if anybody catches like what's going on here, but
progress. And what's the interest on that, by the way?
Oh, let's not go into those who are charging all the interest. But anyway, some Protestants who really made it a worldwide crusade to bring people into the dignity of free will in the image of God. And Christianity, plus the technology that came out of the scientific revolution, because there was a lot of force involved in the ending of slavery. I mean, they literally had to go and take slaves from the ships and free it. And there was a huge amount of debt. A lot of people
Slavery's pretty crazy.
It's insane.
I haven't thought about that probably since high school, but like keeping somebody in chains, that's crazy.
The fact is that I think it was 2010 that the British public finally stopped paying for slavery.
Via what?
They bought the slaves from a lot of slavers. And they took on a huge amount of debt, the British government, to end slavery in the 19th century.
Oh, they've been paying that debt?
They've been paying that down. I think they finally finished around 2010.
They bought them to end slavery?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
They bought them out.
Well.
And so that massive sacrifice, which went on for 150 plus years for the British taxpayers, is why when people blame whites for slavery, it's the
now they're
absolute reversal of the truth.
Making London fun to live in.
Yes, it's progress. And what's the interest on that, by the way?
Oh, let's not go into those who are charging all the interest. But anyway, so I think that the end of slavery is a big progress. If you look again at the sort of economic brutality of most of human history, half of people dying before the age of 5, and the endless plagues and famines and wars, and like human lifespan was just brutal. Starting with the agricultural revolution, late 18th century, to the capitalist revolution, 19th century, human well-being and wealth has taken off. And that's, to me, significant progress because we've had a widening of property rights and more free markets. You were going to say, I feel that inhalation.
Well, I don't know if that's how attributable that is to philosophy. The like technology, assembly lines, agricultural, just the stuff that's kind of propelled the standard of living for people is, I don't know if that's attributable to philosophy.
Oh, I would make the case that it is. And I've got a whole history of philosophers series for people on my show, which is to say that the expansion of self-ownership, which ended slavery, was also the expansion of self-ownership in terms of property rights. We own ourselves and we own the effects of our actions, right? So I own myself, and if I make some bad argument, I own that argument. If I build a bridge, I own the bridge because it's.
So what's interesting here, and I know that machines like catching on to this, I'm just saying, like, it's like, okay, so a forest isn't real, a tree is real, and property rights are real, meaning like if I own something, I own it, and if I make an argument or I make a mistake or I do something good, I own that too. But like, how is ownership real but a forest isn't real? See what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying it's totally wrong, but I mean, it's like, is that an ontological claim or something? I don't know.
Right, like you could observe a forest with sense data. Can you observe property rights with sense data? Like, what is he talking about, dude?
And this is like might makes right on steroids. Personally, that's kind of what I think's going on, but I could be wrong. But very similar to some Wilsonian type of arguments, in my opinion.
My actions. So the same impulse that drove Christianity to end slavery, which was you can't own yourself and be owned by another, also helped to extend property rights, so that it was the end not just of slavery, which we know more obvious in America and in the Middle East.
I'm not sure Christianity ended slavery. Not sure that's the thing that did. I'm pretty sure Christians had slaves, and then Thomas Jefferson, who wasn't a Christian, also had slaves when they got past the idea of Christianity. So the post-Christian world had slaves too, right? I don't know what he's talking about. How did this moral progress end slavery? Like, slavery still goes on today, right? There's like children working at factories. What are you talking about?
He said there's only 15 million now or something, and I guess it's like this technicality, like, well, technically they're not slaves, but I don't know. I mean, to me personally, I think it's a horrible argument, because what is a slave, right? What is ownership? Self-ownership is another thing. Like, well, if we're living under, like, a technocracy or technoliberalism or whatever, are we really, is everything we're doing a part of our own volition ultimately? I don't know. It's like basically you get 100% moral responsibility, but 0% like ability to change the environment in which you're in. I mean, not zero, but you know what I mean. Like, do I have the same amount of moral culpability as like Trump or something? I don't know.
Least in particular. But serfdom was a big problem in both Russia and many places in Europe, where you had some private property, but you were bought and sold with the land like livestock. The rationalization and privatization of land in the agricultural revolution was the beginning of the rollout of property rights across the West, which was really the foundation for the Industrial Revolution. That all came philosophically, that all human beings should be equal in the eyes of God. All human beings should share the same rights. There aren't masters and rulers in the same way that you would have slave owners and slaves or lords and serfs. And so that equalization had very strong roots in the Enlightenment and spread through Christianity and through the state to property rights and the end of slavery, which was the foundation, I think, of the Industrial Revolution.
That
was a wild transition.
That was him trying to sell red light therapy lights or something, commercial, another commercial.
Take red light. It does sound like God is pretty integral to this process here. How do you kind of reconcile that with your own religious views or lack of religious views, or however you would characterize that? Godlessness.
Yeah, I mean, that is insanity, what he just laid down, right? He literally just said that Christianity led to the Industrial Revolution. Like, what in the world? Like, pretty weird stuff. Like, I don't know where he got that from. He literally just pulled that out of his ass. It's kind of like a really weird leap of logic there.
Well, again, it's like basically saying like all this heretical stuff that we now call Christianity and all the occultism therein is like Christianity. It's kind of what Jason Giorgiani's doing too, where it's like, look at all this evil stuff that Christianity did. Meanwhile, Christianity's been basically destroyed for the last 1,500 years, right? And it's like, look, see, look at all the shit it did. Now,
yeah, but how did Yeah, but here's the thing, like, how did the impetus for moral progress and scientific progress come out of something that is that is seen by Jews and pagans as too superstitious and too wild of a, like, what?
Right. Well, and that's the thing again, is like, so they like the results of what came out of it, despite its flaws, but now they want to get rid of it and take all the fruits and run with it. Does that make sense? Is like, am I tripping on that, or because he's like basically saying, yeah, Christianity freed all the slaves. Now the first thing we need to do is just get rid of all semblance and remnants of it. Essentially, it's like, okay. Oh, and all this industrial revolution and stuff that's so great. By the way, that's because of Christianity too. And by the way, we need to get rid of it as soon as possible. So I don't know. What do you think? Do you get a sense of like what do you think they're trying to sell or something, or?
Well, I mean, just going by what he's saying that scientific progress is a good thing. Christianity's bad because it's superstition and it's tribalism, and it makes you believe that there's a guy in charge. There's like one guy you should listen to, but that somehow caused progress in terms of science and morality, so it should be prized, even though it is a callous superstition. Doesn't make any sense, but yeah, this is what he's saying essentially. To summarize his views, I mean, that sounds ridiculous, but this is essentially what he said, right?
God were to give somebody a vision that says 2 and 2 make 4, that would not be wrong, right? They still need to prove it. And so if God says to people, thou shalt not steal means everybody has property rights, well, philosophically, there's a very strong argument, of course, that everybody does have property rights. So if correct philosophical conclusions come out of religion, that's a plus. I mean, it's the old argument for me, at least. It was like if you have an illness and there's a doctor who writes down the wrong medicine, but it turns out to be the right medicine for your illness, hey, you're happy you're cured, right?
So that's kind of, in your view, what has happened.
Philosophically, human beings have the same properties and the same characteristics. That's how we know that they're human beings and not, apes or pigs. And philosophically speaking, that's the case for self-ownership and property rights. If a religious person, if a Christian says that all human beings are equal in the eyes of God, that's, for me, a poetic and quite beautiful way of saying what is philosophically true. And if Christians really work to achieve that in the world, which has been an amazing and beautiful progress in humanity, the fact that they've done a lot more good than most atheists have done means that they have an energy and emotional driving passion behind the equality that they believe all human beings have in the eyes of God. Because God being eternal, omniscient, all good, all humanity is like flat relative to the glory of God. So there's an equality there because you're so far from the perfection of God. Like in an infinite length, being taller or shorter doesn't matter. It's infinitely small. So if what to me is a poetic way of understanding the world and of humanity through religion gets to very important and core philosophical truths, I think that's a beautiful thing. In the same way that there's a lot of people who are, I think the guy who ran the Human Genome Project is a very staunch Christian. And he says, as many scientists have said, and particularly the growth of the scientific revolution, they said we are discovering the laws of God. God did not create a universe incomprehensible to man. God did not design man to have a rational faculty. And
so that's kind of what I was talking about on the show is August Comte, right? He basically says that religion, right, is myth, right? It's not real, right? It led to philosophy, which led to a bunch of metaphysical speculation, which he thinks is not real, which led to science, which he thinks is real. Right, so he said the goal of religion is these little gems, right? These little philosophical gems, like for example, property rights, because you think all people are equal, right? Created in equality before God. So you come up with the idea of property rights. So you use this religious concept to create this philosophical gem. So the goal of religion is philosophy, and the goal of philosophy is science, is basically what he's saying. And this is basically what he's termed progress, right? He's termed all of this progress, right? So, I mean, there's huge reasons to reject what he's saying. And he's also said that the whole impetus for the entire thing was Aristotle, right? So I just want people to pay attention that that's what he's saying.
Well, and it's also like a Freemasonic thing of like, yeah, we use religion to get to the philosophy in your head to make you useful for what we're trying to do, right?
Well, what he's saying is basically Christianity plus Aristotle equals the Enlightenment and the scientific revolution, right?
Strange. Strange. Didn't you write a book about that?
Yeah, but I mean, I think what the Protestants and all these people would say is definitely something different. And if you look at history, you look at the Roman Empire, you look at all of these other things, there's a bunch of changes that happened that I think he's not really, going that deep into, right? Because this is a sort of myth, right? This entire thing that he's putting on is mythological, right?
Myth can be bad, but I'm going to give you a new myth for a new era or new age, perhaps.
Yeah, he's basically constructed a myth following the historiological sequence that's mentioned in the Bible, and then added, like Western society and Western progress as the goal of this thing that's happening in the Bible. Right. So that explains like the connection between Rome and Jerusalem and all that type of stuff. So it's interesting.
And to live in a rational universe and then be opposed to the exercise of reason. And so the studying of God's laws as a tribute to God has produced some amazing scientists. And the pursuit of Christian morals that happen to accord with rational morals has produced a beautiful world.
But you don't agree with the sort of the impetus for all that they've done. You don't believe in it.
Believe, that's funny, that's an interesting way to put it. And of course, that is how most people put it. There's no fault in that. So I just start with a blank slate. So with philosophy, you've got to just, everything you got to throw out.
But what if you can intuit things and know that they're true without starting from a blank slate?
Then you have to prove that they're true. You can't just know things are true.
You have to prove that they're true?
You have to prove that they're true.
Why?
Because otherwise it's just an instinct. It could be a prejudice. It could be demonic. It could be anything.
I don't want to know that it's true badly enough to attempt to prove it.
Well, then I would say you don't trust your beliefs, because your beliefs should be provable. If they're not provable, they just remain blind prejudices.
Yeah, I would call it a blind prejudice. Is that accurate according to Catholicism?
No, they would say
it's
faith, right? It's magic.
I think, that we think that God is reasonable and God is reason, so he could be reached with reason. And so if it's logical and reasonable, it's for a reason. Like the whole.
He said God is reason.
Right. Yep. You see that was very subtle. He said in Catholicism, our God is reason. See what I mean? Interesting. Maybe it is the Jesuits. Maybe I owe EBT an apology.
If they're not provable, they just remain blind prejudices.
Yeah, I would call it a blind prejudice. Is that accurate according to Catholicism?
No, they would say faith, right? It's magic.
I think, that we think that God is reasonable and God is reason, so he could be reached.
And I mean, God is reasonable and God is reason. Is that Aquinas talking or something, or?
Oh, sorry, what was that?
No, I'm just saying, like, is this not like a stunning admission by these guys, or? I'm just gonna slow it down a second.
If they're not provable, they just remain blind prejudices.
Yeah, I would call it a blind prejudice. Is that accurate according to Catholicism?
No, they would say faith, right? It's magic.
I think, that we think that God is reasonable and God is reason, so he could be reached with reason. Well, no, that we think that God is reasonable and God is reason, so he could be reached with reason.
Is that Catholicism? I don't know. Maybe we need to find some Catholic guy and ask him. God is reasonable. God is reason, and so you can reach God with reason. Is that Aquinas or something? Like, where's that coming from?
Yeah, there's at least three factors. There's like white people, there's Christianity, there's the technology. Right, so there's no reason to think it's either one of those is the main thing. I don't know.
Right, but I mean the reason thing, like saying God is reason, like I mean that's what I say to all the atheists, that their God is reason. So he's saying that like atheists and God
Right.
and Catholics have the same God. I mean that's some like deist shit or something, right? You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like I don't think I've ever thought of God as like reason. Like God has his own reason that you're never going to be able to understand. How could you possibly understand the reason of God? It seems totally seems totally impossible to me.
Yeah, it's kind of like he's taken the idea that God is the logos, and he's saying, well, logos just means reason.
Is that what logos means though? I thought it's beyond. Well, not to quote Nietzsche, but isn't that?
Well, that's what it means. Well, that's what it means for Philo, the Jew.
Oh, okay. Beyond good and evil, beyond reason. Who wrote Beyond Reason? Kant or something?
I don't know beyond reason, but beyond good and evil is Nietzsche.
Right. So Philo of Alexandria. Interesting. I don't know. This is pretty for me. I think like when I just heard this little piece right here, I think they're trying to merge atheism and Catholicism, or deism and deism. Basically, it's like deism, Catholicism, and atheism are now like being merged. To you got the John Lennon looking dude over here who hasn't said anything.
And so if it's logical and reasonable, it's for a reason. Like the whole, God created a universe that could be studied and logical and comprehensible.
Yeah, it would not be a sin for a scientific Christian to study the laws of nature.
Oh, yeah, no.
Because the laws of nature would have sprung from the mind of God.
Catholicism especially, they're very ordered and detailed about even canonizing saints. Like there's a process, to all that stuff.
You start from a blank slate, and you've arrived somewhere where there is no God.
Well, no, you start with there is nothing but what is and can be proved. And the is the evidence of the senses, the things that we understand in the real world through the evidence of our senses, the things that are.
Maybe help me. Why do I bristle at that?
Why do you bristle at that?
Not in an anti-Stefan Molyneux way.
Because you're a Platonist. Because you start with abstracts and ideals as assumptions. And this is not a criticism. That's just a description of faith. And again, correct me if I go astray. But you start, and it's a beautiful thing. I mean, thank you. Philosophically, it's a challenge, but it's a beautiful thing in many ways. But you start with the assumption of an ideal and of a universal and of an abstract.
Okay.
And then you derive from there, right? I mean, God exists is even more primary than existence exists.
Right.
Because God preceded existence, right?
Yeah.
Like you can have a watch and you have a watchmaker. The watch is inferior to the watchmaker because the watchmaker can exist without the watch, but the watch can't exist without the watchmaker. So God is more vivid and real and true than evidence of the senses, if I understand the belief system correctly, right? So you start with the abstractions and the ideals and the perfection, and then you derive everything from that. Whereas I start with nothing other than the evidence of the senses and the reason that comes from that. I
don't know if I start with the ideals because I was an atheist up until my 20. I was a retard. I don't even think I thought about it after up until maybe 28. But I think that what I would start with is I would look at everything I know about the physical world, systems, math, just the varying layers and spheres of complexity that are all interlinked in this absurdly tight, it defies comprehension that anything works or that anything exists. I would look at that, imagine that this sprung from nothingness or just exists somehow without some type of design, is not retarded, but super retarded.
Right. Yeah.
And I would say, listen, I would also
retarded with a cape.
It's retarded with a cape. And I would also think about Richard Dawkins and evolution. And the challenges to evolution would classically were, Mr. Dawkins proved to me how a wing evolved. There's no possible way a wing could evolve. Or an eyeball. There's no way that an eye could evolve. I've heard the arguments that Richard Dawkins has made for the evolution of an eye and a wing, which it's very smart. And an eye would be light sensing tissue that has a calcified ridge that starts to grow around it, and that gives you angle, like where's the light coming from, and that forms eventually into something like a Nautilus eye where you've got a pinhole camera that actually gives you good detail. And then a wing would be like a flap of skin or something that slows your descent as you fall out of a tree, and that over time that develops into an appendage that enables you to fly. I don't think that that's like fantasy or something, but I don't think that negates the existence of God. I think that for something like that to even be possible is like flabbergasting. I feel like there's this cavalier sort of, like when people can understand the mechanism, there's this cavalier like, oh, I know how it works. It's got a thing in it. Of course, it was like that the whole time. These guys that have like 130 IQ, they don't acknowledge what comes after that, which is like, this thing is f***ing crazy. Do you realize that? Like the thing that you accurately described it. Like I get that you understand how it works. I know that you get quantum physics and you can have a computer that has flips qubits. Like I get that you did that. You've mastered some degree of nature here. You're not acknowledging that this is f***ing crazy.
The awe is missing.
Literally, the awe is missing.
Yeah.
It's an absurdity that these things are possible. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he'll be like, they do acknowledge it a little bit in a like Rick and Morty, we're physicists. Of course we do magic. Like that's how they'll acknowledge it, but I don't believe that they really understand what they're tampering with.
There's no reverence there, but can I say one thing? Because I was thinking too, like if you start with a blank slate, who made the slate?
That is good.
The material world, yeah. Like if you start,
he's like physicists are doing magic, and then he said there's no reverence there. Like reverence for what? Like for the magical? Like what the fuck? Like weird, dude. And this dude's a Catholic. He's talking about how wizardry is, that you should have reverence for this shit. But yeah, weird.
Well, Jack Parsons had reverence, didn't he?
Right. So he had too much.
start with the material world. Aren't there presuppositions in it existing in the first place?
The issue is existing to begin with, right? Right. Or is the time frame. One of the reasons that people, myself included, of course, have such trouble with evolution is we can't really comprehend 4 billion years, like how much is possible in that amount of selection pressure, because we live a lifespan that is like 0.00001% of that. So the distance of time is really quite astounding what can happen over 4 billion years. Now, the issue that you had, which is a good issue, not that I'm giving out points here, but the issue is that existence exists in the first place.
Right.
You have that God exists in the first place. So you have no problem with things existing.
You would need a starting point. That one claims to have a starting point, which is God.
Sorry, you mean the material universe?
Right.
Would need a starting point. I mean, that's still heavily under debate. I mean, it was called the Big Bang kind of in a derogatory way. Matter can neither be created nor destroyed, only converted to energy and back. So far, matter appears to be eternal and just has always been, and maybe it's had different forms. So saying that the problem is that existence exists, to me, adding God to that is just adding another one of those problems, which is that God exists and has always existed. And I'd rather just say reality has always existed rather than putting in another one, which is causeless, which is God. I don't think that.
There's no way we're going to get to the end of that one. That one seems to be. But what about, it seems weird that humankind has a proclivity to search for God and have love, which both seem not like benefits to existing or evolving. So if I love you, which I do, of course, and you die, if we're, I don't know why I'm making this us, but if we're married, let's not do this.
Come on.
If
man.
I'm married, I'm sorry. I've been waiting a long time.
Into the mix.
You can make an atheist argument for
love.
Love.
So pair bonding is needed for the raising of children and the transmission of culture.
If my wife dies and I mourn her the rest of my life versus just going back at it, reproducing. So it doesn't seem like reproduction is the end. It seems like it's interrupted by this weird defect of
But
love.
it's just strong pair bonding like that is like, what is it, K-type versus R-type reproductive
We
strategies?
have so much knowledge we need to transfer to children, and they take forever to grow up. Brain maturity for males is like 25. It's a quarter century. It takes a year for kids to walk. You know, foals can do it like 3 minutes after dropping out of the horse, right? So we need that pair bonding to transmit all of the information, the language, the culture, the religion, and so on, for our children to succeed in our society. So the best way to do that is to have a strong pair bonding. Now, I believe that the best pair bonding, that the true love, is our response to virtue, if we're virtuous. And that tends to be the best pair bonding, and the most reliable and safe pair bonding is if we have a man and a woman who are honest and have courage and integrity, because marriage is a vow, right? And the best way to keep a marriage is to have people who keep their word, which is a form of integrity and honesty and honor. And so love in its relationship to virtue is important. Otherwise, it is just, oxytocin pair bonding.
Those virtues, do they exist outside of the two people agreeing that those are virtues?
Yes.
So there are ultimate
they don't
virtues.
exist. Abstractions don't exist like tangibly.
They exist because two
valid,
people agreed.
Right. So if I pointed a bunch of penguins and say that's a nice forest, Clearly, I may need to have my eyesight adjusted or something like that because that's incorrect.
What if the penguins are wearing leaves and branches?
So then the ayahuasca is kicked in, and I think we're beyond philosophy at that point. So, but no, I mean, I can be objectively wrong. So love, certainly you can measure it in terms of, biochemical responses and happiness, and you can measure the, release of oxytocin or dopamine within the system and so on. So you can certainly measure it, but abstractions don't exist outside the mind. It doesn't mean they're subjective. Like if you've got two coconuts on a table, you've got two coconuts. They're real, and you can count them. The number 1 and 2 exists in your mind. It doesn't mean it's subjective because it's still one. You can't say there's 5 coconuts when there's only 2, or you can, but you'd be wrong.
Can we get back to the blank slate thing? You said that it's possible that matter is infinite. I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong or whether you believe
that's
that or
what science
not.
is saying so
but it's
far,
just like to say like the matter is infinite. That's
eternal.
That isn't that eternal. That's nuts.
Why?
Just
got
because of
What's the
the
difference?
awe and the heaviness of it.
Why?
To think about matter being eternal is just, it's just a heady concept. So
the bits of you and I were stars 1.5 billion years ago or whatever.
What that makes me want to ask you though is do you have?
Yeah, this stuff we don't know what it is, but we'll just say it's always been here. Yeah, great.
It's like a huge amount of cope, in my opinion, of what's going on. Like
Yeah, it's like you make up some shit to cover up some shit you don't know. That's pretty embarrassing. Like I don't know, it's a kind of weird move.
It's pretty weird that Sam Hyde's kind of catching him on it too, because like I don't know, I'm not sure exactly like what's going on, but yeah.
Yeah, he's like, what do you mean? Like that's total nonsense. Like what are you talking about?
Guesstimate or an idea or a notion of things like why we're here, how it started. You don't believe there's any. You've arrived at the fact that you don't believe there's anything outside of observable physical reality.
Well, anything that is outside of physical reality would be defined as not existing, right? I mean, we came down a corridor, right? We didn't try and walk through the wall because we can't, right? So we came down a corridor, so we came where the wall wasn't, right? So there's no evidence that there's a wall there. That's how we know it's a corridor. So when you say outside of material existence, that would be the same as non-existence.
How do you think it all started?
What all started?
Material or physical reality.
It's eternal.
It's eternal. Do you think there's any reason why we're here?
Well, you'll have to. I hate to be that annoying guy, but you'd have to define your terms. What do you mean by reason why we're here?
There's the reason.
Like it's so crazy. He said like outside of physical reality is non-existence, but he said like math and all that stuff doesn't exist. So it's kind of weird. Like I don't know. I don't think he's being very precise with his like terminology at this point. He's definitely not having like high level philosophical discourse, and like I don't exactly know what they're promoting other than the myth of progress. Yeah.
It's eternal.
It's eternal. Do you think there's any reason why we're here?
Well, you'll have to. I hate to be that annoying guy, but you'd have to define your terms. What do you mean by reason why we're here?
There's the reasons why we're here. We could make up reasons on our own, like we want to collect Xbox game points. I would say that if you you've dedicated yourself to virtue. Could we say that? Would we say that?
Yeah.
Virtue and reason.
Yeah. So the general formulation is reason leads to virtue leads to happiness.
Okay. And so is it ultimately the leading to happiness that you're interested in?
I mean, happiness is the end goal of most of our purpose, right? So, I mean, happiness is the one thing that you do. You don't do it for the sake of something else, right? So, most people, why do you get up? Well, I got to go to work. Why do you have to go to work? Well, you got to make money. Well, why do you have to make money? Well, you got to spend money, right? And when I spend money, I'm happy, or at least I'm not anxious. So happiness is the one thing in general that we do not for the sake of something else. That's sort of the end purpose or the end point.
So those are your reasons for existing. Is that accurate or not?
Well,
is the dumbest shit ever, dude.
You got him to say like your whole purpose of existence is happiness. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, and how do you get happy? Like you get a job and make money. Like it's literally what he said. It's like the dumbest shit ever.
Again, tell me what you mean by reasons for existing. The reason I exist is my parents had sex.
Okay, so what I mean is you're like could I call it the
What?
He said the reason I exist is because my parents had sex.
Wow.
Which is true, but it's like, okay, so there is no meaning to life whatsoever. Like it's, I don't know. It's
It's
kind of like the anti-natalist at this point. It's
right.
like,
Well, it's like extreme cynicism, which I know it's not even real cynicism, but you get what I mean. Like, I don't know what the right term is, but yeah.
the only reason I'm here is because my parents fucked. It's like,
pretty
like,
much
nihilistic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Would you say that that's procreation or something like that?
No, but the purpose of my life is maximum philosophy, which means do enough philosophy that you make a difference, but not so much that they just kill you, right? Because that's generally what happens to philosophers who go a little bit too
dude,
far,
total
right?
failure
So to
at
me,
life at this point.
No, but the purpose of my life is maximum philosophy, which means do enough philosophy that you make a difference, but not so much that they just kill you, right? Because that's generally what happens to philosophers who go that little bit too far, right? So to me, it's the purpose is sort of maximum philosophy, which means, you know.
So maximum philosophy that's made moderate by the fact that they're going to kill you. Wow.
So he's basically saying, like, I want to tell the truth, but if I do, I'll be killed, and I don't believe in the truth that much. So
Yeah, I also want to be happy and make money, so I need a job to do that. So
right, so I gotta tell like a bunch of young kids to go like buy Bitcoin and get.
Yeah,
that's
I think that's what
milk
I think that's
toast.
I think that's what Socrates said in the Apology, right? You know, you got to go around and try to be happy. You got to make money and try not to get killed. And I think that was the whole Apology, actually.
That's pretty, but that's what I'm saying. It's like it's a stunning admission, essentially.
You know, walking that tightrope, that balance beam of saying enough truth that you have an effect on the world, but not so much truth that you have to be taken out. You know, which of course Jesus and Socrates and Aristotle and Charlie Kirk, sadly, and so on, definitely.
they went too hard with the philosophy, man. You know, Charlie Kirk and Socrates. Yeah, they went a little too hard with the philosophy there. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like what he's saying is like if you talk shit about the Jews, you're gonna get clapped. That's what it's starting to sound like he's saying. I don't know.
Weird. He did throw that thing in about interest earlier. Weird. It's like somebody's been charging us all this interest, but I can't say it on TV. You know, it's like what?
That was a good impression.
It happens.
Now, would you say that this is a purpose that you have created for yourself?
Yes, I have created that purpose for myself because I would say that we are the only creatures that we know of capable of even conceiving of something like meaning or purpose. Everything else is just avoiding predators, trying to have sex and eat, right?
I guess we need Buddha up in here to.
Well,
To be fair, like there's very few humans that don't do anything other than those things.
That's true.
Allegedly. Yeah, but in terms of Buddha, I mean, we looked at this. You know, the Buddhists say that there's no proof that physical reality is all there is. They literally start with that. There's literally no proof of that. So.
Oh, you just reminded me of what I want to cover after this, and I don't want to keep you guys all night. I mean I would, but I want to respect you guys' time, so I'll probably like let this go for a minute or two more, and then I'll show you this other thing that's you just reminded me. All right.
So that's all instinctual preferences, right? The rabbit doesn't want to get eaten. It doesn't even know why. It just has a fear response and it runs. And the wolf wants to eat the rabbit because it's hungry and it thinks it's going to taste good, which it's right about. So we are the only creatures that we know that can act above animalistic preferences, you know, sort of base hormonal evolutionary programming. And so if there is anything that means anything to a human being, it is the fact that we are capable of asking the question of what is the purpose of my life and what is the meaning of my life.
So you've created this purpose you've for yourself. Bigger picture, the purpose of reality or the reason for physical reality existing, you would say that there is none. There is none.
The purpose of existing outside of what we generate for ourselves, is that what you mean? Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm clear about what you're asking.
Just not even considering ourselves or human individuals, just existence. The reason that this stuff is here, there is no...
Yeah, shit's doubling.
There is no external reason that...
Yeah, shit's doubling.
What happened?
The audio's doubling.
Oh, really?
Your mic is picking it up.
Oh, my bad. I forgot to turn it off. My bad. All right, we're gonna switch anyways. Let's go to this bullshit. All right, so
reading of religion.
Yeah, that was a disaster.
That there's a special connection
not just between sex and divinity, but specifically homosexuality and divinity. In fact, Jeff's claim is that in most religions, it is sublimated homosexuality that is orthodox and encouraged, whereas active heterosexuality becomes marginalized. In the Christian context, Jeff not only believes that most of Christian monasticism must be explained as sublimated homosexuality, but also that Jesus himself was queer. Now I know, this is a deeply scandalous claim, so let me just emphasize that, and this is true for all of my interviews, but especially for this one, my guest views are not my views, okay? I can't be both a libertarian capitalist like Joe Lonsdale and a democratic socialist like
in the Discord.
What's that?
Yeah, this is the Rice University professor that we watched before, and he's like, "Oh, Buddhism is, the same as like immaterial."
Oh yeah, yeah.
Remember the weird dude? So this is like the follow-up interview where he's like, "Jesus
Oh
is gay."
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, with the chandelier and all that shit. Yeah, that shit's creepy and weird.
Yep. So I just wanted to look a little bit of what they're talking about because again, you look at Giorgiani, you look at Stefan, you look at all this shit, Andrew Wilson. In my opinion, they're pushing a total, worldview from different angles, right? And again, Rice University, I think, is probably where the Antichrist is living at or something, but I don't know.
What does Wilson have to do with Jesus being a homosexual? One of the
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that he's like pushing that, but what I'm saying is that they're all pushing this kind of like progressive, the myth of progress, essentially, right? Like Andrew's pushing his version of it. These guys are pushing their view of it, like the end of religion, the end of history.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just feel like
Yeah,
somebody
Wilson's a homo anyway.
Yeah,
allegedly.
Yeah, I just feel like we should bring back like something like where like hillbilly Christian dudes like beat the fuck out of you if you say some shit like that. I don't know, weird, dude. Cause like you shouldn't just be allowed to make like crazy claims about shit. I don't know. It's kind of strange.
It's worse when you're like a professor of Rice University and like you have the.
I mean, like you're telling that to students. And it's like,
remember what he said last time? He's like, you have to create your own cult if you want to graduate. As
right, he did say that. Yeah,
philosopher essentially. It's like okay, so or whatever he is the head of, but it's like, and his best friend is Timothy Morton, the OOO guy, and whatever. I mean, it's like this is what I was trying to get across to Buddha. I was like, well, whatever these guys are selling, it's not good. I mean, like I don't know what they're trying to sell, but it's nothing like good that's going to come out of it, I would say.
Yeah.
Designer cults.
Yeah.
Designer cults. I like that. Yeah. What cult are you a part of? Oh, the Gucci design, the Gucci cult.
The designer drugs, you get your designer cult.
Yeah.
Right.
But one of my favorite memes that I need to re-explore is that I try to make was like one called like build your own cult, and it's like a kid going to the toy store and like get their little package of like building it their own cult, So
I think I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, I need to figure out how to like visualize that better or something. But instead of build a bear, build a cult, something like that. Maybe I don't know.
Both a Catholic like Dave O'Connor and an atheist like Brian Leiter. I don't invite guests on because I fully endorse their views, but because they have something revelatory and illuminating to teach us.
He really has to put a
And I think
disclaimer at the front
revelatory
of this, doesn't he?
Well, his name is Jonathan Pai, by the way, so I don't know. Maybe has something to do with it.
This interview are two unintuitive connections between number one, the erotic and the divine, that sex and divinity, sex and God are somehow deeply intertwined, and number two, between homosexuality and inspiration. If you've ever wondered why homosexuals are so disproportionately represented in positions of creativity and power, be it art, media, finance, religion, technology, then Kripal's theory will begin to give you an answer. If you want to be invited to online and in-person lectures, seminars, and events that I host across the world, then please join my email list at jonathanb.com to be kept up to date. Without further ado, Jeff Kripal.
It's also weird that he's talking about like gay people and being religious, and then his name's Jonathan Bai. Like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah. I'm gonna actually look up this guy while we're watching this because I think I looked this guy up before, and he's got a weird history. I think I found this guy from something Pill Eater told me about, which wouldn't surprise me because it all does connect back. But
Yeah, like he looks like a fucking Jehovah's Witness. Like what the
I
fuck is?
remember. Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, I think I did show you guys maybe, but so I'll just read a little bit of it. Yeah, I did. But he's like, raised between Beijing and Vancouver, Canadian Olympiad, studied philosophy and computer science at Columbia, AI coursework, VR research. I started Opto Investments. 3.5 years, I decided to dedicate myself to great books, all my lectures, interviews, contemplation, Rene Girard, Plato, Augustine, Hume, Hegel, Rousseau. I practiced
Yeah.
Tibetan monastery, briefly flirted with the ideas of becoming a monastic, and then I've internalized Dante's critique of Odysseus, wandering forms character, but one can wander too far. So I don't know. This guy is like some sort of weird perennialist or something. I just thought that might be. Yeah.
Basically, limited
Sounded
hangout.
ridiculous until I read the Bible in the chest.
Probably
online and in-person lectures, seminars, and events that I host across the world.
Yeah,
then
come
please join my
meet me
email
in
list at
person so you can come to
jonathanbeat.com
my
to be kept up to date. Without further ado,
LGBTQ plus
Jeff Craig Paul.
event with this weird guy.
Your
from the
homoerotic Jesus sounded ridiculous until I read the Bible in the actual Greek.
Yeah.
Because you said in your book that the beloved disciple was laying on Jesus' chest.
Yeah.
And so I checked John 13:23, which is that line.
Yeah.
And this is what this is the New Revised Standard Edition says. One of his disciples, the one whom Jesus loved, was reclining next to him. And I'm like, what the hell is Jeff doing? He's just lying. And then I looked at the Greek.
You're not allowed to lie next to it, dude. Like, what in the fuck? That's gay, man.
That's gay. That's gay right there. You ever lay down next to me? I'll tell you what, boy.
Look at those dudes sitting down outside.
Like
They're probably gay.
I didn't.
Don't damage your voice box.
Yeah, I didn't lounge next to like a lot of guys, but like the guys that I did lounge next to, like I didn't have any like fear that they're gonna like turn over and try to like jump on me or something. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I would never get that close to the guy to find out, right? Like
you were caught lounging with dudes.
You
have been charged with lounging with men. How do you plead your case or whatever? It's like, okay.
In the bosom, the chest, the fold of Jesus, actively not reclining next to him. This goes beyond just a mistranslation, misunderstanding. This is a active hiding of something. There's
you were lounging in a quite languid fashion.
Well, what's funny again is that they never go back and display, okay, here's what it said in the Greek, and here's how people interpreted it at the time. Literally, the people who read Koine Greek now are saying that they don't even know how to interpret some of the words because there's no Koine Greek to really speak of. Like, they're saying that it's like a unique thing that was invented by the people who wrote the New Testament or Old Testament or whatever. So I don't know, like, again, it's like, is this guy a Koine Greek expert or what? I don't know. I think he's like an English professor that maybe talked to some guy who said, like, yeah, man, like, Jesus was gay. Like, I don't know where he's getting this from, but maybe they'll tell us. I don't know.
There's a lot of instances of that where the English essentially bowdlerizes or hides the original Greek or Hebrew. The thesis is that in the religions, in the Orthodox religions, there's a preference for a kind of sublimated homoeroticism. And by that I mean they privilege same-sex desire among men if it's not acted on. And there is a move to socialize male heterosexuality and to push it into reproduction and into labor and into the upkeep of society, essentially. And so the religious life becomes renouncing the world or renouncing society, and it's a privileging of this same-sex orientation that I call homoerotic. When I say that, people say that's nuts, that's crazy, that's not what the religions are doing. But then I tell stories, and people are like, "Oh,
Yeah.
that actually makes a lot of sense."
So
and
let
this is what your response. I mean, basically.
Yeah. So let me give you a quote, an autobiographical quote from one of your books. Catholicism is homoerotically structured. As an active heterosexual male, I do not and cannot fit into its present symbolic and institutional system. In summary, you were not gay enough to be a Catholic monk.
I wasn't gay at all. I became deeply religious around puberty, and by deeply religious, I mean uber religious. I mean, Jonathan, you would have liked me. I mean, not that you like me now, but you would have really not liked me when I was 12 or 13. And
Like you even less.
Yeah, even less. I was super religious.
What are you trying to say here? Like, you wouldn't like a 13-year-old boy or something? I mean, pretty
Yeah,
like
this
the
is a really weird, like, what a really weird statement.
Right.
Like, I don't understand, like,
Not
what?
that you like me now, but you certainly wouldn't like me then. It's like, okay, like, what are you trying to get at, dude? Like, it's
No, but the one before that, where he's like, basically, like, he's like, you have to be really gay to be a Catholic. I don't know if he's like making fun of Catholics or I don't know. Them is fighting words, and that's pretty weird.
You're right. When it says here, Catholicism is homoerotically structured as an active heterosexual male. I do not and cannot fit into the present symbolic and institutional.
That sounds like something like that sounds like someone was like somebody would write in a message board like as a diss. Like I feel like saying that about him. It's like I don't know, like just replace Catholicism with like Judaism, or like anything. Like Judaism is homoerotically structured as an active heterosexual male. I do not and cannot fit into its present symbolic and institutional system.
Yeah, let me claim
Yeesh.
that about Judaism and see if I can get a big YouTube channel next week. Let's see.
Or get struck.
I do not and cannot fit into its present symbolic and institutional system. In summary, you were not gay enough to be a Catholic monk.
I wasn't gay at all. I became deeply religious around puberty, and by deeply religious, I mean uber religious. I mean, Jonathan, you wouldn't have liked me. I mean, not that you like me now, but you would have really not liked me when I was 12 or 13. And
Like you even less.
Yeah, even less. I was super religious, super pious, and I was deeply anorexic. And we didn't even have a word for it. The word anorexia.
I mean, I'm not trying to judge people for having like problems, but anorexia is a very peculiar thing. Like, it's not something that is random. I don't know. That's kind of weird.
Especially among boys, it's usually
Right.
girls that are afflicted with such things because of the body shaming and so much more stress is put upon girls for their looks than boys.
Right. Well, supposedly, so I just looked it up just to be sure because I don't want to make fun of people for this, but like it is kind of like a shocker. Like I know that there has been men who have it, but usually, yeah. So they say that there's genetic causes.
That has to be okay.
Well, I don't know if that's true. I've never heard that before in my life, so I don't know. I'm
It's
very skeptical.
more than likely some type of abuse in his past.
Right. That's
Like you're not gay enough.
That would be my guess.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, like you're not gay enough like for Catholicism, but you're gay enough to have anorexia. Like, what is the deal here?
Right. Yeah. That's yeah. Well, I didn't want to go there because you know, maybe there's straight people who have who have anorexia, but yeah, because I'm reading the like Google causes. It says genetic, which I've never heard that before. Physical causes such as the way your brain works, which I've never heard that either. Psychological causes such as anxiety, stressful life events, and bullying. That one I
There you go.
I think is the main cause. And then it says cultural causes. Society can promote ideals of body shapes such as females being thin and males being muscular. So I don't know. I mean, I've only heard of like really gay guys.
That doesn't make sense. If you're being shamed for not having muscles, wouldn't you
Yeah,
want to
like
be trying to go to the gym instead of getting even
yeah,
less muscular?
yeah. Like, what are you gonna be like a muscular thin dude? Like,
Well, he could be saying that he was trans. Like, huh, I wasn't gay, I was trans, but that's not the same as being gay or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm just joking. But sorry, I shouldn't make fun of it because
That Google answer, at least that last part, does not make any sense.
yeah, exactly, cultural, yeah.
Didn't even exist at that point. And I wasn't anorexic in the psychiatric sense. It wasn't a symptom. It was all translated into asceticism, into celibacy, into fasting. I really thought of it as fasting.
Oh, okay. The plot thickens.
12 or you're 12 or 13 and you're like, I really need to be celibate for the rest of my life. Like, yeah, something else is going on, in my opinion.
It's the flagellation of the flesh. It's basically the concept of the flesh being evil. So he said he's super religious. So he,
Well,
probably was
that's what's
thinking of
weird is
being
that
original sin and being a sinner. So you have to punish the flesh, etc.
So is that a real Catholic thing or something?
I don't know if that's exactly Catholic, but there's definitely sects within Catholicism that do tend to lean that way. I mean, after all, like when before Luther, had his theses and left the Catholic Church, he was one of those monks that would basically punish himself. And when he was punishing himself, he then realized, apparently, as the story goes, is that no, it's by faith, not by works. So he stopped punishing himself.
Dan Brown style? I mean, Da Vinci Code style?
I wanted to be holy. I wanted to be a saint.
And food was problematic.
Food was super problematic because my tradition said that if you fast and if you perform ascetic practices and if you're celibate, then you can be holy. If you can't do these things, you cannot be holy. And so I renounced the body. I renounced food. Food, looking back on it, was definitely a way to push down my sexuality. I mean, this was puberty. And this is Jeff talking at 63 now, not Jeff talking at 13. If you would ask me at 13, Jeff, what are you doing? I would say, I'm trying to be holy. I am being holy. I'm fasting. But if you ask me now, I was trying basically to push back growing up and being sexual. And so that continued for about 7-8 years. And I entered a seminary and I wanted to be a monk. And the monks were getting really worried about me because I was essentially dying. I was essentially just wasting away. And the monks saw this and they were smart as all get out. And they could see this, easily.
oh yeah, dude needs to go see like a top level psychologist. It looks like because
yeah,
he just said he became anorexic
for 7 or 8
and
years
he
straight, and no sex for 7 or 8. I don't know.
yeah, and because he had all this sexual repression and he didn't want to grow up, but then at the same time he thinks being a monk is gay. He doesn't want to do that. It's really weird. I think there's something going on with this dude that's not explained in his early childhood. Pretty weird.
He might be on a heavy dose of Lexapro or something. I don't know.
Eesh.
And so they asked me to see one of their own monks who was a psychoanalyst. And the psychoanalyst introduced me to Freud and into psychoanalysis. And so I learned through psychoanalysis that people's religious behaviors often encode or hide other kinds of drives and other kinds of instincts. And so I learned to read my own fasting behavior in sexual terms, as it were. And then I started to see it everywhere else in my colleagues. I'm like, oh, so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so, they're also fighting back. And the other thing that was happening was I was definitely in this religious community, and I was seeing that there was a kind of sublimated but very flamboyant homosexuality in the religious community. And then there was this really awful anti-homosexual reading that was coming from the official church. And so I saw this tension or this conflict between this external condemnation of homosexuality and this sort of playful, flamboyant, but coded homosexuality. And
Right.
I was really struck by that.
So the causality is because of your own psychoanalysis and you yourself reading how sublimated your own heterosexual sublimated sexual desires comes out in food, or more specifically not eating food, you learn to read how your other colleagues' homosexual drives were being sublimated.
Right.
And how were they being were they acted on, or were they?
I don't think in general they were acted on. I think they were very much trying to be and were celibate. But some of the particularly seminarians, not so much. But it was joyful. It was playful. It was positive. It wasn't.
But what's an example of Catholic monasticism as sublimated homosexuality?
We had 4 parties a year sponsored by one of the classes, and there was always some kind of cross-dressing going on, and there was always jokes about vacuum cleaner hoses, and I mean it was coded, but it was obvious. And I remember one day after one of these parties, the whole seminary was called in, and the dean of the seminary, he starts out and he says, "Gentlemen, this is a Catholic seminary. This is not a gay bar." And that was the opening. And then he just laid into us, about this inappropriate behavior that had happened the night before. And I was just, I was a kid. I was just listening to this and watching this. And the other story I tell is these high school groups would come through, and there were always these young high school women, and they would ooh and ah over the guys, in the seminary, because these were young men who were very attractive, and they had given up sex to pursue God, as it were. And they would just laugh, when the girls were gone. Like they no more wanted women than a man on the moon. I mean, there was no renunciation. There was no giving up sex for God kind of thing going on. So I saw this. I saw the external reading of the tradition, which was very much giving up sex for God, and the internal kind of joyful same-sex sublimation going on.
Well.
So he seems to be saying that Catholicism is like a gay sex cult. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, he's also given like zero evidence. He's just like, this is all just like hearsay shit that he himself experienced, but he didn't participate in any of the gay shit, which is kind of weird. I don't know. And he's like, it was all coded gayness. He's not saying they're actually gay. So this is like on some weird level commentary. Right, where it's like all this gayness is being hinted at. Again, it's like he's playing a joke on Catholic people, or I don't know, or something. It seems like
it's definitely like against Christianity ultimately. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Like we don't have to go that deep into it, but again, it reminds me of like all this other shit, like Giorgiani and Andrew Wilson and Richard Spencer playing a joke on their audience, and you get what I'm saying? Like it seems to be like a big fucking Discordian, some, Robert Anton Wilson cult or something. I don't know.
Well, you say it's joyful, but surely they must have felt quite guilty, which is why you're so against the anti-homosexuality, right?
It was conflicted. It was definitely conflicted because of this conflict in the church, that there was this external bashing of homosexuality, and then there was this internal affirmation of it. And so, for example, there were 3 attempted suicides while I was in the seminary. I suspect it had something to do with this.
So let me try to understand your thesis more precisely. This is a quote from your book. "It was all very queer. I was beginning to suspect that male celibacy, male homoeroticism, and male sanctity were all intertwined, like a complicated root system of an ancient redwood tree, in the same biological..."
The name of this guy's book is The Serpent's Gift, and serpent is very phallic, right? So I don't know, something else going on here. Like a complicated root system of an ancient redwood tree. Yeah, I don't know. This is like some weird Gnostic, like Danzig fucking. This is like Danzig if he was like a professor or something. I don't know. Yeah, the serpent's gift. Yeah, I don't know. It's like something weird going on.
social and spiritual soil. They reached way, way down. You could be saying that any single instance of homoeroticism and celibacy and sanctity are all intertwined. Let me ask you this. Incels, involuntary celibates. Are you familiar with this?
See, I know that I know that people can use this to say that like I'm a crazy person, but this is all like order of nine angles fucking coded shit too. Like they're talking to 13 or 14-year-old boys. That's what this is designed for. Like if you really watch this, it's like the young daddy and the old daddy talking to the young Padawan about religion and stuff, like sitting with a little chandelier in the middle. And in my opinion, like this is like grooming. This is like a grooming video for like a weird like 09A cult or something. In my personal opinion, okay, I'm not saying that this is true, but that's what I think is happening right now. Like this is like some sort of like grooming, like incel jihad, like coded shit. In my opinion, personally.
This is a new term of essentially guys who can't get girls and they're involuntary celibates.
Okay.
Does that have anything to do with homosexuality? Like are all instances of celibacy and
so
yeah.
Again, this is Catholicism.
Also realize that this is a white guy and an Asian guy talking. See what I mean? Old white guy, young Asian guy, or mixed Asian guy. I think this is all about Wasia. This is all, I gotta get this over to Pill Eater soon, Like, I know this sounds crazy, but, like, I truly think this is, like, a whole, like, Masonic theater or something. I don't know.
So there's 2,000 years of affirming a non-sexual lifestyle as somehow better than a sexual lifestyle. But what I realized being in this community was there was also a selection for men who love men because they couldn't be sexual in society anyway. But I also suspected that there was something about same-sex desire that led or that increased one's spiritual instincts, if I can put it that way. So it wasn't just this social model that sexual marginality leads to same-sex or same-sex communities or sanctity. It was also this argument that there's something about same-sex desire that is different. It fundamentally makes different bodies and it changes one, and it leads to a kind of religious orientation that I found very powerful, very attractive.
Right. So the obvious question is the why question, and I think you've hinted at 4 different explanations. You tell me which one you're implying. The first one is that the homosexual drive is somewhat different in kind from the heterosexual drive.
It's very different in kind,
and it's more religious in kind. And
I think so.
So that's one. The second one is you mentioned that God is male. And therefore, any way you want to erotically engage, it becomes a homosexual one.
For a male.
For a
biological male, yes. Yeah.
That's number 2. Number 3 is the sociological reading that in persecuted societies,
the homosexual
there's nowhere else for them to go.
Is different than the heterosexual drive. What does that even mean, and how the fuck would he know that? Like, what does that mean? Like, that is so weird. Like, what is he talking about?
Right. So the obvious question is the why question. And I think you've hinted at 4 different explanations. You tell me which one you're implying. The first one is that the homosexual drive is somewhat different in kind from the heterosexual drive.
It's very different in kind.
And it's more religious in kind. And
I think so.
So that's one. The second one is you mentioned that God is male.
What?
And therefore, any way you want to erotic.
What they're saying is that if you're religious, you're gay. That's what they're really saying. They're basically like, this. I'm telling you, this is like a 09A recruitment, like jihad. This is like a 09A recruitment jihad video where they're like, you don't want to be religious.
Well, that is literally like what they're saying. But like, but this guy wrote a whole book about it. He can't just be repeating that on every page. Like, it's like, what does it say in this book? It's really.
I'm telling you, man. Like, this is pretty dark shit. This is like one of the darkest things I think I've ever seen. Like, this is a very strange, like, death cult recruitment video or something.
Erotically engage, it becomes a homosexual one.
For a male. For a biological male, yes. Yeah.
That's number 2. Number 3 is the sociological reading that in persecuted societies, there's nowhere else for them to go that's acceptable without marrying. And so they go there.
Not consciously, by the way.
Oh, interesting. The fourth explanation is being in an environment with only males during puberty creates that kind of drive. All four.
I think all four are true.
All above.
I think I personally think, if I would have stayed in that community long enough, I would desire other males. I mean, I think sexuality and sexual orientation are fluid.
Oh,
right. And,
wait, what? So he's not gay at all. What?
Like I'm
Hold
not
the phone.
gay, but he's like I'm not gay or anything, but 50 years is 50 years, and I mean, I gotta do something.
And $20 is $20.
This is wild.
He tried to be a monk for like 10 years or like 8 years, so from the age of 13, if he had stayed in it all the way till now, it'd be 50 years. So like he's saying I couldn't go 50 years without some sort of serpent, you know what I mean?
Yo, this is wild. Yeah, that's nasty work.
I think religious communities, and it's not just Catholicism, encourage a kind of gender fluidity that I think is really obvious if you're inside those communities.
Right, which is a surprising claim, right? Because you think straight jacket, right?
No, it's not true, by the way.
Yeah. So let me ask you this: on the first direction of causality, how is the homosexual eroticism different in kind from hetero, and why is it more spiritual?
I don't know.
Right, but that's an observation. That's just.
I mean, I'll give you an
I don't
example.
know.
If you're,
He literally said, "I don't know."
He said, "I don't know." So he just made this up.
That's wild shit, bro.
This is a crazy video, dude. I don't know how you found this, but this is like the most highbrow production for like, I don't know, like literal nonsense.
And the room looks fake.
And why is it more spiritual?
I don't know.
Right,
I
but
just-
that's an observation. That's just.
I mean, I'll give you an example.
So let me ask you this: on the first direction of causality.
Obvious if you're inside those communities.
Right, which is a surprising claim, right? Because you think straight jacket, right?
No, it's not true, by the way.
Yeah. So let me ask you this: on the first direction of causality, how is the homosexual eroticism different in kind from hetero, and why is it more spiritual?
I don't know.
Right.
I
But
just-
that's an observation. That's just.
I mean, I'll give you an example. If you're a monist like I am, the one is loving the one. It's, it's
Right. I can't take this guy. The love is loving the one. So it's autoeroticism now.
That's why they have to speed it up.
What the fuck is this guy smoking, man?
It's literally like the Twilight Zone of Lilith thing, where it's like God's playing with himself. It's like
It's
it's
probably
literally
a mixture of ketamine and amphetamine, if I had to guess. You got the cocktail going, you know.
Oh no!
Right. It's the same.
A monist like you, or is there something else going on?
I think I clarified this the other day. I think my position's a little different from monism, is to try to explain it to Hyperborean.
Oof.
Wait, can you give me a but why do you?
It's because of this idea of substance. See, monism says that there's only one type of stuff in the world, right? So whether that's matter or mind or whatever you think that is, right? That then you would be a monist, right? So
But this guy is like promoting Buddhism, so is that
I don't
compatible?
think he is. I don't think he is.
No, but I mean, in the other video that we watched of him, he was saying that
Because
he's
Buddhists are not monists, right? So
right. That's why I'm saying it's like the last time he said he's a Buddhist, now he's saying he's a monist. So I'm like, okay, so what is he exactly? A Buddhist monist? Gay,
yeah, I don't know.
but not gay, or I don't know. Catholic?
Yeah.
A Jesuit maybe. I don't know.
The one is loving the one. It's
the same.
I mean, honestly, you know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of like a really weird version of Talcott or something. He's like a really weird Talcott. Like if Talcott was like super, like on meth or something, like, and a professor at a college, he might be like this.
Same sex love.
It's already. Right. And if you live in a reincarnational or world, everything's having sex with everything all the time. I mean, the one is taking on multiple bodies and reproducing itself. And so I just think this idea that you know, there's only one way to be sexual or gendered is just nutty. I just don't think it plays out at all.
Right. But isn't there something to be said about biological evolution that two men don't make babies? Whereas,
of course, but that's being straight, that's being heterosexual. But that gets funneled into society and into reproduction. And it doesn't, you know, the thing about religion, at least in the West,
what they're kind of saying is that they're basically saying like, well, evolution's true and gay is good because if it wasn't good, it wouldn't have survived the evolutionary process. See what I mean? Like they didn't say it directly, but I think that's kind of what they're implying. You know what I mean? Like there's this kind of weird implication of like, well, you know, we're all here for a reason and evolution explains that reason and therefore gay is here because it was advantageous for some reason, so or something like that. I don't know.
It's so interesting is, particularly if you're a woman, you're going to have kids, you know, fairly young, and you're probably going to die in childbirth. If, on the other hand, you become celibate, you're free. You're not going to have children, and you're not going to die, and you have access sometimes to learning, sometimes to Latin. You can live in a community. I mean, wow. I mean, the social advantages are extreme.
Interesting. You're pointing out an interesting fact that now the monastery seems like giving something up. But in antiquity, I mean, this is why I think, not the only reason, this is one explanation for why. I believe it was the Tang or the Song dynasty in China where they had to like persecute monasteries because there were too many people entering into them.
And let me say this, if you were a man who loved other men, you could still have relations, you know, sexual relations. That wasn't never gonna produce a child. It's like this perfect birth control method, as it were.
Right.
And what has changed dramatically in the modern world is the pill, is birth control, because now straight people can have sexual relations and not have the concern of
wow, dude.
And
like,
so
what in the fuck, dude? Like, yeah, like, I'm going to control the fact that I don't want to have kids by getting, you know, things, you know, up my butthole. Like, what in the fuck, dude? Like, what in the world? Like,
yeah, it's
how does that prevent?
This is like really weird. Like, again, like if this is they're obviously selling something. So what are they selling? It's like, well, man, like, you know, back then guys just wanted to have fun. So what's the best way to have fun? Like go to the monastery and like be gay and like make money and stuff, like, or not make money, but you know what I mean, like live for free essentially, right? And he's like it's only natural that we'd want to do this, right?
Changed the whole celibate argument, you know.
So one concern one may have listening to this, and you're going to address this, is that the late 20th century Catholic tradition specifically was very gay, or so I've been told. Like it was a particularly very gay period of the Catholic Church at the time. And so one might be worried that you're overreading all religions and all mystical religions from your own experience, there are also tantric, erotic, mystical, heterosexual sex.
But they're heterodox. They're problematic from the Orthodox traditions. And I once thought what you thought. I thought, oh, this is very Catholic, and this is just Jeff and his back. And I would say this to Ganan Adobia-Sekura, who's no longer with us, but a really well-known Sinhalese anthropologist. And he was so funny. He's like, the same is true in Sri Lanka with the Buddhist communities. It's like, it's spot on. It has nothing to do with Catholicism.
So the Buddhist masters or the Buddhist monasteries I've lived in, you think more than I expect, most of them were homoerotic.
I don't know. I think it depends on the tradition, of course, and on the culture. But in general, I think most people drawn to extreme religious life are probably same sex, more so.
Yeah, that's their feet again. I mean, it looks like their feet are touching in the video, but I guess that is a sort of optical illusion at this point because.
But they still must they thought of every other part of this video, so it seems to be.
Yeah, it is weird. Yeah.
It seems to be so, and he's definitely very footsie, the old guy. So he's definitely extremely aroused by doing this in some way or not, not necessarily sexually, but something's got him very unsettled. I don't know if that's
it's like
something, but
like the chairs and the camera. It's very carefully placed, everything. So it's extremely odd that it looks like their feet are touching a bunch of times. But yeah.
God touching man or something. So it's almost like they're well, almost, I don't know.
Two gay guys touching each other's feet.
I think it's a statistical thing, probably.
Right, because of the punishment from society and themselves, or
I think it's a variety of reasons. I think it's partly the punishment from society. I think it's partly this mystery of why same-sex desire and spirituality go together so well. I think it's partly artistic creativity. I think it's literary. I think there's a lot of reasons.
Right.
And I don't claim to have mapped out or understand those. I got very comfortable. This was in the 90s, as you probably know. I think I figured it out. I think I answered my question. Well, I didn't become a monk because
you weren't gay.
Because I'm not gay. And I mean, really, that's kind of putting it
provocatively. Yeah.
But
yeah, that shirt's saying otherwise, right?
Jason Pollock, fucking Frasier looking ass. Frasier, those shirts they used to always have those weird ass Frasier and Seinfeld, 90s fashion.
Saks Fifth Avenue or some shit.
Yeah, I used to go to Saks Fifth Avenue and they always had this kind of shirt. It's hilarious. Yeah.
But I think this pattern does play out in different cultures and different religions.
I see.
Not every time. It's not a rule.
Right.
But I think it's a really strong pattern, particularly if you privilege same-sex communities and celibacy.
So one thing we should expect to see as more and more communities are not persecuting the homosexuals is less and less people entering to the monastery who are homosexual.
Yes, I think so.
And that's what we're seeing, you think?
I think it's a real challenge for vocations, as we call it. I think once you get less social condemnation of a same-sex lifestyle.
Interesting. It might be drowning out. It might be draining the monastic tradition.
Yeah, I think so. I think on a certain level.
Interesting. Okay.
I wonder how the ortho bros are going to react to this one.
Well, that's the thing is they're not going to react to it. They're going to react to the low-hanging fruit.
They're very concerned with Mahler, who has 150 subscribers or whatever he's got. But
well, that's the thing is Mahler made 2 or 3 streams about them, and they barely covered him. It's almost right. He's milking them more than. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Pretty weird. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to look at the bigger picture. Why are they, circling the drain together? I guess I don't know.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to investigate these traditions at their root, Christianity, and then Hinduism, and then also I want to end with Plato and the Phaedrus at the end. We're going to start with Christianity. And first, I want to make sense of what kind of claim you're going to make. So let me give you a quote from your book. The goal of this apocryphon is not yet another historical Jesus. What I'm after here resembles more a kind of historical koan, a nonsensical riddle Zen masters use to cognitively shock or shut down their students into sudden bursts of enlightenment, an openly heretical Jesus who can provoke new thought, self-reflection, and revelation. So we're going to talk about your homoerotic reading of Jesus and the Christian tradition.
Yeah.
But I just want to make crystal clear from the outset, this is not a historical reading, because the entoi piploi, that does seem like a historical reading, right? So,
yeah. I mean, I am making historical claims, obviously, but it's
weird.
I'm not really participating in that historical.
He's admitted that he's interpreting the Bible in a historical way to create a metaphorical picture to like shock people into what he's calling enlightenment. Pretty weird concept that he's borrowed from the Zen. I don't know. This is all very weird stuff. So it's like, this seems highly Discordian.
Right, exactly. Yes.
Weird.
It's like Robert Anton Wilson. Fucking. So what do you think he's really saying when he's saying that? Like, what do you think he's? Repeat that one more time. I want to make sure I understand it. You said he's what? What is he trying to say?
Kind of like he's doing like his own like Church of the Spaghetti Monster type of thing.
Mythicism.
Simply.
So he said mysticism, but he really means mythicism. Flamenco style.
Yeah, it's weird.
He must have went to the Freemasonic narrative construction school or something.
Historical Jesus scholarship is probably what I'm trying to say there. I actually think Jesus was queer. I really do. But do I want to perform that in a historical Jesus
what a
seminar?
flippant
No.
statement.
Right.
What a weird statement for a scholar to make, right? To say you think is one thing, but could have used the word believe. But I don't know, but I don't know, it's really weird.
What word did he use?
He said, I think he said, I think Jesus is gay, but I don't know.
I mean,
But
I am
think
making historical claims, obviously, but I'm not really participating in that historical Jesus scholarship is probably what I'm trying to say there. I actually think Jesus was queer. I really do. But
based on what, right? It's kind of
But
weird.
see, queer is a very peculiar term. Like that's why.
Yeah, it might be more open.
Yeah, because that's what he's saying about that. Like, because Pilliter uses that word queer. Like he calls himself a queer because it has little to do with sexuality. You know,
And it might have something to do with like culture, like cultural normativity or something.
right
Like
or
that.
something. So he's kind of doing this word game where he's like using the term gay and queer kind of interchangeably. You see what I'm saying? He's kind of doing this. That's what I'm saying. This is some like word magic. So I might have to reinterpret this where he might be speaking in a Discordian way to actually say something like about Catholicism as like maybe he really is trying to say it's all the Jesuits or something. Like you see what I'm saying? Like maybe this is like coded language of like saying like it's not the Jews like Epstein. It's the fucking Jesuits or something. You see what I'm saying? Like it's because it's all about sex.
Well, that's the
and,
thing.
you know,
It's like he's specifically talking about Catholic monks, and then the thing about it is that like he might be doing an attack on Jesuits or some shit. But this could be like part of this entire thing.
right. Yeah. This is almost like him saying, I can't say it directly, but the Jesuits are the ones controlling everything, and I don't know something. I mean, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but like I definitely think there's some flamenco shit going on or something. I don't know. Are you getting flamenco vibes from this guy?
do I want to perform that in a historical Jesus seminar? No.
Right.
Because I'm not.
That's not your battle.
I'm not a New Testament scholar. I'm just not.
Well, tell us about the episodes in the New Testament, like the beloved disciple one that I started this interview with, that kind of only or best makes sense under a homoerotic reading.
First of all,
What?
neither Jesus nor Paul were married, which is very odd. Already,
If you're lounging with somebody, that can only make sense under homoerotic.
perform that in a historical Jesus seminar? No.
Right.
Because I'm not.
That's not your battle.
I'm not a New Testament scholar. I'm just not.
Well, tell us about the episodes in the New Testament, like the beloved disciple one that I started this interview with, that kind of only or best makes sense under a homoerotic reading.
First of all, neither Jesus nor Paul were married, which is very odd. Already, you're wondering right there. At least right. Someone looking in.
At 33, nonetheless. That's what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, two young men who are not married, and even Paul will say things like, "I want everybody to be a virgin. I want everybody to be married to Christ." So he uses this.
I don't know if you remember what I showed you. I don't know if you realize. Do you remember I showed you Owen Benjamin a long time ago, where he was like did a whole week of Paul, and he was saying Paul's like a short gay Jew, and that all this stuff, and he was doing this kind of like anti-Paul stuff, and then he said, "Oh, it's just all a joke." Like, it gives me the feeling that maybe like this is some sort of like inside Discordian joke or something. Pretty weird.
Gendered language, but for men being married to Christ, it's like that's like a gay relation. That's a same-sex relation. How does that even work? But it works just fine for Paul. With Jesus, he really wanted his disciples to be eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven. That was the secret kind of teaching. And the eunuch was this person who was close to the political power precisely by being non-sexual, by having the sexuality removed surgically, as it were. So there's something about, and particularly for the Catholic tradition, they receive Jesus as essentially aligning himself with celibacy and a kind of non-sexuality, which to me is just non-heterosexuality. I mean, that's what I hear. And this constant anti-family teaching, which you get from the Gospels a lot. You hate your mother, hate your father, and these aren't my parents. And I mean, this is
right. Abandon your family, sell everything, follow me. Yeah.
This is just so not heterosexual, And so I think once you make that move, once you start to think of Jesus and Paul in a queer way, I think a lot of things suddenly make a lot of sense. The other thing about Jesus, which I think is so important to understand, is he was very transgressive. He was really pushing against or beyond the law in a lot of ways, and it was precisely the law as
teaching the Sabbath, for example.
Yeah,
right.
That was. As
much as I can take for the moment. Like, I want to watch more, but I have to go do some stuff.
What the hell is even that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one?
Dude, what a fucking weird video, dude. Yeah, I want to go to sleep. Yeah. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Good Lord.
It's pretty crazy. I don't know. I'm trying to rationalize it. And
the last one you showed, I'm pretty sure you showed some crazy shit before this too. What was it?
Which one?
Oh yeah, Stefan Molyneux. God damn, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's some.
Yeah,
crazy,
it's been a wild ride.
Yeah, I wish I had more of a way to explain what I'm thinking when I watch it, because it's pretty
like a plot twist. Yeah, it's crazy. It's insane liberal propaganda.
Yeah, it's because it's hard to describe all the little connections. It's really hard to describe because I mean, for me, I just don't have the words to really describe it, but it's very strange, meta level conversation where it's 3 or 4 layers of bullshit that you have to dig through.
Yeah, this is something that if somebody really hated Christianity or Catholicism, they would be trying to cite this guy's work immediately.
Right, yeah.
And it's total dog shit. It would be well, this is a trusted scholar wrote this. It's good
and then
Lord.
he literally said he's not a New Testament scholar or whatever he said a minute ago.
Right. Yep.
He's basically saying this is my fan fiction of going
you can't
pretty
even
much,
answer
yeah.
questions. He's I don't know.
Yeah, I know, and it's you literally wrote a Lord of the Rings version of what you think the Bible's about.
Well, what's weird is like it goes with the whole thing, like what do you call it? Well, Pill Eater was saying how like a lot of these things that we think of as science, or especially in the social sciences, it starts off in the art world, and they bring it from the art world to the uh, quote
General
unquote soft
public.
sciences, and then well, you could argue the occult. So here's what's weird is like the occult is like the ghostwriter of mainstream science, in my opinion. But then on the soft sciences, it's more of like the art world. Does that make sense? That's kind of the way I look at it. So I don't know. It's like you have like art. The art world is trying to like parade itself as science, essentially, right? And it's kind of what Machine was saying yesterday, like how man's an end of uh, like the end of history or whatever, and so he's got to project himself back into the past or something.
End of
That makes sense,
history.
but
Isn't that what's his face? Fukuyama?
yep, and I think that's what Giorgiani's saying actually too. So that's what's kind of weird
Yeah,
about it. It's like
figures.
they're all doing this kind of weird shit
Yeah, they're taking it from Hegel.
from Hegel.
Yeah, it's a Hegel concept. End of history.
So they're the old Hegelians, the Neo Jacobins, as Southern Israelite called them.
Yeah.
You a Jacobin.
The crypto gay Hegelians.
Crypto gay, yeah. I mean, yeah, that was pretty good. I like that
Hegelians.
Hegelians. The Hegelians. There you go. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Oh, we'll do this another time. But this is like pretty intense. So, all right, I'm out.
Easy.
Good
Yeah.
night.